Well, good evening, guys. Huh? That's about a good evening, guys. Hey, Ann, good to see you. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you, my friend. I need to mute that one. It's good to see you. How are you doing, Ann? How has your week been? Thank you, Ann. Much appreciated. I like thumbs up. So, I hope there will drop in some more people. Thank you, Anne. Much appreciated. I appreciate it a lot when you're sharing my stream, my friend. That will help a lot. And people should get notification about it by now. So we'll see when people begins to drop in. We have two in the house. Who is the second? Hey, Joseph Erickson. Good to see you. And welcome to the stream. Hey, PLE. Good to see you, my friend. Well, everything's doing just good on my side. Had a great week. And this weekend has been good too. So what's wrong? Is it, do you catch the cold or something, Joseph? Well, I believe you. Hey, buddy, you are new here, my friend. Let's get it. Do like this, my friend. Please feel free to share. Feel free to get to know each other, guys. If you do that, it's a win-win situation. Hey, Pierre, how are you doing? I hope you had a great week. Well, how's the weather, guys? Here it's sunny and warm. Hey, Tammy, good to see you. It's really good to see you again, Tammy. Okay, Ian, no problem. You have to do that too. So I hope everything is okay with you, Tammy. Three in the house. It's good. I wonder where CR is, and it's strange. CR are usually be here early, but I haven't seen him yet. Yeah, I'm doing good, Tammy. No problem at all. I just finished my dinner. Hey, Tammy Eisenblätter, good to see you. I'm. We have probably 13 or 14 degrees Celsius here today, so it's pretty hot. At least too hot for me. Yeah, I noticed that, Tammy, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, Tammy. Um, and that will be really interesting. It's now. It will not be a regular stream that I normally do or usually do, uh, because that will be more like a charity karaoke birthday stream. And the best thing of all is I can give you some clues for it. Okay. Uh, First of all, it will be karaoke. It will be charity. Um, it will also be games. Um, the idea is to um, give 5 people can win 10 watch hours each. So that will be fun. And then Darren will be my co-host, and I will have another one. Her name is Ruby. She will be on two, um, and a lot of other people. Among them will be Blessed Life and many other people that will join. So that will be really interesting. But it will be fun too. Hey Matt, good to see you, buddy. Well, I pinned the link to the panel, buddy. Yeah, Timmy, it will. It will be really awesome. I agree with you. Um, it will be really exciting. Um, and I believe there will be a lot of people who will join me then that day. So that will be really fun. I will enjoy it, and I'm looking forward to it. So I hope you guys will find it interesting and have fun too. Um, Hey, darling, OFW Vlogs. Good to see you again, my friend. Well, I pinned the link in the top of the chat, guys, if you want to join me up here because it's a little bit lonely up here. Hey, in the RV, good to see you. And welcome to the stream. Yeah, so am I. It's good to see every one of you guys. I appreciate you stopping by. And well, Tammy, that was what I was wondering too. Where is CR, the great mystery? He usually being early. He's usually early, but I don't know what happened. I haven't heard anything from him today, at least, so, well, he pops up, I guess. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. And I wonder where Harvey is, too. Thank you, Second Star. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. The thumbs up are really important here, guys. Hey, James. Good to see you, brother. I appreciate that. Welcome. So, how are you doing, James? I hope everything is okay with you. And I hope you had a great week, too. Um, I had some ideas for today's stream, but I will wait a couple of minutes until then we'll pop up some more people. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Uncle Al, good to see you. You want to join me up here, Uncle Al? It would be nice because it feels a little bit lonely up here. So I pinned the link in the top of the chat, Uncle Al. You know the drill, just click the link. And push the button and to the top floor and just step out. Anyway, Uncle Al, it's good to see you. Ah, paperwork again, Uncle Al. Well, okay, darling OFW Vlogs. No problem, my friend. Tammy. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. My newest member. Thank you. I appreciate that, Tammy. You know that. Hey, Abraxas. Good to see you, buddy. Hey, do you want to join me up here, Abraxas? It would be awesome. It's okay, Tammy. It happens. It happens to me sometimes as well. I appreciate every one of you guys. You're my second family. You know that, guys. Okay, Abraxas. No problem. it's good to see you anyway. So, and you guys are always welcome here, my friend. Hey, Ark Wildman, good to see you, buddy. How are you doing?
And hello, Jordan. How we're doing today?
Well, I'm doing good so far, so I can't complain.
And hi, everybody. I don't have my phone is charging, so I see Wild Artman's here. Tammy's here. The other Tammy's here.
Tammy
And
Trot and Tammy Eisenblätter, yes.
yeah, and then we had Matt earlier, I think.
Yeah, second story, he was here.
Yeah, and Ann was here. And let's see. Yeah, it's just been a fun month. And remember, I did
Indeed.
that video 3 months ago about the baby food, and I warned everybody, and nobody ever listens to me. I'm taking care of my little sister's dog right over there.
Ah, cute
Uh,
dog.
yeah. We went for a walk. I picked up church paperwork that I had piles and and I had to pull the whatchamacallit laptop so I could get a nice picture and everything. And remember, folks, if you're doing a video or a laptop, you want the light in front of you, not behind you, because it tends to wash you out.
Yeah, I tried to.
Yeah, you're all right, Jordan. Don't worry about it.
I can try to get more light.
Yeah, because if you don't, it comes like this
Yeah.
or dark. There we go. Hey,
Hey,
Hey, Jordan.
Brexus. Good to see you again.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Hey, Soren. How you hanging in over there?
Yeah, it's good to see you too, my friend.
yeah.
How's the hanging in over there?
She was wondering how's it going over there.
Well, it begins to get a little bit more rough.
I have
Be facing
Yeah.
next week. They will. Finland and Sweden will send in their apply for NATO membership next week.
Next week?
Probably Monday.
that's good.
Awesome.
So yeah, the problem is it's a gray zone between the when you from you send between you send in the apply and to the full membership. It's a gray zone because the risks increases.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I
that
have
is will be a couple of months. Everybody will be tiptoe, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Uh,
Because
Is
some
Brush
people,
trying to shut off your guys' power too?
what we got promises from at least UK, Germany, I believe, and maybe US as well to give us help in the between
yeah.
if
Well,
something would happen. So
I think wasn't it that Russia was starting to shut off Finland's power last night at like midnight or something?
I didn't heard about that one.
no, they shut off their gas supply.
That's what it
Oh, their
was.
gas.
Okay. All right. That's what it
Okay,
was.
but the only problem is Finland's power supply is hooked up to the gas supply. So when you cut off the natural gas, what happened to your
Yeah.
power plants?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Because a lot of people don't know. They say, "Oh, we're dependent." Uh you're crippling the nearest resource, and you're not using good diplomacy. All this mess could have ended in January if somebody went over there and talked to all these. I keep getting docked. I got another. They took 14 subscribers away from me because I used the I word. I can't say the I word. Means
Okay.
we all know what the I word means. And
Yeah.
it just infuriates me because I got another 100 hours to catch up, 100 watch hours. It's like,
Wow.
great, I only have 8 hours to go, and then I'm back monetized. This is 4 years ago, folks, and now I'm getting remonetized, but I can't do it because, and today we added another 100 watch hours to your channel. But I only had like,
All because of the I word.
yeah, there's certain words you can't say on stream, live stream, or, and people don't realize it because every time you say it, you get docked and you never get. I wonder how come I'm never past 400 subscribers, because they shadow box you and they put you in the YouTube ghetto. And I've been in the YouTube ghetto for a long time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Only if I knew what the I word was. I probably said it quite a few times.
Oh, the I words, we all use it. I can't use it because every time I say it, the AI picks it up, and then like, great, I got 5 dislikes on my last 20 videos, and before it was like all hundreds, and everybody liked it. And I got good views on it, and then all of a sudden, next morning, there's 5 of them. Dislike goes right straight down. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And I keep telling people, if you look at the timestamp after they, it's supposed to be on the West Coast for California and San Mateo review it. It isn't. The timestamp dates from out of Shanghai. So I keep telling people, if you look at the timestamp, that's 16 hours different from California. So where
Yeah.
are they doing the AI from? Oh, Shanghai.
Okay, I have a question.
Right.
Sure.
If they quit worrying about the I word and worrying about bullying and hackers and racism and all this other crap on here, they wouldn't have to. Things would be a lot better for YouTube.
Right. But
Because
YouTube, I know what she's getting her point. YouTube is a international company, and most of their, whatchamacallit, business, yeah, business is out of Shanghai, and nobody's, what they're trying of the computers and the AI and algorithm, and she doesn't speak Mandarin, so it has to go through that, and they're scratching their head like, what the hell is she saying? And it's not Mandarin, because once they read the AI and the algorithm, she's complaining about certain things. That's all they get a message from. After the AI gets it, see what kind of screw ups we have with YouTube.
Here's what I think. YouTube loves the drama.
Yeah.
They don't care. They don't care about people getting bullied and told to kill themselves or anything like that. I know several people that have been told, literally, you don't belong on YouTube. Why don't you go kill yourself? What? And y'all are letting this fly, but you're worried about a stupid little word? Seriously?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
It is.
Oh, don't get me started on YouTube. That's got so many issues with them people.
It's all right. They're going all to prison in 2025 for federal crimes.
Why can't it be sooner?
Because a lot of people got kickbacks and they got payoffs, so they're not touching YouTube until 2025 when they really screw up. Like Netflix. That always cracks me up because they're going, it's like a plane heading to the ground straight down at 400 miles an hour.
Hey, I'm all for the free speech. I get it. But there's a certain line you don't cross when you have that free speech.
Right. It's called common sense, but a lot of people don't have it, unfortunately.
Right.
And
use your common sense. But I agree, some people don't have that. They lack of it.
Elon Musk thinks that it's going to be better to have free speech. Well, yeah, okay, that's fine. But when you have different people with different beliefs or looks about them or whatever, they're getting bullied. Okay, we've got a friend that's
Had her stuff hacked. Her YouTube
So-
got shut down by somebody.
Just because she's a tranny.
Yep.
Just because she's a tranny. And these are the people that did it are the ones that told her she's not allowed on YouTube and she needs to go kill herself. Seriously? Y'all fucked up in the head. Sorry.
Like, so you won't be able to get rid of
Yeah, because I got to tell a lot of people, if they were real strict on FCC rules, most of us already broken a half a dozen of them. We've been in federal court saying, I can't pay $100,000 for each violation. And then it's like, it just adds up because.
I know I probably did a violation, but.
About 10 of them.
Yeah, that's over. Let's see, 10 times $100,000. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And that was only about
5 minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah.
Every time you swear, that's against FCC regulations.
How many violations do we have on your channel, Chris? We let it go. It don't matter. If anybody's been on our channel, they know we don't have filters at all.
Yeah, that's why most major network has a 5-second to 3-second delay because they have censors. Because in the early days of television, they had free speech and like, you can't say that. Click. And to stop the live broadcast. And one station did so many because I forget the famous comedian that passed away, George Carlin. He said when he was working as a normal without the beard as the hippy dippy weatherman, he was a real weatherman. He was a college graduate and he did meteorology and he did it straight. He was clean shaven and everything. And they told him, if you say the wrong words, they gave him a list of 20. These words you cannot say. And the F word was at the top. And they say, if you say that, you're released and you have to go see the FCC in federal court. And he says, how much is that in a fine? $100,000. So back then in the 50s, if you get fined as a media personality for $100,000, you just paid off the fine in 2020. Because you got to think back then, early 50s, I'm only making $15 an hour as a weatherman.
I'm glad they're more relaxed on the language because I would not have mine paid off until about
30 years?
no, probably 100 years after I'm dead.
No, you won't be dead. You'll still be working for the federal government because they caught this one guy in Taos, New Mexico, and they made him to Free America announcer. And he worked at that job for 30 years because he says a bunch of things you shouldn't say on live television during the 50s. They went nuclear. And that's why the CIA had Operation Mockingbird to control free speech and swearing and all that during the 60s and 70s. Got so bad it went to Congress, I think in 73 and 74. You heard about Operation Mockingbird, have you?
I've heard about it. That's about it in school. But yeah, that's about as far as it went.
And it's been so long ago.
Right.
Right.
old.
Operation Mockingbird was to help the journalists, students, key people in the media how to speak correctly and not to swear and set out propaganda and all sorts of things. And with the FCC, they had help and they regulated. So it's kind of boring Disney-esque kind of clean cut. And that was going on until about 73. And they got to hear the wind of it because the CIA was spying on Americans, drugging Americans, testing secret weapons on Americans, brainwashing Americans. Oh, they did a lot of brainwashing. And people don't realize.
Still doing it. It's the government.
Yeah. I always push this book. Let's see if I find it. Here we go. I've been pushing this book for 4 years, and that's propaganda and persuasion. It's a textbook on how they brainwash you in the media.
Wow.
And they had a Mockingbird, they had MK Ultra, they had a few other things. And what was funny is a lot of the German scientists that working for Ultra, and I forgot Moonlight, couldn't make enough money from the CIA. Guess where they went to?
Russia?
No, New York. They went to Madison Avenue.
Oh, shit.
They make big money with the big tech guys. You ever notice, like you watch Target? What's Target's primary scheme color?
Red?
I think.
And what was the background color?
White?
White. Russia.
Okay, you concentrated on that and what they're doing.
Russia. Right?
No.
No.
No, they sing and dance. So you get red and white. That's your primary colors that affect your cerebral cortex in the back of the head. Front of the cortex was listening to the music, and then you watch the dancing. And then, like, why did I buy 50 rolls of toilet paper this month? Because they brainwash you. Like, I have to buy Doritos, or I have to buy this fashionable shorts and flip flops. And
Dude.
Old Navy's. Go ahead.
Don't get me started on Target. I had to go to the bathroom when I was pregnant. Okay, and the only place to go in the mall was Target. I heard them gun activists on the. I was like,
Throughout the whole store.
Man. Come on, Chris, I just gotta go pee. Okay.
Yeah, I normally don't shop at Target because they donate millions of dollars to take people's rights to own guns.
Yep. You know who primary owner of Target is?
I used to.
Used to be the McDonald's Corporation, but they sold it to get a profit. I lost track. They changed hands about 8 times. Target's basically a shill front. Whoever is in power, I think it's a Chinese company that owns Target now. By Aping or Eping or Oping.
Huh.
One of the Ping brothers. And like I said, a lot of this things that's going right now, and I keep telling people, Old Navy's doing it, Pepsi Cola, Coca-Cola, Starbucks is really bad on this one. And every time they do that, they're trying to pass their social conditioning or programming. So let's ban guns. Let's do the green program. Let's do this in school. Let's teach CRT. Wait, didn't Hitler teach CRT? And yes, he did.
And he was a self-hating Jew.
Yeah, people forget that. I wouldn't say that in Israel. It's a tip of the day. Never say that a sentence in Israel.
Right.
I ain't going to Israel anytime soon.
I have no problems with Jewish people.
Right, but there's certain phrases you got to watch it.
Yeah.
Because like I said, bad thing with the American media system, and also bad thing about the American educational system. Who's the lowest on the world scale on education?
Huh. I don't know.
It used to be Zimbabwe.
Oh, really?
African country. It used to be Rhodesia. But they improved. Guess who's on the bottom?
U.S.?
Yes.
U.S.?
Nope. U.S. Wow. United States is at the bottom. Who's at the top 3? Japan, China, Russia, whatchamacallit?
Yeah. Japan, they go to school constantly.
Yeah.
Right. We go school after school. Because the parents don't trust the teachers, so they go to a private school afterwards for 2 hours and make sure they learn how to read, write, and grammar. Here in America, they don't know grammar. They don't know how to write. They don't know how to read. They say you'll assimilate all the knowledge of the world.
But they took cursive away. I
Yeah,
thought, what the hell?
they don't even teach cursive anymore.
Nope. They also don't teach English or they don't teach reading. It's all assimilated. So basically, you're a cow. We assimilate this cow food into you. Isn't that
Man,
horrible? They don't teach math.
I'm glad I went to school when I did.
What years?
I graduated in 95.
Okay, you might have to go back to school for about 10 years because after 1968, a lot of countries do not trust high school graduates from America. You might, if you go to like another country by chance or something, you have to go back to school for 10 years and relearn everything from basically from grade school up because you won't fit into that society. You can't read English. You can't write English because they'll check you on cursive, writing.
Yeah.
And they're they're going to go after you for math. Let's see, English, writing, and math, and I forgot the other one.
Well,
Grammar.
my kid is in high school and he was graduating this year. He comes to me and he asks me all these problems for math. I'm like, what? I had no clue.
Yeah, they got a messed up way of doing math
I
over
had
here
no
now.
clue.
Yeah,
No clue.
that's not math. That's assimilation. Again, I keep warning people: if you go to another country and you apply, and they're going to test you, like Canada tests you for English and French. If you apply citizen there, and they'll say you're American, you have to go back to school. How long? 5 years, because you got to learn French, you got to learn English, you got to take English 1A, you got to take remedial, and you take English 1B. That's basic, writing and grammar. It's
Yeah.
like the basic things because a lot of people, if you leave the United States and you get tested by another government, like Japan is like, they throw back people. We come to here to Japan to teach English. They'll test you and they said, where did you graduate from? And they'll call the college. Stanford got chewed out a lot. So did Harvard. So did Brown. I forgot. Texas A&E got chewed out a lot because they sent back these students because they didn't have the proper credentials to go over there to teach English. So they sent them back, deport them. And these were 10-year students.
Wow.
Man.
Okay, now I'm gonna ask y'all something. How retarded is Joe Biden? Because they said in one conference that the government is going to do whatever they could do to lower gas prices, right? Then I was listening to one of the things yesterday. They said he cut off all, like, there was like 1,000 places in Alaska that they would have been able to drill. They took the permits away.
Oh, yeah.
Drill.
They did that in California and Texas. We can't drill into the Gulf anymore because of the deep water incident, and also off of California because nature concerns. We have enough gas and oil here, and gasoline should be went back to $1.98 for everyone.
Yep.
California gets it worse because when I went to coma, these idiots, when I was in a coma, floating around for about a year, they raised the gas tax from 11 cents to $3. So gas prices here right now is almost $6. Diesel's $8.
Wow.
Okay, who caused this? The Democrats in California. So we're really, really mad at them because if I'm a farmer, I cannot farm anymore, and we can't transport food or raise crops. You're not going to see milk, eggs, dairy, all dairy, ice cream, cheese, yogurt, go straight down the line. because
Wow.
without cheap diesel, we cannot produce food. Because
Right.
where you guys located at? I'm in California. You're what state?
Virginia.
We're Virginia.
You're going to get screwed next month because right now the Northeast is running short of diesel really bad. 'Cause
Yeah, we've heard.
there's like
Oh,
Walmart and Amazon trucks stopped on the side of the road. They ran out of diesel. And my friend of mine, what he's doing to make extra money is going to other like Costco and whatchamacallit. He has a small tanker truck. And what he does, he's out, whatchamacallit. He's working for both Walmart and um, Amazon for New England states. That's Maine and something. He goes over to those places, 100 gallons at a time, fill up his little tank back of his truck. It's a 250. Drive to the stalled diesel truck, fill it up, and then drive back and do this 40 or 60 times a day for different trucks stopped on the side of the highway because they ran out of diesel. Loves don't have diesel. Pilot doesn't have diesel. I forgot the third one in the Northeast. They ran out of diesel. So he's running back and forth, to, he's going all around. He's making money because Amazon and Walmart don't want their trucks with perishable goods sitting on the side of the
right.
road. So he's making buku bucks. But he said he's got to get a new F-250 because he's doing like 500 miles a day going around servicing these trucks, filling them up with diesel.
Yeah, a buddy of ours is a trucker out of the Chicago area. So when this hits, it's going to hit his paycheck hard.
Big time.
And he usually clears about 500 a day.
And then it's gonna have
If
a
not
ripple
more.
effect. It's gonna have a ripple effect on everything, Chris.
Yep.
Everything.
I'm glad we use straight gasoline.
Yeah, but also you have to be careful on gas and diesel because I think only Pennsylvania, you're pretty close to Pennsylvania. I don't think there's any oil fields in Virginia, are they?
Not
Welcome
that
Outdoor
I know of.
Adventure 902 TV.
But our stuff's piped in from Florida.
Yeah, but remember
Right.
last time what happened to Florida?
Yeah.
Oh, sleeping mom.
They're making this world bad. I mean, and it's all Democrats' fault. I'm sorry. I'm a loyal Democrat, but even I can see it. I'm like, dude, wake up and smell the freaking roses. Just because you're sitting on a cushy ass job, don't mean everybody else doing great.
Right. To answer the Lazarus Project, sorry, I got glaucoma, so everything on the right of me is kind of blurry. And I saw the big green thing, and I read down below. Yeah, I know what Agenda 21 is. Agenda 21, yeah, it's supposed to decrease the population. Also, if you read line B of Agenda 21, it's supposed to make everybody stupid as hell. They want our IQs dropped to 100. That means you're walking around going, Uba, Abba, Uba, Abba. What's he speaking? English. They want us to be so stupid that it's like the movie Idiocy.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's that stupid. So you have to be very, very careful. Oh, Jordan, your birthday's coming up on May 28th. Happy
Yeah.
birthday. People
Yeah.
send money to Jordan. But like I
Yeah.
said, Russia might do a second plan for Sweden. You have to, this is why I tell everybody in Sweden to stockpile. They have a great handbook and tells you all the stuff you should stockpile and stuff.
Yeah.
The big problem with Sweden is, remember the policy they have in Sweden, Jordan, when they let in all those radicals in?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of those radicals have connections with Russia. So Russia has a built-in army already in Sweden.
I had
And-
known that for a long time.
Right. And I think I did a video how many months they'll take half of Sweden. But the nice thing is the Swedish army takes it back in 2 years. Of course, they kicked a lot of people out. I'm not being, whatchamacallit, the R word, the racist word, because if somebody doesn't understand your society and trying to take over it with harm and immediate force and make little enclaves, and somebody supporting them from like Russia, I would get nervous too.
That was kind of sarcastic over there. But
Yeah.
I'm nervous for everyone over there.
And the thing is, Uncle Al, is when Finland and we here in Sweden apply at the same day, it would put pressure on Russia.
Right.
They, they
Just
said, well,
have
snap.
Yeah, no.
They get nervous. They get really
Yeah.
nervous.
This would never happen if you tell, let's invite Russia into NATO 20 years ago. And that would have solved all this problem and we wouldn't have all this mess. But I can't say it because one of my theories is NWO is still mad at me because that's new world order. And I keep telling everybody, how many times did Europe under certain leaders try to invade Russia? And now we have Captain Crazy, our president, Ernst president, is trying to invade Russia. How many times did Russia got invaded by everybody? Sweden did it 12 times. Finland did it 4 times. Poland did it 26 times. But back then they were a lot bigger. And then you had Genghis Khan. He really stomped the hell out of Russia. It's like people don't realize that the Crimea, you know why they call it Crimea? Because it used to be the last Khan state before the Russians took over. Because a lot of people don't know that because Genghis Khan, he told the Russians, "Hi, I'm Genghis Khan. Would you like to work with our, great horde?" And then the Russians kind of chopped off their messenger's head and stuffed it in a pig's bladder and sent it back to Genghis Khan. I don't think they realized what a big mistake they made.
is that result? Right?
You don't insult Genghis Khan, and he sent his son over there, and they plowed Russia all the way up to.
I'm gonna drop mine for the.
Oh shoot! I can't think of the country. They had troubles with Turks later because the Turks realized we don't want to fool with Genghis Khan. We like you. That's why you had the Ottoman Empire. We like you, Genghis Khan. Don't kick our butts. Because they know what happened to Afghanistan and they make real good history points on it. Oh, we drove them away. No, but look at your country after you finish it. There's like one place in Afghanistan nobody goes to because Genghis Khan killed everybody in that area. And they say, why is the dirt so white? That's all the bones of every living thing in that area. He salted the earth. He left a minaret up there. It's a beautiful minaret. But around there, the dirt's white. That's all the bones of every living creature in that area. He killed mice, voles, squirrels, sheep, people, cows, horses. He had the soldier kill the grass. And he salted the earth. I mean,
here comes Razor. Good
yeah,
to see
it's
you.
like, hey, you don't want to mess with the Golden Horde. And the Golden Horde was most efficient army in the world. They only had a couple of times where they couldn't defeat the enemy because of territory, terrain, and disease. Like they tried to invade Japan. What stopped them was they were lousy sailors. If they had better sailors, we'll be speaking Mongolian and we would never had all this trouble. And if they didn't stop at, I forgot what country. I think it was Poland. They stopped them, but and the Teutonic Knights stopped them too. In the 11th century, if they really had pushed on into Europe, it'd be Europe, be only England. That's it, because even Sweden will be under Genghis Khan rule. Everybody would be wearing beards and Chinese mustaches and wearing furry hats and being very short and Asian. Yeah, but look at it this way. You'll be civilized and you have free trade all over the place, because it says there will be no crime in the great Khan states. So you could ride naked with gold and a naked woman on your horse, no problem. No bandits will touch you, because everybody works for the Khan. If you're a bandit, you had to fill out reports, you had to send in your money, and free religion. You could be Muslim, Christian, Buddhist. He didn't care. He wants his cut, he wants his paperwork, and you better do what he says or else. And only way he died was he had too much wine and 46 women in one night. Yeah, that would kill anybody. And he was like my age, 68 years old. I'm only 62. And he still rode horses because he didn't believe in old age. I'm not that old. Get those lazy kids out here, conquer something. Conquer China. Conquer the Middle East. Conquer that place. Because he was not a nice person. He had a rough upbringing. Because I read his childhood. They killed his father, tore apart his brothers, raped his mother. And that's just from the Mongolians. And when you're 12 years old and everybody's trying to kill you, you get really, really
angry.
Yeah. We're not talking angry. We're talking like, ooh, I think I'll be going to America with the rest of the Indians. Because he was mad. I mean, seriously mad. And then, what was it? I think it was either Pakistan. He got stopped by India because of the climate and temperature. But Pakistan, Afghanistan, all the little countries in between and towards the Middle East, somebody did something really, really stupid.
Kind of like myself. I'm not worried about those kids up there.
Yeah, I can't remember what country. They're no longer existence. He just leveled that whole country out of existence. They kidnapped and killed his wife and firstborn. And he went on a rampage you would not believe. They had heads of people that are like, is that a hill? Oh, it isn't. Run that way. Get on your horse and go that way really quick. Because people are starting to notice mountains of heads where they were hunting these, the kingdom of. Yeah, they killed everybody in their kingdom. What country are you from? Oh, I'm from Mongolia. And they ran because you don't kill Genghis Khan's first wife and firstborn. It's like, I think I'm going to die. They killed everybody. That's how mad he was.
Yep. He was one of the great generals that was in the world.
Well, with all that turmoil and shit, Chris, wouldn't you be good?
Thanks, Ocams.
Wouldn't you be good?
Yeah, that is a good backpack.
Wouldn't you be a
Hey, Miss Hot Gasper. Good to see you, ma'am.
You know, he saw a lot.
He did.
A lot.
And he wasn't stupid. He was well read. He developed a system where he had supplies. He put yurts on carts, first mobile home, because he didn't want to waste time setting up camp. So he said, screw it, put a yurt on a wagon. And he made the first mobile home. The oxen carries the home. You go back home, set up camp, and it's ready to move the next day. You don't have to break it down. Just hitch up the oxen and go. And if you're hungry, eat the oxen and go.
Right.
Because you don't want to be like, what do you mean I got promoted? Yeah, we had to eat one of the oxen. You and your family are going to be pulling the yurt, and you're tied to a yurt and you're pulling it. They weren't kidding around. They were the most efficient army in the world. They had a big cavalry. They had a big infantry. They used to do the bull's head. You know what's a bull's head, right?
I've heard of it, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard about it too
A
a
Roman
long time ago.
Yeah, Romans used it. Whatchamacallit? South Africa. Whatchamacallit? I can't think of the tribe.
I could have went up there, but I was hoping to see it in the sky where Tanya was.
I can't remember it. Sorry. It's a tribe in Africa that uses the bull. The bull tip. They made a big movie about it because they clobbered the British a couple of times really bad. Because the British says, "Oh, they're savages. We could take them." They had guns and they know tactics. They had the main force rammed into them, and then they say, "Oh, we'll just, we could take on the brunt." But they didn't realize that the horns were coming in on both sides, and they were on higher ground. And when all three hit, it was end of that British army.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Oh, Zulu. That was the word, Zulu.
Zulu tribe?
Yep. Yeah. They really clobbered them. It's like, how many people died? A battalion died. Supply wagon, support people. If you ever watched the movie Zulu Dawn, it's only the guys on horseback like, we're getting the hell out of here. And one guy on horseback, oh, don't worry about it. They're savages. They only have spears. And then next second, he got shot off the horse. And the Zulu tribe members, we have guns, stupid.
Thank you, Nicole Rodenheisler. I
Yep.
appreciate that.
And it was funny because the Zulu tribesmen using the rifle, yeah, we could get better shots up here. They're plinking away, and they were speaking perfect English. It was funnier than hell, too. You think we could get another one of these? Yeah.
No, I didn't.
He asked you, that's what he asked.
You asked me, and I said my own for her.
No, you said yeah.
Well, I wasn't paying attention. Funny said yeah.
Kids. Who wants one?
I have
Thank
already
you.
2, so
I have 17 nephews and nieces.
Selling him
And
cheap.
I got like,
Homestead us. Good to see you.
and I got how many grandnieces and nephews?
Selling
many.
him cheap. Real cheap.
The thing I can't understand, nobody. If you look back at history and the whole forefathers and the independence and all that other shit,
There's $100,000 fine for you.
I don't care. They don't care. They don't care what they were planning, because this is not what they wanted when it was all starting to be set up. This is America, and I understand it's a melting pot. I understand that. But you've got illegal immigrants coming into this country. Some of them are doing it right, which is good. But the other ones, like, I was listening to Mayorkas talk about how the border agents were doing down there. And they said there's over 300 people every day coming in, right? But that's not counting the people that went around the border agents.
Yep. And also,
they
right.
have like 45 people that were on the terrorist watch list that came into our country. How many of them other idiots came into the... Oh, I don't know if that was the word. I'm sorry. It was an I word. Don't strike Jordan, please don't. It was my fault. But
don't worry, because once you lose like a couple of thousand subscribers and they put your watch hours to
Zero.
down to 0. It's horrible. But like I said, folks, she's right. And let me clarify that. It's not only Mexicans that are coming over. It's only like 20% because
What?
my brother's down at the border and he says there last week was Haitians. Last
Yep.
week was Eastern Europeans other than Ukrainians. We're talking the mixed bag. And he says, who the hell are these people? Chinese. Why are the Chinese crossing the border in Mexico? Does anybody know that?
They're here to attack us. They're here.
Probably. I have no idea. They have Iranians. They have South Africans. They have Middle Eastern people. It's like only 20% is people from Mexico. And a lot of people from Mexico, if you do it right and get a sponsor, you can bring your whole family here. It's not a problem.
Right.
But a lot of them who don't know are being coyoted to be either sex slaves, drug couriers, or parts. And a lot of people don't want to know what's organ jackers. I keep telling people about that, and I wrote it down. I think it was either number 7, phase number 7 or 8. Let me get my paperwork.
You're opening up a whole big can of worms, aren't you, girl?
Where did I put it?
You know what? People need to know that my Orcus is a freaking idiot and he doesn't know what he's doing. And there's the word again. I'm sorry if that's the word. I apologize, George. I'm sorry.
It's all right. That's why I call him Captain Crazy. It's a lot easier and does the same
Uncle
thing.
L, what do you say about Occam's Razor's comment?
Yeah, internationally, let's see. Yeah, they're increasing chaos to usher in the safety of the World Health Organization or New World Order Organization because they have both those plans in place. Yeah, let's see.
Biden is screwing the country up. I'm sorry.
Like I said, Biden's a puppet, and it's not who you think it is. They're not Russians, and they ain't Chinese, and we fought them in World War II, and it isn't my family. Those guys were nuts, but they were thinking about samurai days. But
I think I need to become a queen and be like, off with your head.
well, they still have a few of those around here.
There's probably quite a few of them around.
Well,
Okay, it's phase 7. Organ jackers, if you can see that. The leads are harvesting human organs for profit, survival, children, refugees. Okay, if you have a refugee wave,
I know I normally refuse. But
and she knows what I'm talking about, you can't count a couple hundred people missing. And then
Yep.
they find these kids, no liver, no eyes, dead on the street in Texas. Like they found that poor kid over in El Paso.
Yeah.
Alley. He was gutted like a fish. They took out his organs, they took out his blood, and they called it a sex crime. It wasn't. The kid didn't have any sex organs because they gutted him for parts and left his body in the street. And they don't report this. They do not report.
Wow.
I don't know if you've ever watched. There's a show. It's SVU, and they were talking exactly about this. Exactly. And I'm like, okay, this is either going to come true, or you're going to have a freaking purge where it's on, you know. And I'm feeling that Biden is trying to work to some shit like that.
Yep.
You know?
I can see actually the most realistic thing I can actually see a purge happening where they open it up for one night a year
And that's bullshit.
just to thin out the population.
You know who a lot of people would go after?
Biden.
The immigrants. And no,
No.
now how are we gonna go after him if he's got all this security and shit?
Listen, like
It's not
like
hard.
The purge is
What?
all crime is legal.
Except for against the president.
No.
Uh,
All crime is legal.
What,
That would
did
be
you wanna say
contradicting
it?
the rules
Yeah.
of the purge.
Oh.
Wouldn't
even the
The new one said that
election
too?
day, it made it all legal on the president.
Oh.
it made it all legal for the candidates.
Well, hell yeah,
for
let's go.
president.
Oh my God! Now she wants to commit murder.
Hey, I didn't say that. I just said, hell yeah, let's go.
Same thing.
I didn't say I was going to do it, though, not did I? So, yeah.
That's phase 8, Mountains of the Moon. Everybody loses it.
And then,
I'm sorry to say, there's a lot of us that have already lost it.
I'm just rooting you guys on. I'm not.
Not trying to mention any names like myself.
Yeah, like I said, you have to be careful. Other countries, because YouTube's international, will censor you, and you go on a secret list. And you don't want to be on the secret list.
Oh my God, they have a list just like Chris Jericho. You're on the list.
Yeah,
Wow.
but it's not like Chris Jericho. It's kind of more serious. It's
Oh,
like
I was making jokes.
it's
I was
like the
making-
German list of the 1930s and 40s. You know, the little guy with that kind of list. You don't want to be on.
I know. I was only making a joke though, because back in wrestling there was a guy named Chris Jericho, and he had a list, and he would always say, "You're on the list."
Hey, Matt.
Hello.
Hey, how y'all doing?
All right,
We're
I gotta go
doing
take my
just
meds,
fine.
so I'll catch you later. I'll let Matt talk for a little while, and you practice.
Yeah.
You can carry on, but remember, folks, I did a video. We have holes. That's going to be interesting for praxis because there's possible side effects. And I tell people, and also Russia, if you're listening, don't nuke Liverpool in England because it's a big hole there, and you want to see time screw up even worse, nuke it and see what happens to Russia. Because holes, it's hard to explain. I did it on my video. Holes, you're going to see Loch Ness Monster, more Bigfoot sightings, some kind of killer chicken trying to eat you. What you call? You see people disappear. You all of a sudden you're talking to somebody sitting next to you, and blip, they're gone. So I do warn people: be very, very careful, because you can step outside, have a soda, and then poof, you're gone.
Yep. Bad part about it, if they try to take me, they'll be trying to return me and paying them to take me back.
No, it's not them. It's a hole. You fall into a hole.
Oh.
So it's like,
Like a sinkhole in Florida.
yeah, you don't come back up. You just go, and then disappear. And people are like, well, that was weird. Where did he went? He was right there cleaning out his car. Next second we looked, and he's gone. That'd be a great live stream. Okay, so be careful about the holes. Phase 7, Oregon Jackers. Phase 8, that's where what's called purge. Everybody goes nuts. Oh, I like Phase 9. Matt will like this. Aliens from outer space. They'll probably be in Texas. And then
Well, they already got skinwalkers there.
that's Arizona. Whatchamacallit? Aliens from outer space. That's Matt's area in Texas. And then Jordan with rest of Europe. We lose 4. United States lose 4 tactical nuclear war. We win 1. And it's mostly with China. So sorry, guys. And there's the numbers. East Coast America, 100 million. EU, 30 million. Canada, 5 million. Near East, 40 million. China, 100 million. We'll have civil wars, revolution, chaos. I did a video on this, finally, because it took so long to explain. So Anyway, folks, I gotta take my medication because
Oh yeah.
it's
That's okay,
after.
buddy.
Take care, Uncle Al.
Yeah, because my blood pressure is going crazy right now. And I'll see you guys. You have a nice Sunday. Saturday. Is it Saturday?
Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah,
it's
Never have
Saturday.
brain damage. You can't tell what day it is. Remember, I
You're
survived.
good, Uncle Al.
I survived 2 strokes and getting stomped by a Holstein bull. So I should be dead. Okay, catch you later.
Catch you later.
Take care, Uncle Al.
I gotta find the button. There we go.
Hello. Hang on.
How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
No, she's not. She's married to me. She's
Well,
never
yeah.
okay.
How you doing, Shadow?
I'm doing good.
You feeling better, Randy? You feeling better, brother?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good, so I can't complain.
Right. At least it's better than nothing, right?
Yep.
Right. And if it gets any worse, we'll blame somebody else.
Heat index in Texas is 93, and it feels like it's 120.
Wow. You're the guy with the chickens, right? I think this is the guy with the chickens.
Yeah, I'm the guy with everything, pretty much.
Well, is everything okay on that front
Okay.
with the flu and everything?
No, I had to slaughter all 300 because they were all infected.
Oh my God.
Yep. And
That's
I had to dispose of the eggs too.
wow. Shit.
Yeah, and when I
So
was in
you're-
Houston, there was. Do what, Shadow?
So you had to take away your chickens.
Yeah, and they've limited the amount of chickens that individuals can have for residential use, and now you have to. In Texas, you have to report how many well, when you go and buy chickens from somewhere like Tractor Supply or whatever, they have to write a report to the FDA or something like that. Well, they have to send your receipt to the FDA and keep you on track.
Wow.
So you can't have excess amount. You can only have up to 100 chickens for personal use in Texas. And
Okay.
iPhone.
100 chickens is a lot of chickens.
yeah, it's a lot, but
It's in the
you
house.
know, that was my side business. I had 300 chickens, and every weekend I would collect the eggs and everything and sell them to a local Hispanic restaurant and everything in my area, and they would use it for their restaurant. And so that's why I had so many. And that was, I was making close to about $500 a month selling chicken eggs to the restaurant. But now you can't do that.
Wow.
That
sucks.
Now it has to be. Yeah, now restaurants and all this stuff have to buy from legitimate resources, aka grocery stores.
Wow.
So
And even then, they probably aren't guaranteed.
yeah, but it is what it is. I mean, everything's being tracked, everything's being watched. So you can't really Can't really do
So-
anything on your own anymore.
So, are you a farmer too?
No, I'm a homesteader, prepper, survivalist, but I make all my side incomes for all my preps and everything through my animals.
Telling you, it's gonna get worse before it gets any better.
Isn't that what I've always said to you?
Yep.
Yeah, everything's being watched. Everything's being taken into consideration to keep everybody still on the grid
Yeah.
in some way or form.
Right.
Well, like I said, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. I'll tell you that much. It sucks.
Oh yeah. But that's how.
Like I was telling Uncle Eddie. Go ahead.
Oh
well,
no,
like
you
I
go
was
ahead.
telling
You go ahead. I'm driving.
Oh, well, like I was telling Uncle Eddie,
Al.
I'm like, or is it Al or Eddie?
Yeah, it's
I
Al.
thought it was Eddie. Anyway, I called him Eddie. Oh, well, sorry. Anyway, like I was telling him, it's just gonna have a trickle down effect with everything that, like, with the diesel and food prices and all that shortages and whatever. It's even gonna have an effect on Chris's job. So. Buckle down, folks. It's gonna get bumpy.
I need to change my batteries.
Well, with everybody trying to go off grid, everybody trying to be cheaper, everybody trying to live more self-sufficient, the government has caught on. The government has noticed all these. I mean, you gotta look at every social media. You have to look at. I mean, the government isn't stupid. I mean, all these people on YouTube. Oh, go ahead.
They gotta line their pockets somehow, huh?
Yeah, I mean, everything is ran on recycled money. If money isn't coming in, they can't send money out. They can't look like the good guy in the end, even though. But you got to look at all the thousands and thousands of people on YouTube that are either homesteaders or preppers or whatever. All these people are being tracked. Right now, we're being watched right now talking about all this, and especially since Shadow's monetized, that they are watching him. And that's why we need to watch what we say on other people's channels and stuff, because it puts a bullseye on everybody. Like, even though it came out of my mouth, it's still targeted towards Shadow.
I know.
But
that's I was telling Al, I'm like, you know what? They're so worried about certain words that you say, but they're not worried about the drama. They're not worried about people being bullied. They don't care that people are told to they're not allowed on YouTube. They need to go kill themselves or whatever,
That happens every day. Literally that happens. I mean, it not only happens on YouTube, it happens everyday life on the street. I mean, that's something that they won't put their nose in, because whether or not they end one, 2 months later, it starts up again. It's an endless cycle. But
True. But
it's
just
always. Oh, go ahead.
Just like D-Live though, I mean, you don't have the trolls and stuff on there, you know. Not as bad anyway. I mean, you might get one or two through there, but not as bad, you know.
Yeah, but the thing with, I mean, there's so many social media platforms that most people only. Oh, sorry. Most people will only target the major things, the majority that people use, like YouTube, like Twitter, like all those, like TikTok, stuff like that. People, when there's multi-million people using these platforms compared to something like D-Live, which has 100,000 people that use it, if that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like nobody. I mean, it's just like MySpace. You know, people in prepper communities and everything are reusing MySpace once again because it's a platform that nobody uses. A lot of preppers have left Facebook, they've left YouTube, they've left all this other stuff because they've met their little circle and they've just left. And disappeared.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. Do you think this is so stupid? Okay, our friend, she got hacked. Okay, she didn't know who did it. She was blaming it on somebody else, thinking that was who did it. Well, Chris goes on Twitter and it says right there, "I just hacked a Cheney." You know, they admitted to it. These people admitted to hacking her, and it's like, how stupid are you?
It's one of those things. Like I said, there's so many different platforms. It's just like in any other kind of scenario, whatever. There is 500 situations and scenarios to every one event.
Huh? No.
You can't judge every scenario by one stereotypical scenario. You can't. There is so many different ways to attack one thing. There's so many different ways, and that's the thing. You know, there's so many people in the world, and so many people that are quiet, and so many people that you would never even known. Just like right now in Shadow's chat. How many people do you have in your chat right now, Shadow?
2.
All right.
All right, we're scaring them away.
Talking? How many people are talking?
It's Oakham and Evelyn. And of course, we have you and Abraxas here.
And see that, and you know, there's probably, you have 2 people in there, but technically you have your, well, there's, I mean, it shows 2 people on the chat, but there's actually technically 5 people because there's 3 of us here on the stream.
Yeah.
And that's what
I know you, Tammy.
That
I know you are.
It's called shadow cloning. I mean, even though we're on the chat and it says that, even though we're on the panel, but it doesn't say that we're in the chat room until we
Right.
actually type into the chat room. But we can't. But like me, I'm on a phone, so I can't type into the chat room while I'm on the panel.
Right.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's how a lot of people are. They will sit there within the numbers, and you'll only see about 5 or 6 people talking, but you'll see 10 people in your chat.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know.
Or in case if I go in there, I'm legally blind. I don't know if you know, Matt, but I'm legally blind, and I just lurk. That's how I watch people and see what they're doing or saying or
Right.
whatever.
And that's
I'm
the
a lurker.
majority. Yeah, that's the majority of people. The majority of people won't even acknowledge that they're in the chat room.
Right.
And that's how moderators and stuff like that from these big like YouTube and all this stuff sneak in, and they watch and they see what's going on, what's being said, all this stuff. And
Yeah.
everybody's being watched, no matter what you think, no matter what you believe. There's an eye on everybody.
Right. Right. And then you know something? Our cell phones are even being tracked. Even if we're not on social media or whatever, we're still being tracked, no matter what,
Yeah. Me and my wife, we did a live stream yesterday coming from Houston back to San Antonio, and her phone kicked on like 7 times and asking questions like it was listening to the live stream. It was asking the whatever it's called, Siri, Myrtle,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, right.
It was listening, and
Okay.
Yeah.
We're in the paranormal. You sure it wasn't the spirit?
I'm in the paranormal and the cryptids and everything too. So no, it wasn't that.
We've had that stuff happen too. So
Let's put it this way. One day I had my phone completely turned off, and I was running these spirit box apps, which some of them actually do work. With my phone being turned off, I hear the app that is for the SB7 turn on and had the white noise coming through.
Yeah.
And my phone was turned completely off.
Oh no, this was different. This was actually the GPS trying to find the route back to Daiso or back to Bucky's, because we were talking about Bucky's and stuff. Like it wasn't asking those kind of questions. It was, it was saying, you wish to reroute back to Bucky's. It's like
I was
no.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I was talking to
Hurry up,
I was
'cause I'm
talking to
trying
a
to
friend of
lose
mine,
shortly.
and she told her boyfriend, "I love you," and my phone says, "We have a love-hate relationship." I'm like, what? So yeah.
We might be
It's
losing
just like,
you, Jordan.
Losing?
Okay.
I said we might be losing you. My 5G's cut way down.
Okay.
Okay.
So if I end up dropping, I'll just come back on the YouTube app.
We'll talk to you later.
Okay. Yeah.
That's fine.
That's
well,
fine.
y'all be careful, okay?
Yeah.
But yeah. So how you doing, Shadow?
I'm doing good. I got my new backpack.
I know. I saw. How do you like it?
I like it really because this has a chest strap, and on the old
Yeah.
one I had, it didn't have a chest strap. But I like when it has it because, especially if you're on a bike, riding a bike, if you don't have that chest strap, the backpack has a tendency to move around like this,
Yes.
and it's not very funny. Uh,
Right, that
so,
much.
but when you have the chest strap on it, it stays there. You can't move it. So that is
Oh
awesome.
yeah.
And
See
I
that's
noticed this is much easier to carry it as well when you have the chest strap.
crap. You may lose me. I'm what the? You may lose me. I'm so
Yeah,
my you know crap. Okay, can you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, it's just it's just I'm at the natural disaster area again. So I got concrete and rebar all around me.
Yeah.
But I looked at your, I watched your review and I watched your unboxing and your review, right? You did a review on
Yeah.
it too, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
I think I caught the review part of it. I need to go and check out the unboxing part, but
No
look a good
problem.
backpack.
Yeah, it is. Bought it on Amazon.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I'm having a lot of sales lately on like travel camping gear, and I know it's summer, but it's weird. I mean, it's weird that Amazon would be having a sale on quote unquote survival kits, but not tents and sleeping bags and all that stuff, you know?
Yeah.
It's just one of those like, kind of things. But I don't know. That's just my sorry, I'm
No problem.
deer jerky. I know you don't
Ah,
eat meat, Shadow.
yeah.
That's my shit I make.
Did you make that by yourself or bought it?
Oh, uh, deer strips jerky. It's a good ingredient, and uh, so yeah, I
but it looks good.
Thank
And it
you,
was
sir.
pretty thick too. It was looks pretty thick too. It
Oh,
usually
yeah.
are much thinner, but I guess it's a matter of taste and how you want to do it.
I mean, the thinner jerky takes quicker to dry out and dehydrate, but is I air dry it. I air dry it for like a day, then I cold smoke it, and then I put it in a kindling smoker to finish it off.
Okay.
So it's not completely dried out. It still has some moistures out of it, but it's still fat to rehydrate it. So, like if you're on the trail, you can throw the boiling hot boiling hot water, whatever, rehydrate it, make a good beef broth out of, or anything like that.
That's awesome.
I have like 60 pounds of this dehydrated. But well,
Well, Kim,
I just want to tell you happy
haven't
birthday, brother.
meat. Oh, thank you. I haven't eaten meat since I was 16, so that is a long time.
You forget the taste.
Hey, Nene blogger
Yeah,
from Sweden.
I said you
Great to
probably
see
already
you.
forgot how the taste is.
Well, I don't miss it.
Yeah. And that's other things with me, like
if it would get so far that you can't get anything else unless you can catch a rabbit or whatever, well, you have to eat. Better than starving.
yes, sir. But see, our end,
Hey,
like,
hey, Sunny Stormy, good to see you.
since you're vegetarian,
Yeah,
you don't really have to go to red meat. You could. There's more fish there is wild animals.
yeah. It's easier to catch
Be
fish
a good
than hunt.
substitute. Yes. Oh yeah. You can literally set,
I eat
tree
fish,
branch
so
traps, stuff like spring traps, and catch fish and not even have to spend calories for it.
good to see you, Sunny Stormy. Okay, Sunny
Hello,
Stormy.
hello.
No problem.
What's up, Oakham?
Vegan fish. Yeah, I believe you can buy some vegan fish sticks, if I remember it correctly.
Yeah. I mean, you know, our European ancestors, our Native American ancestors, their majority of their diet was wild edibles and fish. And they only really hunted when you hear about Native Americans hunting buffalo and all that stuff, that was only for the winter months. And then they made what was called pemmican. And pemmican was a year-long dried beef like jerky. And, you know, they only ate that when they had to. They relied more on what nature gave them instead of killing technically another life.
Ocam says a little gaming in Saturday. Second star. Not sure he can read the chat. No, I don't know if you can see the chat, or if you are on the phone, or maybe you can, but
Yeah, I'm on the phone. I I can't switch to chat and all that stuff that easy because I'm driving. Oh well, I'm parked now, but it's hard for me to do that because I'm getting ready to go into work right now. But yeah, I mean, uh, you know, the majority of people's livelihoods relied on vegetables and fish. It was just, you know, people from England that actually harnessed the way to make meat, and you know, they you know, they raised wild pigs to be domesticated. They hunted deer, rabbits, birds, stuff like that, because it was kind of like a middle finger to the kings and queens, you know.
yeah.
But the majority of like tribes and stuff, they only had like a 5% diet of actual red meat. And the funny thing is humans have a better way of digesting actual raw meat than we do cooked and processed meat like what we have now.
Yeah. The reason I quit eating meat was because I got rashes from it in my stomach. I got stomach ache from it, so that's why I quit eat meat.
And see, Shadow, that was a major thing that happened with like tribal group, you know, tribal people. That's why only 5% of their diet was red meat, is because, you know, when it was in winter and everything, they couldn't fish, they couldn't break the ice, they couldn't, you know, they couldn't harvest wild vegetables, anything like that. I mean, like wild edibles. So they had to rely on that resource of prepared meat. But because they would get sick on it, because it wasn't, we're not supposed to rely on red meat. Humans in general do not rely. I mean, it's not a necessity to a human diet to eat meat in general.
Too much red meat is really not that good for your body.
Correct, because it's a decaying process. Like as soon as you kill a mammal or something like that, the decaying process happens within the first 3 hours. So literally, we are ingesting rotting meat, and that's what makes us sick. And that's why we came up with the idea of, hey, let's cook it and preserve it, because the cooked meat doesn't make us as sick as eating a piece of raw meat that's been sitting out air drying for a week straight, you know?
Yeah. I handle fish better.
Oh, trust me, we if we were in a survival situation, Shadow, we would have to put Tammy in a padded rubber room to keep her safe.
Maybe. But she might
Yeah.
surprise us.
Right, Oakham. Yeah, it's because we don't have, I mean, we have very limited minerals and vitamins that we get from actual meat that we eat. And the majority of humans don't even eat vegetables or fruits on a daily basis. That's why the FDA and all this stuff created the food pyramid, telling you how much you need to eat of each one to get your vitamins and minerals for the day. But it's the same thing. Like, it's the same thing with like milk. You know, milk is a good thing, but too much milk hurts you. And that's what people don't understand, is it is used to help the youth build up their bone strength and everything. But once you hit adulthood, like after your growth hormones and everything have stopped, milk is actually a reverse effect on you. And it actually hurts you instead of helping you. And it's better and more nutrient for you throughout your youth into your adulthood. But, you know, but everybody wakes up and pours them a bowl of cereal and uses milk for it.
I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't use milk anymore.
So you're pretty much, Shadow, your body is pretty much like the iconic idea of what I'm talking about. Like how a normal human body is supposed to be.
Yeah. I usually
I
use
gotta
almond milk or oat milk made of oats. So
yeah. I mean, there's hundreds of substitutes to milk, you know.
yeah, soy milk.
More nutrient, more. Yeah. But Shadow, I gotta get off here. I gotta relieve my my security guard, but I will jump back on here once I do my first security round. Okay, brother.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, Shadow. I'll see you in a little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Take care, brother.
Take care.
Take care, family. Y'all keep Shadow busy, okay? And I'll be in chat. All right, brother.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. See you soon, bro.
Yeah, see you soon. Well, Timmy, that is not good when it doesn't heal properly. And I guess you get difficult issues with it if it doesn't heal properly, as you describe. Got a dent in my thumb now. Yeah, you probably have, my friend. And by the way, Matt stands in the chat. Arthritis. That hurts. I have that in my both on my knees. So, and I got it because of an injury I got in my, I believe, my left knee. Yeah. How are you doing, Nene? I hope everything is okay with you, Nene. Well, that's good, Tammy. You have to keep going anyway. So, yeah, I can't imagine how painful it is, Tammy. It's not pleasant. It hurts. I broke my foot on 2 places and I still have some problems with it. It will never heal. Well, it's healed, but you will still have issues. Ouch, Tammy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, that must hurt. If I hit my left knee, my kneecap slides like this. And that is not pleasant either. It feels like it's gonna jump out of its socket, so that hurts too. And sometimes my knee just it just begin to what do you call it? The knee locks. Sometimes when I walk and the kneecap just go like this. So that hurts too. So that's why I got arthritis in my knee. And I have the similar problem with my right as well. You missed it doing karate and kickboxing. Ouch. Well, I am practicing karate and but not kickboxing. I am practicing judo, karate, hapkido, taekwondo, Wing Chun, eskrima. Okay, a tennis machine that helps. Okay, I am looking into that, buddy. I'm looking into it. Yeah, I believe kickboxing is fun. I never tried it, so I can't say how fun it is, but it's good exercise you get from kickboxing. Uh, I trained with Bruce Lee, best friend. He had 9 black belts at the time. Which one of his friends? I know he had a few best friends that I know of, but which one? I'm gonna look into that tense machine, my friend. Well, taking too many tablets is not good either. So using that kind of machine is awesome if that helps. Okay, buddy. Finger joints. Ouch. Okay, Tammy. But I know he had a student. I know he was an American. He's an American actor. A well-known American actor, actually. But I don't remember his name now. I figure his name out later, probably. It just pops up. Yeah, if you get it in your finger joints, that is not fun either. Hey, CR. It's about time you pop in. Well, CR, you know the drill. You have the link in the top of the chat, buddy. Ouch, Tammy. 3 places? Oh boy, that must hurt really bad. Oh boy. Thanks, CR. While I'm talking, when you just hit the link and pop up here, okay? One of the breaks was always an open fracture. Oh, an open fracture. That doesn't sound that fun, actually. I guess an open fracture is more painful than just broke your legs without open fracture. I guess that is the double the pain an open fracture. Ouch. Almost. Ouch. Yeah, I broke my ankle in 2 places, so that was not fun either. My ankle swelled up in the size of a tennis ball. Ooh. That is a really bad fracture, my friend. Well, it's all bad when you can see the broken bone just under the skin. It's almost an open fracture. Well, that will mess everything up. Five hours. Ooh. When I did my operation surgery for my foot, it took 3 hours. So, but I can tell you the surgeon and the nurses had fun. You have a plate and 7 screws in my right fibula and a titanium hip in the same side. And I'm only in my higher 40s. Oh boy. Well, I have 3 small titanium plates in my foot and 3 titanium wires in my, so. Oh, so he needs a pacemaker. Pacemakers are really good and useful, actually. And they get getting better and better. Does he have some problem with his heart? Because if he needs a pacemaker. McBean Scottish Fitness, good to see you, buddy. Well, I had some ideas here. And why did they cancel it? Taking in the OT. Ouch. That is not good. It's good to see you, McBean. Always nice to see you, buddy. Yeah, I bet they had, my friend. Yeah, I bet they had. Do I missed someone? No. Are you suing CR? Well, that's awesome. If it's portable, it makes everything more easier. Okay, McBean. Well, the work comes first. Well, I had in mind to discuss about first aid kits and flashlights. Well, that's awesome, Tammy. That's awesome. Really awesome. CR, why don't you pop up and join me here, buddy? Well, flashlights comes in a lot of different types, models, different lumens, low lumens, high lumens, and super high lumens. So, the question is, guys, which is best for a prepper to have? A really high lumen or some in the middle or some low lumen flashlights? What do you think, guys? There are flashlights that are expensive, really expensive actually, and there are some cheaper. No, I don't have it. Well, should you have a larger flashlight or a smaller one in your pack? This is a nice small little flashlight on a keychain. I hope this works. Yeah. A bright little one for its size. Good to have on a keychain. Yes, here. What is the best flashlight for a prepper? Should you have someone in the higher range, when speaking of lumens, or some in the mid range? But the higher lumen you get in when you get when I'm talking about lumens, those flashlights are really expensive. But you can get cheaper ones with lumens who are in the mid range. But the question is, how much would you guys pay for a flashlight with a I like to have a long duration. Yeah, long duration. Yeah, I have a headlamp. A cheap one, but actually it works as it should. But there are a lot more expensive ones too. In an apartment, I prefer a headlamp. And even if when I'm camping, I prefer a headlamp too, because you have your hands free. But of course, it depends on what you are gonna do. Yeah, Maglite has it's a good brand. They have really good flashlights for a reasonable price. Tactical flashlights are a little bit more expensive, but I guess they have more functions. £20 for a waterproof military 2500 lumens with a rechargeable battery, and it will also take batteries off Amazon. £20, that's would be around 200, a little bit over 200 here. in my currency. Yeah, okay, I will think about that, buddy. That would be some. I had been thinking of it before before I got monetized, but I think that is I will consider it. But you need a good company who wants to do that too. You need to be a little bit picky on who you choose. Yeah, and I agree, Ocam. It makes sense. Well, that flashlight would light up the night as the sun. Yeah, solar lights too are good. But there are different qualities on those too. Know a guy that hardly makes videos and a tea company sponsors him. Another guy that hardly uploads drone videos and they are giving him free drones. How can that even be possible, Ocam? Yeah, solar flashlights are an option as well. Welcome back, Timmy. Good to see you are back. Yeah, and you probably need some luck for those tea company or drone companies to get notice your video. I scored in the clearance section today 50 pack of tea light candles for only $1. I bought all 11 packs. Well, that's a lot, McBean. 50 pack and bought all 11. Well, you got a lot of tea candles there, my friend. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Sunny Stormy. I appreciate that. Hey, Simply Nanette. Good to see you. Long time no see, simply. Well, it feels like that anyway. I will look into how these guys are doing it. I have a bunch of the little aluminum candles also. That's awesome. Okay. But anyway, solar flashlights are good to have. And it's good if they run on batteries too. And recharge them. With a solar panel on the flashlight, that is awesome. And it's an option to have if you can wind that up too. I know there are flashlights you actually shake them. You shake them to charge them. Pretty nice, actually. Ah, are we talking about heaters? Heaters now? Yeah, I heard about those heaters. Well, clay pots and tea candles. Those are awesome. But you need those with a hole in the bottom. I found a lantern spotlight with a mini fan built into it for $3 at a store called Five Below for camping. The fan is a tent fan. Well, that's awesome, Second Star. I got old school phones for light option too. Shelter in place, for example. Well, you get some really good ideas there, creative. But you always have a lot of ideas. Okay, Second Star, no problem. Can make like through a coconut oil. Yeah, I saw a guy on YouTube a couple of years ago who did that. He used coconut oil. I believe he made a oil lamp, and instead of what you normally use, he used coconut oil, and it works pretty well actually. Yeah, that's nice to make some your own oil lamps. You make them of clay. In my main account, I have a video. How can we make light through coconut oil? That's awesome, Simply Nanette. I have both chemical and electrical type lights. Yeah, I think it's good to have a little bit of both, I guess. Some backups. Glow sticks, especially the white ones, they give you can get a pretty bright light from them. Yeah, Timmy, they might have, but they are good for emergencies and for signaling. I like glow sticks. They are practical. Oil lamp can stay longer a whole night. Yeah. Yeah, you are probably correct about that. They can longer a whole night. Yeah, they can burn much longer. I never tried it, but you are probably correct about that. You know more about that than I do. So, and you have tested it, so you know. Don't get your notification either, or so many channels. YouTube really messes up. Came across you in the feed scrolling. Weird. Well, it happens to me sometimes. When I expect something, expect a video coming up, a new video from a channel, and when it doesn't, you're expecting a notification, but you don't get it. So you have to check on your feed and see if there is a new video. I have the same problem with some channels for some reason. I don't know why that happens, but it's a bummer because the risk is you miss the videos, the new ones that are uploaded. Yeah, I guess that is a matter of taste, CR. Well, I guess it depends on what you are gonna do. Yeah. Well, if you can't see the ground, you will have some problems. Okay, meals. Some certain channels will not get the notification, but on PC, you need to check the YouTube settings. Sometimes it turns off by yourself. Yeah, that is a little bit of a bummer, I guess, when that happens. Like in a washroom, solar light over a mirror aiming down. Well, that sounds like a nice setup, Seer. Yeah, Tammy, I'm looking forward to that too, my friend. I really do. And trust me, that stream will be much more different from my ordinary regular streams. So, but I can tell you this, guys, it will be fun. And I plan to run it for 4 hours, but if everything goes well, and I will run it for 6. But I guess there will be a lot of people who will join that stream, so and people will probably drop in and drop off. So, but and I will have a co-host that on that stream, which is Darren Dobson. So he's a good guy. Uh, okay, Okams. Thanks for the reminder. I will. I think I need to check that too. Thank you, Tammy. I appreciate that. Um, well, I should. Well, I can do that later. I make a note of it so for my own memory's sake, or otherwise, I forget things if I don't put a note on it. That's why you have phones. But that I appreciate that, Tammy. I really do. Well, I put a note in my phone so I will remember that, Tammy, so I don't forget it. I'll join you again soon. I had to order 40 level 3 security holsters first. That's a lot, my friend. Timmy, now that is noted, because it's almost 2 weeks, maybe 1 week left. So it's easy to forget things when the day come, my friend. But now I have it, the note in my phone, so I will remember it. So 10 extra watch hours. That's awesome, Tammy. And I will talk to Darren about it, and let's see what he say, because I think he will say it is very generous. So that's awesome. Well, it's a charity, and karaoke and stream, so that will be games too, as I mentioned earlier. So it is, I will, 5 people can win 10 watch hours, and 10 watch hours is a lot. 10 doesn't sound that much, but 10 watch hours is a lot, because that is a 10-hour long video. So and now when Tammy donate 10 other 10 watch hours, that means that will be a 6 winner. So instead of 5. So I'm gonna talk to Darren about it and see what he says. We need, it's the logistic too. Yeah, you are probably correct about that, Second Star. So anyway, I think that birthday live stream will be really awesome, no matter what. And I don't know what Darren has probably some other ideas he probably want to add to the stream. So you never know with him. So yeah, I've seen those mag lights with LED lights. Yes. I appreciate that, Timmy. I have an idea, Tammy. When we get to the part of winning watch hours, if when you are the you donate your 10 watch hours. So I suggest you could choose the winner of your choice. I'm going to talk to Darren about that idea and see what he says about it. So I really hope everything will run nice and smooth that day. And it will probably. As far as I know, Darren and Ruby had get some other people like Blessed Life and probably some other guests. So for the karaoke. I almost forgot. David Below. I need to make a. I need to contact him as well. And I have to do that tomorrow, I guess. Hey, B Savage. Good evening, and it's good to see you. Thank you, Tammy. Tammy, you're awesome. So, no question about it. It's good to see you, B Savage. But anyway, it will be fun, and I hope everyone will have some fun. And you never know, with Darren and Ruby, they might put some extra surprises for the stream. You never know. So let's hope for that. But anyway, we will have fun. And that is the important thing here. Thank you, Tammy. I appreciate that. Yeah, fun, CR. Fun. A birthday live stream should be fun, okay? Especially when it's karaoke and charity. Yeah, Tammy, you're awesome. She's always awesome. Yeah, and CR is awesome. Well, you could say, put it this way, you are all awesome. And I put it up on public as well on my Facebook. which I never do in normal cases. I always put it on my group on YouTube. I always put it in 2 groups on Facebook, my own and Stein North's channel. Yes, Annie, we are all awesome. How are you doing, B Savage? I hope you had a great week, and I hope your weekend is good too. Of course, we are all awesome, Sonny. No question about it. Yeah, everyone here is awesome, Tammy. Everyone. The Lego theme song. I'm not familiar with that one. Well, I'm doing good, B Savage. And my week so far has been good. And I can't complain about that one. And I got some more adds to my preps as well. So I got some more cans I got two 10-liter water jugs. So my week has been pretty good. And I wonder where Preparedness Veteran is. He usually drop in.
Hey,
Hey,
brother.
Matt.
Told you I'd join you whenever I got done.
Yeah, but 40 holsters. That's
Yeah,
that's a
40.
lot of holsters.
Yeah, we just that's why I've been gone all week. I've been training the new level 4 security guards, and none of them have a level 3 retention holster. So our company has to supply them to people, and a level 3 retention holster is almost $150. They used to be like 80.
That's expensive.
Yeah. Well, it's supposed to be double lock secured, so nobody can just come and take it out of your holster, like your gun or whatever. But they're so expensive now, and they're literally double the price.
Yeah, almost double.
It's crazy, and everything has gone up in price. I mean, we had to order these what are they called, spec nas dual dual handcuffs where they have a double lock on them, and they have two key entry points, and those handcuffs just for one set, not even a holster that goes in it, and a holster to hold them or anything. Just the handcuffs itself is $180 for one set of handcuffs.
What?
Yeah, yeah,
Whoa.
yeah. Because because you can't have just basic handcuffs being a security guard anymore. You have to have a serial number handcuffed on a handcuff security number security number on it. And
Okay.
so it can be, so say like a security officer arrests somebody and holds them for the police to come. Well, since they're already handcuffed by the security officer, they take those handcuffs into when they go and put the victim into a prison cell. Then they have to write down the security number of your handcuffs, being the thing that actually restrain the individual, and they have to put that into the whole entire report system, all this, and then it takes 2 weeks to return those handcuffs back to the security guard that used them.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's a long time to wait for your own
yeah,
handcuffs.
yeah. And because it all has to be documented, and the rules have changed, because we do level 4 security renewing licenses and everything every 2 years, and the rules in the last 2 years, because of COVID and everything, has changed so dramatically, and everything has to be documented. Everything has to be, put into a report to be sent to the DA office and all this stuff. That it's crazy. You can't just. It's not the same as it was before the pandemic,
Okay.
because of everything that's happened. All the riots and everything that's been going on.
Yeah.
Um, and and we can't use OC spray anymore. Security officers cannot use OC pepper spray anymore
Okay.
because
And
it's
why not?
considered a deadly weapon.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Tammy
it's oil
says,
based.
yeah. Tammy says, do they come with fur and
No,
fur mat at that price?
no, no. I wish they did.
Or are the cuffs made of platinum?
Mm. Oh no, they're made out of titanium now.
Oh,
Yeah.
that explains the price.
Yep.
Titanium is
Titanium.
expensive.
Yep. And it doesn't rust or anything. So that was one of the problems with the old handcuffs, is because they were made out of stainless steel, but
Yeah.
the joints and everything in it were made out of a cheaper metal, so the joints would rust. And because security officers have to work in all different types of weather, and now it's all made out of titanium, doesn't rust, doesn't, so it's a easy, clean, perfect arrest, and you're not hurting anybody.
Yeah. B Savage says gallon of milk cost more than a gallon of gas. That's just crazy.
Yep. Oh yeah. It's because of the distribution prices. I mean, in Houston, when we were driving back from Houston, there was a big advertisement billboard sign saying daily delivery drivers. That means people that are not out of state or whatever, but just within state are making up to $5,200 a week after taxes.
Okay.
That is $5,200 a week
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, just to deliver within the state. And that's crazy. It jumped up $3,000 in the past 3 years. That's $1,000 a week it has went up in price. Because we just don't have anybody that's doing it.
Yeah. And the prices has gone up here too.
Yeah.
As I told you guys last week, I went to store to buy a cinnamon, 210 grams.
Yeah.
Normally it cost about 34, 35 crowns, but I had to pay 75 crowns for 210 grams. I said, no way I paid 75 crowns for that. So I have to buy smaller packages for a lower cost to refill what I had at home. So
how much is it for just a regular cinnamon stick that you could grind yourself?
I don't know actually. I haven't seen any cinnamon sticks for a while now.
Oh,
but
really?
But on the other hand, I haven't looked for them either, so I don't know. But next time I go to the store, I'm gonna check for them and see what the price is.
Yeah, I would. If it's getting that expensive for ground cinnamon, I would, because the cinnamon sticks, people don't understand that you can buy the cinnamon sticks and grind it yourself, and make the same thing for a lot cheaper. And it's one of those alternative methods that you could do, brother. I mean, just buy the sticks, get either a mortar and a pestle or a food processor, and just grind it up. And there's your ground cinnamon.
Yeah. But I haven't seen those for a while, I believe. But I'm gonna check and see if I can find someone if they still have it. Because if not, I don't know why they don't have it anymore.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. A lot of the stuff, with us preppers and everything, they don't want, like what I was talking about earlier. The grid and everything doesn't want us to know alternative methods on processing things. And so the majority of people are not going to take their precious time to buy cinnamon sticks and grind it and process it. And they want you to go to the grocery store. They want you to go ahead and already buy these pre-processed items so you can continuously buy the same items over and over again.
Besides what we use cinnamon on for, rice porridge, cinnamon buns,
Yeah, I mean everything has cinnamon in it. Cinnamon is a major flavor in almost over 1,000 different recipes, basic items. Even, you know, it's a small flavor. It helps your blood circulation. It helps your respiratory system. It helps, in basic cases, you can make cinnamon tea and make a detox for your body out of it. But cinnamon is like sage. It's used in everything. You may not taste it because all the other ingredients overpower the flavor of cinnamon, but it's used on everything.
Yeah. And we have something here we call sour milk.
Yeah.
It's and when I say sour milk, it's not sour that on a bad way. It's a good way.
Mm-hmm.
We use you put the sour milk on a plate, sugar, cinnamon, and mix it. Eat it.
Yeah. It's like kind of like how we do bread pudding here, like here in the southern states and everything. We take old, old hard bread and crush it up and everything, and add milk to it and add cinnamon to it and just bake it, and that's bread pudding for us.
Yeah, I heard about bread pudding before, but I never eat it. But I'm familiar with the dish.
Yeah, you can use bread pudding with any bread that's almost out of date. Like, even if it is out of date before it starts molding, you just you take that bread out, you crush it up into chunks or whatever, and you put it in a bowl. You pour whole milk, which is, see, we have so many different things of milk. We have 1% milk, 2% milk, skim, whatever, but it's whole fat milk. And you pour that in, and you add a little bit of butter and a little bit of cinnamon, and you put it in an oven or a microwave, and you let that milk seep into the bread and rehydrate it, and it flavors it. And it also, I mean, that was one of the poorest foods that was eaten, in the Great Depression and in a lot of poor homes in the country and everything. It's a very carbohydrate based meal to stay with you.
Yeah. Hey, Apocalyptic Ben 3311. Welcome. Good to see you.
Yeah, it Be Savage rice pudding is with cinnamon in it is just like bread pudding, except for two different, you know, rice pudding uses rice, bread pudding uses bread. But that's the stuff, bread is one of the things, one of the best survival foods that has been used for generations. I mean, bread lasts so long, plus it also, even in a survival or, end of the world scenario, molded bread makes penicillin. The mold and everything is penicillin. Yeah. So you just eat, if you have a fever or you have a sickness or whatever, you just eat some moldy bread, and it's a better, it's a stronger penicillin than what you would get over the counter at a pharmacy.
Do you have a desert there called Spotted Dick?
Oh yeah, that's one of those British.
Well, I'm not sure. I need to.
Hey, princess.
Hey, Klingon princess. Good to see you.
But there's so many things that has been forgotten from the past that people of today thinks is disgusting, but those were the stuff from the past is literally meals and everything that the poor had to put together. Like, what is it? Goulash. Goulash was created with all the leftovers from that week and made into another food. And same thing with there was something that was created in the 1920s in New York City. It's kind of like a calzone, a folded over pizza, but instead of it being a pizza, it was just dough that was folded over leftovers throughout the week and made into a hot ready-made sandwich that miners and stuff like that could take with them to work and eat. I forgot what it was called. It's called like a hand pie or something like that. But we need to relearn these old recipes that were used in times of desperate needs instead of wasting the food that we literally waste every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can say we have that dessert here in Sweden.
Oh, do you? See, we don't have that over here in America. Where is CR, Shadow?
CR is in the chat.
He is usually up here keeping you company.
Yeah.
CR, where are you? Get up here. Because I can't stay up here forever, CR. I gotta order so many level 3 security gear and everything for all these people. It's gonna be over like 10 grand worth of gear that I have to buy for 40 people.
Klingon princess says, my stepdad made a weekly meal. We called it barf. It was a crock pot full of the week's leftovers with cream of mushroom soup, and as a base, there was barf 2, barf 3, etc. It actually was a casserole.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean that name doesn't seem appealing, but
Yeah, Victoria May, Life Unfiltered, welcome to the stream. And yes, I enjoy
Hi,
your
Victoria.
music. I enjoy your music, Victoria. So just come up here and play something.
Yeah.
Hey, Victoria, good to see you.
I can't really talk. Got a bad cold.
Yeah, I can hear that.
But I can
Victoria.
play. I can play though.
That sounds wonderful. Hey, Shadow, while she's doing that, I'm going to put my mic on mute and I'm going to start ordering some stuff, okay?
Yeah, everybody mute except for Victoria.
Sounds good.
That was
Is that a
awesome,
Cherokee
Victoria.
wind flute?
This one's actually
Yeah.
Navajo. This one's made by the Navajo, and
Made
it's
by
made out of
Navajo.
walnut. This one is made by JD Flutes. Well, he's got a channel on YouTube, and it's oak. This one is bass D flute. This one
That's awesome.
is F key flute. This one has more of a bass sound. And my friend Sarah, Alley Cat Prepared Light, she got me this one. Now this one's only a 5 key. I'm not sure what type of wood it is, but she got it at a powwow where she lives. And
Hey,
it looks like ash.
This one's made in G key.
Yeah.
A7 Luck Code. Welcome. Good to see you, man.
can't hold my breath no more.
That was awesome, Victoria.
Thank you.
Really awesome.
Sorry I can't.
Hey,
A7 Vector.
you do great with that.
Good to see you again, my friend.
Thank you. I've been sick for about 10 days, and I probably ain't gonna do a live again Wednesday. But I can sure use your guys' help. I'm at 900. Let me see. I just checked it, but I forget. Let me see. Give me 1 minute. I'm at 912 friends to my channel, and I've got 2,414 watch hours. I need 4,000, and then the rest to get my 1K. So if anybody would be kind enough to help me out, that would be great.
I will go over there as soon as I get some free time, and I will join your family, Victoria.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, help Victoria out.
I'm not going to stay up because I'm not feeling very well. But I wanted to play for you, Shadow. I like
Thank
it when
you. Much
you
appreciated.
rely on your own life, not on somebody else's. Then I can enjoy you alone. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Take care, Victoria.
Take care and get well.
Take care, sis.
Thank you.
CR, get up here and tag me out. I gotta leave.
Well, A7 Lect Dakota, you can join me up here, my friend.
Thor, get up here and tag me out.
Yeah, Thor, he always like to join my panels.
Yes. Okay, I gotta go again, Shadow. I'm sorry. One of my officers need me. One of his radio is broken, so he called me on the cell phone, and I gotta go and replace his radio.
Yeah. He needs the radio.
Yes, sir. All right, you take care, family. Love y'all. Take care. Bye, Shadow brother.
Take care. See
Take
you
care,
later.
brother. Yes, sir.
Okay, Thor. So what's for dinner, by the way, Thor? You're very welcome, Victoria. And guys, visit Victoria May's channel, please, and help her out with her watch hours. She has a great channel, guys, so I'm gonna see if I can find. Thank you, Klingon Princess. Much appreciated. So, guys, help her out, and she needs her 4,000 watch hours, and she needs 1K subscribers as well. So, please help her out. She needs it. Do what you can, and when you get to her channel, please share it to your friends. And hit the thumbs up as well, and leave a comment. You will really enjoy her channel. You're very welcome, Victoria. I do what I can to help you out, ma'am. A7 Kota, you can join me up here, my friend. There we go. Yeah, Victoria is really good to play on these flutes. I have no idea, A7. I have no idea. I have no idea why. Well, yeah, I can. There you go, A7. I hope that I hope that will work, A7. That should work. I hope. I don't know why the links are not cooperative for you, my friend. But I hope this one will. Okay, A7, good luck. Let's see if this will be a success. No, that should not be. She don't have a StreamYard account, but that should not be a problem. When I had last year the Provident Prepper, they didn't have a StreamYard, and that worked just fine. So, well, and we'll notice, see if it will work or not, or otherwise. Well, that worked, my friend.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Good to see you again, my friend.
Okay, I'm just muting the other page so we don't get that feedback thing going. How are you doing, my friend?
Well, I'm doing good so far. It has been a pretty busy week, but I manage.
Well, I
So
am missing a lot of internet. I had an accident. I messed up my back.
okay.
We were thinking of going to the hospital on Monday,
Yeah.
and I feel like there's a little bit improvement today. Our fear was that there was a torn muscle in my back, and I have a friend that's been through many back operations, many procedures to correct the things that are going on with her. Had a long discussion with her today. Part of that put a bit of a delay in my showing up to say hello to you today, but very useful information. And we traded some information that we had learned from both of us went to the Emory Hospital up in Atlanta, has a specialty pain clinic wing. And we were just going over the fact that we went at different times, so there were different head doctors. Anyway, just put together our philosophies real quick, and I gave it a second go today. Yesterday, I couldn't drive. I think it was about 3 blocks before I broke out in tears. And I'm a pretty tough gal when it comes to pain levels. I've been dealing with pain for like 27 years, something like that.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of tricks for, coping with it, dealing with it on a constant basis and all that and whatnot. And after yesterday, I did not want to try again, but I did this morning and wound up running something like 5 errands between 8 and 11 in the morning. I was like, this is definitely working out much better. It still hurts, but if it were truly a torn muscle, we think it would be acting much differently. And I probably would have just gone in immediately. The main reason I try to avoid emergency rooms on a Friday is a lot of the time they either will just basically try to keep you comfortable over the weekend, but they can't really run the tests and whatnot because either the personnel aren't there or whatnot. We had a friend that went in and he had a stomach problem of some sort that they could not diagnose because they couldn't run the tests. And they kept him there all weekend and would only allow the guy to put ice chips on his lips. They would not allow him a single drink of water for the entire weekend. Then, when everybody came in on Monday, they started actually trying to address the problem. So, for some reason, the hospital systems in this city really messed up. To this day, they still won't let anybody come in with a patient, whether you're COVID or not.
Yeah.
We're hearing horror stories like people who go in with a broken leg who are given a single extra strength Tylenol for the pain. Believe it or not, there are pain specialists. You can look him up on YouTube. He has a channel. His name is Dr. Thomas Kline, Kline, one of the most respected pain specialists in the United States. And if you look up his credentials, you'll see why real quick. He has represented American patients who have had their pain medications taken away. These are chronic pain patients, people who have never shown a sign of addiction, and they were forced tapered due to the CDC. Well, the CDC's job is not what to tell doctors to do. They have an organization for that. It's called the American Medical Association. And the American Medical Association on June 19th, 2020, put out a 17-page letter, which you can also look up on the internet, in which they accuse the CDC of harming patients, specifically chronic pain patients. And the sad thing about Dr. Klein is when a lot of these people decide they cannot take it anymore and they decide to take their life. I don't want to say that other word and, get the YouTube hoodoos coming down on you. They will give their names to this doctor so that he can publish them on his Twitter. And I've only been watching the feed for 3 years and it's already 6 figures. Of people who have just cannot handle the pain levels that they're living with, even when they just get lowered. And sad fact number 2, a lot of them are very afraid when they make that decision, so they will very often ask their spouse or mate to be with them when they decide to check out. So it's really a sad thing. On the positive side, you gotta see this guy, the way he has represented us in Washington. And he has begun a new, he helped found a new organization that is specifically going to go to Washington and fight for patients to have their medications restored, their treatment restored. Hi, Victoria.
Hey again, Victoria.
Bless your heart. That was beautiful. I came in right while you were playing. The flute is beautiful, and your tone is beautiful too. I play flute myself.
Native American?
No, the kind in band. And what broke my heart was my cousin made those flutes up until his passing, and his wife probably has a room full of them, and unfortunately she's a very unkind person. She wouldn't eat. This is my favorite cousin in the world. I love this guy to death. She didn't even tell me he passed away for 4 months. Just broke my heart when people tell me on Facebook, oh, you're blood kin, by the way. Oh yeah, he passed away.
If ever he wants to get rid of him, send him my way. I ain't got a lot of money, but I can try to get 1 or 2 maybe, if it's not too much.
You can get those flutes?
What's that?
Are you saying that you can get those flutes? I'm sorry, dear.
No, I said if ever he wants to get rid of the flutes, send him my way. I don't have a lot of money, but maybe I can buy 1 or 2.
I would love to do that. Unfortunately, like I say, he passed away, and his wife went out of her way to not tell me for 4 months.
Oh.
Posting little messages on my Facebook, during that time. Oh, would you mind mentioning that my cousin has passed away?
I came up because you were talking about people with chronic pain. I have degenerative arthritis, and so I can relate to the chronic pain.
Rheumatoid arthritis is just one of the ones in my wonderful baggage collection, and I know the degenerative is. People just don't understand how painful that it truly can be and how life-affecting it can be.
They want to solder my spine, but when I was talking with the nurse all alone, she said she wouldn't suggest it because she saw patients come in, and eventually they might only solder the 1 or 2 spots that you're having issues with, but eventually your entire spine will be soldered. And
no.
It takes away your mobility. I mean, there's times when I have to walk with both my canes to get
Bless
around.
your heart.
But, and for some reason, the Social Security will not help me get the mobility scooter that I'm trying to save up for. They won't provide the finances for it. So it makes me more dependent on other people. Like my husband works, but I have to work around his schedule to go do anything. And other than that, I'm home all the time. I can't get out about because I can't walk far. So I have a dream for a mobility scooter. It's called an e-Jeep, and it's totally enclosed. It looks like a little car.
Thank you, Tammy. I appreciate that.
I'm sorry if you can't hear me.
No, I can make out what you're saying much better now. It hurts me to hear you struggle to produce the sound. I went to university on a voice scholarship. When we reach that level of how we can use our voice, they tell you whatever you do, you're going to have to go totally silent. And you actually put more stress on your vocal cords by whispering. Okay, you've heard this before. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you something you've probably heard so many times, but I'd love to hear you well, honey.
I just can't. If I try to raise my voice, it comes out silent. I don't have enough air in my right now. It's a horrible cold, but I'm drinking a Immune Booster tea with orange and spice with it because the Immune Booster tea is kind of nasty.
Be Savage, you hang in there with us. We're going to keep fighting. Look up Dr. Klein's channel if you get the chance. You'll find all sorts of links to some very helpful information that applies to just about anybody's state. Now, Victoria, if you don't mind me asking, did you mention Social Security disability in there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just found this out. Each state has a Social Security disability ombudsman that you can approach when you're not getting your message through to the right people. So call them up and tell them you wish to speak with the ombudsman.
The what?
Ombudsman.
Can you write it in the chat?
Yeah, I was just thinking, are you in the private chat or you want me to put it in the major chat?
Either one, it don't matter to me.
Okay, because I've got it taped to my wall right in front of me.
I'm going to write it down, son.
I'm in the state of Georgia, by the way.
I'm in Washington State.
Oh, I hear it's beautiful up there.
Some areas. The area I'm in is more sagebrush and tumbleweeds and sand. Right on the Columbia River.
I forgot. I have not figured out yet how to type in the main chat when I'm on StreamYard, so I'm going to have to put it in the private.
That's fine.
Okay. But yeah, it took me a minute to learn how to say this word, so don't feel bad. And I hope that information is helpful to other chronic pain patients out there as well. I really lucked because my main case is so rare. I'm the only person in the United States that has it. It's like a sentence long, so nobody will treat it except possibly this Dr. Klein. So we're trying to get me located to where he is, which is Raleigh on the East Coast. And right now we're shooting a target date for October and praying that with a little help from a lawyer, we can get put at the head of his "Oh dear God, please help me now" list, because these people in Georgia
I
just
used to walk and ride a bicycle until about 3 or 4 years ago. My whole life I walked or rode bicycles. And about 3 or 4 years ago, I got my first electric trike. But it didn't have back suspension in the back. So every bump hurt like crazy if you tried to ride it when you're having a bad day.
bless your heart.
And
you feel, I bet it feels like it just radiates from that point just all the way out through the limbs and everything.
Well, it goes down my hips, both hips, down my legs. Then it's major in my knees, and then down my legs to my ankles at times. And I can't sleep at night because of the pain. Sometimes there's no way to lay without pain.
Yeah, I'm dealing with that a lot too. They gave me a medication that's supposed to make you sleep, and my first argument was, I don't want to have to depend on a medication for sleep every night. Because I know how you doctors are. Eventually, I'm going to outlast one of you, wind up with the next one, and he's going to want to change up lots of things.
They told me I was going to be in a wheelchair when I was in my 30s, mid to late 30s. I'm 56 now. I'm not in a wheelchair yet. But I do.
Go, girl.
I do have to walk with cane sometimes.
I'm also fighting my third battle with cancer, and I can't believe it. The cane I had was just perfect. It was my father's cane. He's passed away now. And someone stole it one day while I was at the cancer clinic.
My husband just lost his brother day before yesterday to cancer.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry to hear that, Victoria.
He was sick for a couple months. And when they found out that he was already in what they call it, critical condition, not critical, terminal. It had spread throughout his body before he even knew that he had it. So he only suffered with it for a couple months. And in the last month, he was in and out of the hospital. And day before yesterday, they put him in hospice. And he passed away there.
Well, they have changed the rules in Columbus. I used to be treated on an outpatient basis through hospice because my mother and I were born with a unique brain condition. Neurologists, we've seen neurologists in every state except for Florida. And what they told us was my mother and I were born with either lacking or otherwise low or non-functioning opioid receptors in our brain, meaning almost no painkillers will work on us. With Mom, she could only take Demerol. With me, they've tried all of the majors: morphine, Dilaudid, Demerol, oxycodone. Does not work on me. Hydrocodone, which is supposed to be many times weaker than oxycodone, there's only one atom difference between the two medications, but the hydrocodone helps me and the oxycodone does absolutely nothing.
I'm such a lightweight that I can't take pain medications because I'll start throwing up the minute I take any kind of medications that make my equilibrium and makes me dizzy.
Vertigo.
Yeah, I get
Vertigo
that.
gets you. Bless your heart.
From pain medications, so I've never been able to take any kind of serious pain medicine without. They have to give me something for nausea and dizziness at the same time for it to work, so I won't get sick. So I just don't take anything but Tylenol because I can't take anything with aspirin because I'm allergic to acetaminophen.
Wow.
So, yeah, I got serious allergies on top of everything else. So, I think I'm doing pretty good considering the issues that I live with most of my life.
Victoria, should we do a family tree? Are we related?
Down the road somewhere, we are.
But when I signed on, you were playing the flute, and the second that I heard you speak, I got out my notebook and I wrote your name at the top of the page. You are my today's addition to my prayer list, and I'm just going to send so much positivity your way. I know you're fixing to hit a healing stage, and yeah, that usually takes the woof out of us,
It don't hit me hard until like bedtime or first thing in the morning. By midday, I feel a little bit better sometimes.
Yeah, because we do so much of our healing during our REM the REM part of our sleep, and if that's continually being kept away from you, that's just expounding everything. That's
Yeah.
So I pray you get some very good sleep. Usually, in my case, it'll get to the point where I miss so many nights that eventually fatigue is going to take over and just knock me out. And I can sleep over 24 hours. It trips my roommate out. 22 years this guy has been my roommate, and he jokes to people and tells them, sometimes I hold a mirror up to her nose, make sure she's still breathing. I feel great when I wake up. I think my record is around 26 hours.
Well, without being disgusting here lately, see, I started taking these things.
Keto BHB.
Now, I've heard of
1200
the
milligrams.
keto part, but I don't remember where.
But they, I don't know that they hit everybody. A friend of mine said she tried them before and she was constipated. But it's hitting me the opposite.
That's another trait that we share, and that's weird because almost all pain medications have that effect, or at least the doctors warn you of that. And it's funny because in the very end of the name of my condition is the word inversion. I invert all these lupus symptoms. Is anyone else listening to music? Shadow Scout, are you playing music?
No. I don't have any music on.
No, that's not me either.
Did y'all hear it? Okay, let me check something real quick. Oh no,
I don't never realize my grandfather clock has gone off because I hear it all the time. So maybe it was my grandfather clock.
No, dear. I'm a DJ. It was rap bass music. So I'm real sure it wasn't your grandfather clock unless you have like the coolest up-to-date grandfather clock ever made. Hey, that'd be pretty cool. Wake up you and the neighbors.
I'm wondering if you might be hearing my other laptop. Let me see if I can mute the sound. I run everybody's, when I'm trying to be on this laptop, I put other people's on the other laptop and run them and give them the thumbs up. And I don't so much give comments too much, but I'll give them the watch hours and the thumbs up a lot.
As soon as I finally got to where I could get online, as soon as I was connected to the internet, it told me, bam, this person just started a live. And I was like, they know I'm online. I got to pop in and say hello. Hello, everybody. How are y'all doing? Just stopped in to say hello. Got to go check out my buddy. And that's a prior engagement. Just wanted to say hello to y'all. And as soon as I sign out, bam, a second notification. Shadow, I got hit with 3 in a row. It took me over 20 minutes just to say, hello, just stopping by to say hello real quick. If I have a prior engagement, I've got to scoot. I don't care if they all think I was making it up. I told them, I said, listen, I'm off to Sweden. If you can't figure out the hints from there, tough. Now I'm listening to John Denver sing Country Roads Take Me Home to the Place Where I Belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Take me home, take me home. Take me home, Country Roads. That's the name of it. This is weird.
John Denver. Yeah, I have chronic asthma. I was born with asthma, and I have COPD on top of everything else. So that's not making the cold go any easier. But yeah, I can relate to your pain that you go through. Anyway, I'm going to go pet there, and I hope I see you sometime soon. Like I said, until I get better, I'm probably not going to do a live. But as soon as I get better, I'll be right back at doing the lives, and I hope to see you. Bye, Shadow. Bye, Miss Boo.
Bye, Victoria.
She's muted. Tell her I
Yeah,
said
she is.
And the second I unmute, he's gone. But I'm going to be sending her all kinds of positivity and prayer.
Yeah.
Just, Victoria, if you can hear me, just take that time that you need to heal, honey. Because we want you to sound really great when you come back in full voice, and you're a fighter. That's why you're where you are. That's why you've overcome the doctor's expectations, which I love to do. According to my doctor, I'm supposed to have been dead since 2006. He missed it by a few years.
Missed it?
Yep, he was
Where
wrong.
did he learn math?
No kidding.
From the cereal package?
Okay, Shadow.
Sorry, I couldn't help
I may
myself.
have to borrow that one. That was pretty good.
Feel free to use it.
Thank you. Oh, and I'm missing everyone's comments. Okay, now I can see what other folks are saying. So Shadow, that's why I haven't been around. I've been trying to cope with a brand new problem, and just now getting to the point where we're starting to discover some things about it.
Yeah. She find fun too. But I understand that. I had a feeling that something had happened. So.
Well,
when I know when you are not around, something probably has happened.
I have a new problem, and this one's an interesting problem. I have to make a video before the end of tonight. Guess why? Because I went on Darren's show last night, and I won the spin the wheel. And my prize is 300 watch hours, but I have no video.
300 watch hours?
300 watch hours. I have to make a video by tonight. And I asked people, well, should I do a live stream? I don't know how. I don't know how to begin it.
Oh,
Can you do a
Lord,
live stream if you don't have an open camera? And I don't know how to make a video. I mean, just
oh, Lord.
pictures going left to right and maybe poetry over it, or, hey, thank you for, stopping by to read my silliness. Mega love shout out to everybody who made this possible. It was a cool night.
300 watch hours. That's 300 hours in videos.
So I got to put up one.
So you need to have 300 videos, 1 hour each.
They told me I just had to make one before the end of the night. I said, y'all know my tonight is different than yours. Hello, J Mike, over there in the Philippines. Okay, buddy. Just make sure it's on Eastern Standard Time. Give me a chance.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what I'm going to do.
No pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, no pressure. None at all. And I'm
Okay.
afraid if I do open a live stream, there are these people who have joined my channel because of Darren's channel. I don't know them well. I don't know what to do. I don't have moderators. I do have, unfortunately, I think pretty much everyone is aware that I have a scumbag that is following me all over the internet, has now spent over 3 months making videos about how Miss Boo is a liar. She can't possibly be telling the truth about working in the music business. That I'm a very dark spirited person. He's basing all of this on a private phone call. You know how you can do a phone call during the direct messages on Discord?
Yeah.
Okay. I spoke to him for a few minutes after he invited me up on his panel. The panel loved me. They had a great time asking me questions about the music business and record labels, and I talked about as many bands as I could. There are several bands that most of the bands I'm under contract, mutual contract of non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, and I have a specific clause in my own that if I help you, you cannot put my name on your album because I've had very bad security issues. I don't know. Were you there the night that we were talking about any of this? The 11 kidnapping attempts that I survived?
Yeah, I believe we did that on Discord when we had a long and nice speech. Well,
I mean, two of them are certifiable.
Yeah.
Not just crazy people. They came out of criminal mental institutions, and the only information we were told about both of these males was that they had both harmed women. So, and these people think that it's fun to make jokes about, and this person is convinced if he just keeps making hour-long videos. Shadow.
Yeah.
An hour long. To sit up there and insist, well, I really don't want to get into this. And of course, the last thing I want to talk about is Miss Boo. But since I've brought it up, now let's talk about Miss Boo. I'm really waiting for the cracks to show in this goody two-shoes act of hers. That kills me because I've been trying to help several people behind the scenes, but I believe in doing it quietly. I'm not looking for recognition. I'm not looking for payment. I just help out human beings when I can.
That's the way you do it.
I live very close to a very large military installation at the present moment, and I happen to see three young men in uniform. Now, because I've lived in this city off and on many years, I knew what was happening because it's Saturday morning. They've all got their dress camo on. I don't know if I'm using the right terms there, but I stopped at the street corner because I watched the three of them start to go in one direction and in another. So I made it a point to pull up beside them. I have a Kia Soul, so I've got like the front seat, the middle seat, and the back seat. And there was three of them. And I said, "Hey guys, where are you looking for?" And they said, uh, "We're looking for so and so mall." I said, "You're not far away from it. Hop on in, man. I'll give you a ride." I love to do this. I've been doing it since I was 16 years old, and never once have I ever felt remotely uncomfortable. And these guys held me up for like an hour and a half asking me about the music business and my work for Armed Forces Radio, what used to be the Armed Forces Network. Um, Now it's called, well, I forget what the letters stand for, but they call it AFARTS. It's a lot more letters,
Yeah.
but I'm old school. That was back during Desert Shield and Desert Storm.
That's 1991.
So these were Army infantrymen, and they had just gotten their blue ribbon the day before, and they were all so happy. And right at the end of our conversation, I had taken them right at the best entrance to this mall that would really, I told them they told me a couple of things they were looking for. I said, "You want to check out this place and this place." They're real high class, but they have great sales on the footwear that you're looking for on a regular basis. So you might really look into some good sales there. And right as we were deciding, because it turned out security came up to me and very politely said, "Ma'am, are you aware you're blocking a fire lane?" I said, "No, sir, I'm so sorry. I had no idea." He saw who was in the car and he was so polite to me. I said, "Sir, if I pull forward and I'm not like blocking any cars, but I'm up against the building, I'm still kind of in the fire zone, but I'm out of the way. I'm not blocking any access to water. I'm not holding up any traffic." I said, "Could we just, hesitate there a moment and I'll bring the gentleman back around to the door?" And he said, "That would be okay, but would you do me a favor and keep it short?" And we said, "Absolutely, officer. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. We appreciate what you do and appreciate that the security is 24/7 around this big mall, which it is. And since I'm often going alone at night, I'm extra appreciative of it." So we weren't, blowing smoke up his bum or anything. We were being very respectful, which he appreciated too. Sometimes when you look at a person, you can sense it might be a day or it might be a regular thing that they're just not getting the respect that they deserve. He was probably former military too. It's a military town. People love to retire here. So you very often, I love it because I love walking right up to people, offering my hand and thanking them for their service to the country.
Yeah. I want to give you some tips if you're gonna do a live stream and you never done it before.
I'm listening.
First of all, see this a DJ job, okay?
That'll be easy.
When you begin the live stream and when you hit that button, go live. So think of it as a DJ job. Simple DJ job. Think of it a nightclub DJ.
Well,
Easy.
those two jobs are very different. When you're in a club or a skating rink,
Yeah.
people are looking visually directly at you. So your reaction to the music can have a big effect on how the crowd is enjoying the music as well, how many people get up to dance, a lot of things like that. It would be not uncommon for me to lose 2 to 5 pounds in a single night just from dancing behind the turntables. Kid you
That's a
not.
lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did not have a problem keeping off weight. My problem was putting on weight. It still is.
But see it as a DJ job. That's easy. And the second one is make sure you have a co-host. That helps a lot. Trust me.
Oh my gosh, then I'm screwed. I cannot think of a co-host other than you that I could put my complete trust and faith in. I mean,
Actually, I would
even
help you with that. I would be honored to be your co-host. No question about it.
you are such a dear.
So we will make sure that streaming would run nice and smooth. I'm not a DJ, so I don't know how to do things like that, but you do. So
Easy as pie. I'll tell you exactly what they told me because I had not intended to go into radio. I never asked to be made a DJ at the skating rink, and they told me I couldn't have the job unless I became the DJ, which was the first female DJ in their history. And they did it because their two male DJs were both pulling a diva act. They were both demanding the highest pay. They both wanted all of the best nights. And the manager told me, he said, I've got to do something, figure out some way to get these knuckleheads to work together. And I think the only way to do it is if I can force both of them to have to train you, they have to cooperate on something. Because the man that owns the place is not giving me permission to give either one of them a raise. We had a joke back then, we'll all get a raise when minimum wage goes up. So we were all rink rats. We grew up in the rink, so we lived, breathed, and slept the rink. I wanted to try to break the world record in the rink, and I found out it wasn't because they didn't think I could do it, because if you go to the Guinness World Book of Records, or look up what you have to do, you can actually take a 5-minute break every hour. And I very often, I actually won a few awards with the Jerry Lewis Muscular Dystrophy Foundation, for always putting in the full 16 hours of their full length skate-a-thons. And right behind me was a man who was just like a stand-in father to me. All the kids at the rink called him Sarge, but we wound up becoming so close that his youngest son skated up to me. He was all of 6 years old, wrapped his arms around my knees because he was short, and he said, I docked you. And I looked over at Sarge like, Sarge, what am I going to do? And he just shrugged his shoulders. He said, you're in the family now. At that time, Sarge was in his late 70s. He had outlived 3 wives. So he had 3 sets of children, one in the state of Maine, another set of children in the state of Texas, and a third set of children in the state of California. His full family picture looks like a class picture, Shadow. But he adopted his youngest son. That was his 4th marriage. When his best army mate passed away unexpectedly, he married a woman he didn't love because that woman was going to take the advice of the doctors and put that boy in an institution.
Ouch.
And he was either 3 or 4 years old. The doctors were not giving him a good chance. He had a slew of medical problems, including the fact that they said he's going to be even worse than a Forrest Gump. You know, really, you're better off putting him in an institution, and the best you can do for yourself is to try to forget him. And Sarge lost it. He was like, no way. So he married number 4. He wouldn't even hesitate to tell me, no, I did not love her, and no, I do not love her. But that little boy's not going to an institution, and I'm not giving up on him. And so after Sarge would put in his work at the rink and do all of his work on the most active days at the church that I was baptized in, which he helped build, helped put in the sound system, and recorded every Sunday sermon. He would sit up there and spend an extra 6 hours every day just going over words with this young man, and he outdid everyone, especially once they fixed some of the medical problems. They were fixable problems. And they just wanted to put him in an institution because they wanted to make a judgment at 3 years of age. Oh, well, he's going to have a certain IQ. They were wrong. For most of his life, he does have a seizure problem. They recently have put in something like a pacemaker. And that's very cool because it's cut down a tremendous amount on his seizures. But for over 2 decades, he held a job at a foundry. Not the safest work environment, and not a job you would give to a Forrest Gump. And I apologize if anybody feels like I'm using insensitive language. I just don't like the R word, and to be quite honest, I have not slept since the live streams that I was watching last night, and went straight into the errands that I was doing earlier today. So at this point, I'm just what my mom used to call the tired sillies. I shoulda, coulda, and really should have gotten sleep many hours ago. But it's kind of too late to turn back now, and I wanted to make it a point to stop by and visit with you today.
And I appreciate it.
Oh, hon, it's always great to see you. I was just afraid that today I was going to have to release what might have been seen as some controversial news, and I wound up doing it. I just didn't know it would be connected to chronic pain. And if I can help anyone in that category, you see how fast I'll jump.
Yeah.
But I find it somewhat puzzling that there are people out there that after 3 months are still listening to an idiot that says, no, that's got to be an act. You know, she's not really helping people. Mark my words, you're going to find out she's not as nice a person as you think she is. And I'm still sitting back going, when are these people going to come around? Apparently never. In recent weeks, I started going and lurking in chats, and a lot of the people that were smiling in my face, the way they were talking about me, a weaker woman would have broke down and cried.
I agree.
He made me shed one tear, and that was the first day that this is literally less than 30 hours after I appeared on his live stream, which was a great success. And the odd thing is, all he's done during those 3 months is he's the one that's lying. He's saying I'm a liar. I know this gets confusing, but he's making up these lies trying to convince people that I'm a bad person. He put on a real diva act. Oh, I deleted my Discord because this was so upsetting. After I spoke with Miss Boo, I just knew immediately I had to delete my Discord. The second you see someone like that, and they even have memes about it, it's like, yeah, okay, goodbye, see you in 2 weeks. Because A, we can tell you're a drama queen. B, that means you're going to be back because you need that feedback of drama. And every single video, the very first thing he's going to say is I don't want to get into the drama, and but as you know, and from that point on, what he is literally doing is creating the drama. He is making sure that it keeps going. Do I sound like Joyce Meyer? Well, it's if you had anything to do with the military in CDEB, the tapes of my show have been all over the world. I did do some television, but it was mostly commercials, and they were shipped to other markets outside of the markets that I was in or recorded them in. And yes, I hold the record in the Southeast, not just my city, for the highest rating in history. So, yes, I turned down New York. I turned down LA. Certain people want to live in big cities like that. I don't. Plus, it was a time in my life where I'm the youngest born. I have all brothers that were all much older than me. I think the closest brother to me is like 8, 9 years older. And it was a time in life where my parents were starting to go downhill. So by then I had already lost 2 brothers, and I knew that the last brother was not the hang around and help one. So I was like, no, I'm gonna stick around in the city for a while. I've got a feeling I'm going to be needed, and that's exactly what happened. So we're that kind of family. You don't walk off and leave family. Apparently you do if you're my brother, but you know, he's got issues and addictions, and I consulted many doctors about it. They all told me the same thing. Unless he either bottoms out or wants to do something himself, there's really nothing that you can do. And it's a heartbreaking situation. But I bumped into him for the first time in 7 years a month ago. And I'd been trying to reach our last living aunt. And this is how kind this person is. He looked me right in the eye and he said, Becky, Aunt so-and-so's dead. Now, the trick to that is he's got this poor woman convinced. She's on the wealthy side. She was, bless her heart, her and her husband. And not only did he put on his I'm a cripple act, very sickening thing to witness to a person who is actually disabled. And he was using a walker, and he would walk down the street, and then when he thought nobody from the house could see, I watched him do this all the time. He'd stand up straight, fold up the walker, put it on his shoulder, walk away. Not a problem whatsoever. Let's just say I fear for whatever kind of judgment this guy's going to face someday, because now he's really leaning into it.
Well, let's say that will not be a pleasant thing.
But I think that he not only did they give him a beautiful truck, after he cost us our home, our family home, swore to both of my parents, this guy was an archaeologist. Let's say he made plenty of money and could work any time that he wanted to. And once he told them that he had a boo-boo on his knee, which was successfully healed in surgery, but he refused to do the the exercises afterwards that you're supposed to do to build the strength because he wanted to claim disability. And I kept telling him, dude, I am already paying all the bills in the house that I can. I'm telling you, there is no hidden cache of money. Why do you think I never go anywhere? It's because it's not a lot of money to live on. You don't want to do this. No, he wanted to do it. He was trying to figure out a way where he could like drink around the clock. And when I saw him a month ago, he told me, he said, I quit drinking. And the whole time he was shaking with the DTs. I was like, this is beyond sad, man.
Yeah, if he's shaking, he's still on it.
Yep. We had a family member. So growing up, I know what a high functioning alcoholic looks like, but he was the other direction. He was a blackout drunk.
Okay.
Yeah. And I held both of our parents when they passed away. He put my mom in a nursing home. It had to do with her type of insurance. And she only had to be there 20 days. But my mother came from an orphanage when she was 5.
Yeah.
She had fierce flashbacks, and it would really throw her into a state. And I knew to expect that. So when he put her in, he said, I'm just going to go down to Florida, pack up my 1-bedroom apartment. I'll be back in 48, 72 hours tops. He didn't show up until 4 days before she passed. That was over a month. And I had just gotten my very first cell phone from the same roommate that I had now. It was a kindness that he did. He said, I have to work out of town. I want to make sure that you're safe. He was allowing me to stay at his apartment, which put me very close to the hospital.
Yeah.
That cut like 15 minutes out of driving. And so I told the nurses, I said, I don't care if she asks for me at 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., call me and I will be here in under 15 minutes. So I was her co-pilot and I was Dad's co-pilot. I still think it was the right thing to do. I wish now I had asked nurses and doctors a little bit more about what to expect when you're going to be with a family member that passes. And just in case any of you are in that position and you want to consider doing that, do talk to a grief counselor. They will help you a great deal in knowing what to expect. But the grief counselor was there, said that I did a great job, and he didn't care much for my brother's reaction. It was a little bizarre.
Yeah, I agree.
So, okay. Now that's, okay. You know, now that's a deal of negative subjects. Now we got to switch to positive.
I agree.
I watched your video that was done on TikTok about going downhill.
I don't have TikTok. I made a short.
Okay. The short.
Yeah,
Okay.
I created a short video.
Okay, you know the way they loop?
Yeah.
When you watch them?
Yeah.
That was the deal. I was like, how long is this hill? And I had watched the loop 3 times without realizing it had already looped around twice. I was like, man, this is a long street. I was like, oh gosh, that's so silly. I hit you with a thumbs up. I'm like, good going, dude. I thought that was what TikTok did, is basically they don't end. They just keep repeating. So that shows you how little I know
noticed
about
that
TikTok.
the shorts videos you make on YouTube, they loop. I was surprised. What? What? It's looping. Didn't I saw that a couple of seconds ago?
Yeah,
Oh
but
yeah.
wasn't that what you planned when you made that video? Didn't you kind of mean for it to look like you were forever going downhill and not reaching the bottom? Because that was a great idea. You totally got me, man. Hello, everyone in chat. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend.
Yeah.
Whose channel name on paddle? If you're asking me, the A7 is the name of my channel, and that is the correct and exact spelling. And on Discord, I'm Miss Boo. The only difference is there's an underscore between the Ms. and the Boo.
Yeah. I need to take a bathroom break for 30 seconds. I'll be back. So
Okay.
keep the DJ going, DJ spirit going.
Okay,
You
I'm
will
going
do
to
just
try
fine.
to I'm going to try to think of a bad joke or two. Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
for it.
bad dad joke or bad mom jokes.
No. I only know one halfway funny your mama joke. You're supposed to be
Okay.
leaving. Go.
Yeah.
Go. Thank you, dear. Okay. One truly bad your mama joke. Your mama, see, watch me mess this up. Your mama's so fat that the back of her neck looks like a package of hot dogs. Thank you. Don't forget to tip your waitresses. Last night, there was another live stream. 6 people up on the panel, I think. At one time, they had 9. And they brought up a certain topic, and I was like, oh, I could get up there and tell this really terrible joke, and I bet nobody is going to laugh at it. And it's a very old one, too, so brace yourself. This is a bad joke. Okay. There's an undertaker, and he's working late one night, and they had just happened to get in a whole lot of corpses, and his job was to wash the corpse, get it prepped for the stage where they dress the corpse and put the makeup on and whatever they do. So he takes the guy's clothes off, he washes the top of the body. When he flips the body over, he notices that this guy has a cork in the man's fanny. The first thing he thinks is, oh my lord, what am I going to have to clean up? Number 2, what a weird thing to do. But finally, he's just decided, okay, I'm going to go ahead and have to get this over with. If I have to put down plastic, whatever. So he reaches over and he very carefully takes the cork out of the man's bum. And suddenly he hears music. And it says, Winchester Cathedral, you're bringing me down. And he quickly puts the cork back. He was like, no, that did not just happen. Oh, I should tell you, this is a music business joke. So he can't, after a few minutes, he's like, surely it won't happen if I do it again. So he takes the cork out, and once again, Winchester Cathedral, you're bringing me down. Yeah, da, 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 da. And he sounds like a famous singer, even, and it's just blowing the guy's mind. Finally, he can't stand it. It's even though it's after 2 a.m. in the morning, he calls the funeral director and he says, "Man, I've got this case down here. You just have to see it to believe it. If I tell you, you're not going to believe me. Please come down here, if only just for a minute. I would like your call on what we should do about this." And finally, he talks the funeral director into it. The guy comes down there and he says, "Oh, what? What is it?" And he says, you're not going to believe this. He flips the guy over, and of course, the funeral director, the first thing he notices, why does he have a cork in his bum? And he said, no, wait. Catch this. He takes the cork out. Winchester Cathedral, you're bringing me down. The guy looks over at his boss like, see? And the boss just looks over at him, just deadpan as hell, and says, you brought me all the way down here just to hear this asshole sing? I told you it was a bad joke. I did put out a warning. Yep, that's going to be my live stream. I'm going to tell the most awful jokes I know. I was like, man, I cannot sing. My voice is really shot. I don't have the proper mics, and I really don't feel like that being my first video. I insist on at the very least, getting a sound card and a better mic. Because I did do some test karaoke on a place you're never gonna find it. Nobody will. And it was awful. They said it was great. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want people to be subjected to listening to that. I guess I'm just pickier. I don't know.
But I agree, you need a good mic. You really do.
And I'm spoiled, Shadow. I mean, I'm used to having the mics that come with the recording studios and the radio stations and everything. And other than being able to tell you that the company Shure usually makes a pretty fine microphone, I wouldn't know what number to get or anything like that. And so far, let's just say the people at places like Best Buy, or places that are supposed to be the salesman in each area, should have some kind of knowledge of what they are selling, so they can tell you about the actual products and what it can do and its capabilities and things like that. And I've found out apparently they don't do that in this area of Georgia.
But I was lucky.
Me. Thank you for liking my terrible joke.
I do. And besides, a B700 mic, it's not that expensive. Yeah.
Well, that's just it. I have friends at the record label that there are so many that owe me favors that I'm already pretty sure who I'm going to call. And he's gone from being one of the lowest guys on the totem pole. When I met him, he was an intern, which means you're not getting paid for working at the record label. Now he's a multi-millionaire and the president of his own company. When you look at his Facebook page, there's a picture of him standing in the Oval Office shaking hands with the president. I'm like, dude, come on. I mean, I put up one picture of two of my multi-platinum record awards just because they have sentimental value. The first one I got was a triple platinum, but the second one I got takes two people to carry. It's a sextuple platinum record award.
Whoa.
Yep, that sucker is heavy. And
how heavy is that, dude?
Well, it's also it doesn't look like the normal black background, shiny black framing that they use for most awards. These people wanted to make a really cool artistic statement, and the group was let's see, their hit single was Tennessee. It'll come to me in a minute because Arrested Development was the name of the group. So The name of their album is how many years, months, and days it took them to get a record deal.
Hey, Avery Styles.
And so I don't remember that, but they, instead of framing it with all that wonderful slickness that all matches beautifully when you want to hang them all up, mine are all sitting in their original packages in an attic somewhere. There's literally not one that's hanging on the walls, and hasn't been. I think it was like 9 years ago was the last time that I drug those same two out, and I'll tell you why. Because they kind of piss me off. I like them, but hi Ivy Styles, but I want them to be there to piss me off because it helps motivate me and remind me, you know what? To hell with this cancer business. Get this battle over with so you can get back to making people happy, doing things for people, and you just happen to get the highest ratings for it. Because
Yeah.
in a sense, that is every male that asked me, what is the secret to your show? I would ask them, how much time do you spend talking to your listeners? Do you play the records they ask you to play? It's that simple. You ask them how their day has been. You go to their weddings. You go to their family reunions. You do block parties for free for no reason, and do it on roller skates in the street, and have a blast playing old music like Earth, Wind, and Fire and old Michael Jackson tunes, and people eat it up because it's all about the feeling in your heart. I don't think I've ever mentioned this before, but I'm kind of a white female, and the only radio I have done is black radio. This is
Yeah.
the same voice that I use on black radio. I do not try to make up some fake accent or use street terms or unless one of the male DJs piss me off and I am feeling particularly a little bit ghetto about what they did. I'd rap about them on the air. I'm not kidding you. Oh, and then I really painted myself in a corner because then the listeners started requesting my raps. Do the rap where you tell the guys to go home and go home and grab your mommy because you're gonna need band-aids. And I was like, yeah, that's a good one, but I never thought I'd ever. It's hard to rap. It takes a lot of breath control.
Yeah, it does.
You know who really shocked me? I already knew that he was a pretty capable singer, but David Belo did rap one night and did a pretty impressive job of it. And I don't hand out fake praise. I will try to encourage people that I can see that they are really, working hard.
Yeah.
But I also have another side of my job life where it's literally my job to tell you, are you doing well? Are you not doing well? Is the label likely to accept this level of expertise, or do you need to work on it a lot harder? And I would never BS anyone. No, you can't help them that way. And
True.
they would, most of the time, much rather hear it from me than one of the male DJs who is usually going to be much more direct, much more negative, I'm afraid to say. Basically, the guys were in it because they wanted to be DJs, and I think that it had to do with promoting their ego, whereas I didn't care anything about promoting my ego. I just loved to make people happy. And one night, in every black radio station that I've worked at, there's always a pastor, a preacher, someone that's connected to the church that will do something connected to it, something like a service on the air on Sundays.
That's cool.
Yeah. Oh, it was great at my first station because just 3 doors down the hall from me was the AM station, and they had 7 preachers that each bought 15-minute blocks of time. And I remember writing my grandmother and telling her, please don't worry about me working 7 days a week and missing church. I don't think you realize I'm going to church 7 times every Sunday. And it's wonderful. They're awesome people. And all these wonderful old ladies bring by these home cooked breakfasts for us. And they always make sure that the DJs get a helping too. And it's like the best cooking. It was great.
Yeah.
Wonderful experiences. But one night, I had on Friday and Saturday night, I did live mixing shows. Okay, that's what people picture in their mind when they picture a DJ, a person who can mix records.
Yeah.
People who use those little computers and stuff like that. I don't know how to break this to you, but we don't consider those real DJs. Number one, DJ stands for disc jockey. Disc is
Yeah.
vinyl.
Yeah.
So I use real record players. Unfortunately, since nobody really saw me do it, almost no one in the city knew during the entirety of my time there that I was mixing on 4 turntables. We still don't know how to wire a fader, which is the machine you put in between, that would have a crossfade that can handle 2 sets of turntables. We're sure it can be done. We just never found the correct person that could recreate it. Because right when my second cancer battle took me down and they discovered the lupus at the same time,
Yeah.
not only was I on my way to my next job, which was Miami, that at the time was market number 6 in America. That's as close as I was willing to get to a big city. I had been to Miami before. I felt like I had a good level of protection there. And a lot of people don't know this, but WEDR in Miami was the first Black-owned Black radio station in the United States.
That's
So,
cool.
yeah, when the artists are thoughtful enough to make sure, or the record label, whoever makes the decision, that they want to make sure that you either get a platinum award or a copy of their platinum award, or you get one of these special jackets that has the leather sleeves and the wool part, and it always has your name already sewn onto the jacket. I had a whole set of those. My least favorite was Vanilla Ice. Don't ask me about Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Vanilla Ice.
Yeah. Unfortunately, some people are under the impression that I broke Vanilla Ice, and that's not true. If you listen closely to the VH1 documentary, all it says is a DJ in South Georgia was the person who broke his record, Ice Ice Baby. That's not true. Once a month, we would have a situation where we lit a class of high schoolers called Junior Achievement, is the name of their club. And
Yeah.
they get to go to special places and get advanced instruction on future, not future jobs, but careers. And the kids just loved being at the station. Well, that night, there's the room you're on the air in, and usually close by is the production room, which is almost an exact copy. And my boss, my program director, just happened to be hanging out that night and having fun with the kids. And some of the salespeople were there because they're the ones that are actually supposed to be teaching them the business end of it and everything. But all the kids are like, yeah, we want to hang out with the DJs. Y'all are nice, but we're having fun back here behind the, the doors where the sound doesn't travel. They've got the special coating on the walls, so we're all where people can't hear us. And there's a huge temperature difference between these rooms because in that particular situation, all of the equipment that had to be kept at a very low temperature was right behind me, and there was no divider. So when I showed up to work, it was not unusual for me to wear like 4 layers of sweatshirts and sweatpants because I was freezing so badly that my hands would get cold and it would get to where I couldn't operate them very well. Hello, everyone in chat. Welcome aboard. Is that Anise?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm having some vision problems today, and I broke the I broke the side of my glasses. I'll start calling them granny glasses. I'm starting to feel my age. Anyway, so what my program director did was he flipped the record over to the instrumental side of Ice Ice Baby, and he was just joking around with the kids and doing his own raps. So one of these kids asked to flip the record over and listen to it. Next thing I know, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids are coming into my room at the same time. Becky, will you please play this record? It's really good. No, you'll like it. We checked it. It doesn't have any bad words in it. They knew that was a big deal with me. I did censor my show because I knew how many young people were listening to it. Funny fact, though, my biggest supporters were in the age demographic of 18 to 54 males and females. Only the most important graphic to advertisers. So that's why the ratings are so important. It literally tells you who is pulling the most weight where. And on the sales contracts, we had our morning man, our midday guy, we had our afternoon man, which was my program director. He was number 1 in the city before I took the title from him. He was number 1 4 years in a row, and I felt awful because he was so kind to me and he trained me. And 6 months later, the ratings came out, and he came in second for the first time in his life. And I never took less than number 1. And I feel horrible about it. Because he's a really good guy. He still is to this day.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, we're still in touch. They are still waiting to hear what is this idea that I'm going to announce about my podcast. And the reason I bring up my wealthy friend is because not only did the program director say it, but a couple of other people whose word I would take in a heartbeat. See, we don't have trust issues in the music industry, at least the areas that I deal with. We can do things on a handshake. People share things with me. It never leaves the vault upstairs. You do people right during your entire work life, your reputation becomes very solid. And they would try to give me expensive gifts or different types of payment. And technically speaking, in America, that falls under the heading of something called payola, which is against the rules. So I told all of the labels the same thing. Someday I may need a favor. And when I call you, I don't care how big that stinking favor is. Because now you've tried to give me so many things that are worth so much. But all I want is for you to help me out with that favor. Can't tell you what it's going to be right now because I don't know what it's going to be. and I did test them before we realized that the second cancer was a little bit worse than we thought, and they found out about the lupus at the same time. Just before that, I picked up the phone and I called, I think it was Arista Records, my friend Eric there, and I said, Eric, I'm going to need airline tickets to Miami. I'm not sure of how long the stay is going to be, but I'd like to schedule it around this area of time. He said, no problem, baby, you got it. And I was like, that's what I wanted to hear, honey, thank you. Put down the phone, picked it back up, called Tommy Boy Records. Listen, I'm going to be down in Miami for about a week. Don't have a hotel to stay in. You guys think you can help me out? Man, even the tiniest mom and dad record label in Miami, which is usually a Miami base label, have put me up in some of the most expensive hotels in this entire country. Beautiful places. And the reason I giggle is because this gentleman flew from Miami to Atlanta just to hope to surprise me. He didn't give anyone any warning he was doing this. And once a week, DJs would report their top 10 or 15 records that they were mixing during their mix shows. You had to have your reports in by 5 o'clock Friday at the latest so it could make the press. And that was featured in all of the radio trade magazines, but one you may have heard of called The Source. A lot of people don't know that Source magazine originally began as a radio trade magazine. It had a yellow section that you could pull out separate, and I was the first female DJ in the nation to break the all-male barrier of DJs. When I found out that there were no females on that list, I started bugging Stretch and Babito, the two head honchos out there. They weren't the owners, but they were the guys that were running things. And I was like, I am very going kindly and sweetly bother you every week of your life until you make me one of your reporters. And it took like less than a week. They caved. So this guy he needed his record to be on that list so that it would start. They do things differently now. They have secret tones that are embedded into every song. Hint, hint, people, this is one of the ways that YouTube can yank your chain so quick if you play copyrighted music. These tones are embedded throughout the song. No matter, you can change what the format is as much as you like, but these are inaudible tones. They're called primary and tertiary tones. And if you can hear anything, if you were to hear the tone by itself without the music, it basically sounds like a car that's coming, like, say you've been on a highway for a long time and you're going to go off on an exit. Sometimes they put these bumps in a certain order so that it lets you know that you're going, hi, Sherry-Anna. Didn't we have fun last night? Sherry-Anna saw me win 300 watch hours. And Sherry-Anna won 3 times.
Oh,
yes! She's a winner, baby. Welcome back, CR.
Hi.
It's good to see you again.
All right, that might be a little better.
I've only gotten a chance to see a couple of your videos so far, but I enjoyed them very much.
Hey, it worked.
Hello, Mr. McBean.
How we doing?
I'm doing good.
I got home from work.
Okay, somebody needs to mute their primary channel that they came off of.
That would be me.
Why, thank you, sir.
What's up, Harvey?
Okay, somebody needs to mute.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was me.
I do it all the time. I'm such a noob.
Having a cold one, and then about 20 minutes we'll be back out.
McBean Scottish Fitness. but I don't detect a Scottish accent. Interesting.
Well, Scottish by the name, so Scottish by heritage.
So am I.
American by birth, patriot by choice.
Love it.
Yeah.
Just getting a little preparations going here.
Oh, I hope I didn't miss anything.
I don't think so.
You missed 2 of the worst jokes that you could, yeah.
And they
Yeah, maybe that.
Awful jokes.
Yeah, good. I missed that. Go ahead.
Have I told you my dad joke on the toilet paper shortage?
Uh-oh.
So, back in
boy.
March 2020, everybody started going on these prepper channels to see what they're supposed to be prepping, and toilet paper is in the top 10 list. But it's not number 1. It's number 2.
Oh! I walked into that one. I walked right into it.
And that is a McBean original.
Okay, here's my backup when everything's really failing. What do you get when you cross a lawyer with a pig?
Poor pig.
Nothing. There are some things a pig just won't do.
Just won't
Thank
do
you.
it. There you go.
Don't forget to tip your waitresses. Thank you very much.
So how is everybody well, it's Saturday here. Is it still Saturday over there?
It's Saturday and sunny.
Well, it's after midnight here. So it's technically a Sunday. Yeah.
Because I remember when I left Korea on a Saturday, I got back to the States on a Saturday, but I was in the air for 17 hours.
Oh, lovely. Did it happen to involve a change in Frank? Oh, come on, Beck. It's in Germany.
Frankfurt?
Thank you. Before you arrived, I admitted that I'm a little bit brain dead. I'm sleep deprived. I have an excuse.
So I see an avatar there, a pretty cool looking one, but who am I talking to? I don't see a name.
Oh gosh, my name did disappear. Maybe it comes back up when there we go. The Ahlakota is transliterated Arabic. That's my YouTube channel name. The Miss Boo is my Discord name.
Ah.
Darker pants or lighter
The darker ones look better. Yeah, it will be inside anyway. How's this look, or should I change to a different shirt? Looks good?
Well, that's what I'm asking, because these are more like casual.
I know, but the darker ones look better. Yeah, this is Scottish Fitness. We're going to go out and listen to some live music. I think
that sounds cool.
Yep.
Oh wow! So, I don't know my own link. Ms. Victoria, thank you. That's going to take me a minute. Gentlemen, chat amongst yourselves, and I'll take care of that.
So I'm just trying to multitask here.
Nice.
Okay, I know how to do it.
Nice, fast running friends. Packed like sardines. And they run with a bang.
Oh, yeah. So you've been on pretty much for what, the last about 6 hours or so, huh?
Yeah, 5
Only
hours.
6 hours? 5 hours.
5 hours.
I went to work and I'm back already.
I went for a walk and I came back.
I got up this morning, I rototilled the garden, and I planted 9 hills of big plants, so watermelon, cucumber, zucchini, yellow squash, and acorn squash. And then tomorrow, if I get the opportunity, I'm gonna. There's some plants. I'm gonna plant probably some pumpkin and cantaloupe and more squash. So, CR, what plant was that?
Probably I have no idea actually. Looks like
It's nice and green. Well,
yeah.
everybody, I just wanted to pop in real quick and say hello to everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
And
Hi.
everybody stay safe, especially over where you're at, Swede.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit more turmoil going on there than here.
Yeah, our government and Finland will send in their NATO application at Monday. So there will be probably a couple of months of gray zone before the application to full membership. So, Russia will feel, well, they will have a lot of pressure on them. They will sweat.
Well, the only buffer you have right now is Poland. Because Belarus is not a buffer, but Poland's about the only buffer you have between them and Russia, landlocked. And I was looking at the map and I was figuring if I was a Russian dictator wanting to conquer some things, there's some ports I'd be interested there.
Yeah.
So hopefully, hopefully you'll get into NATO and send a message. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, NATO has always wanted us to be members in NATO for a long time. They all have asked us for years to join the NATO, but we had said no. But these days, as it
Things
is
have
now,
changed.
We had to rethink everything, and we need to realize we need that.
Sweden, they're talking about joining NATO. But I'm going to have to go. Everybody, you have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Take care.
And please do the same.
All righty.
Come back and
Until
see
next
us.
week. I will. Bye-bye.
Great. Bye.
It's always nice to have him on panel.
That's the first time I've met him. He seems very nice.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
I wish he had more time to.
He's an ex-military by himself.
Oh, I would never have guessed that, Shadow.
He's was in 101st Airborne.
Dear, you know I'm honorary 101st Airborne. You should have told me. I have my coin and everything that they presented me with. Yoink, yoink. Okay, I actually found myself Miss Victoria. It took me a minute. And the first page you look at, it says, "Hey, dummy, you need to upload a video to get started." But I thought to do a live stream, don't you need at least 50 subscribers? I remember somebody saying that, and I only have 48. And I have to do that video by tonight, or I'm going to lose those 300 watch hours that I won on Darren Dobson's live stream last night. What are we going to do?
300 watch hours is 300 hours. So video.
Okay, why am I not seeing the funny part of this?
Well, that is a very, very short a time to put up 300 1-hour videos.
They told me I just needed to put up one to collect the prize.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Okay, I can't post to the chat. Shadow, is there any way that you can take that link and put it in the chat? That's the link. Miss Victoria was asking to the link to my channel.
Yeah. I do like this. There we go.
Thank you, Harvey Black. I appreciate that.
Oh,
I
Harvey's always got
admit
that.
I do not know what I'm doing, so it should be an interesting live stream because I don't know how to make a video, but I can like fill out forms and just join. Surely it has got to be easier to join SteamYard, is it?
Yes, StreamYard.
Okay, surely it's got to be easier to do that
It
than to
goes
sit
much
back
faster.
and watch 6 hours of the creators' videos where they're not going to tell you, oh, by the way, if you're a beginner, here's how you make a video. Or compare that to however many I can look up on YouTube, and they're all going to disagree. So I figured the best thing to do is try to do a live stream. And if it turns out crappy, it turns out crappy. But
Well, some people do live streams with icon only, like a podcast.
podcast.
Yes, I've known the word podcast since like what, 05?
No, I wasn't laughing about that. I was thinking that is interesting if you have a prepared topic. I can't say that I really do. I did not think I would win. I just didn't. I still can't get over it. Sherry Anna won 3 times last night. I think someone else won 3 times last night. But I'm full disclosure here. There were a lot of people who won prizes last night. Sherry Anna and I both stayed in the chat because we were congratulating everyone who won.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people, when they first called out the name, I would try to type the @ symbol so that their full name would show up in red blocks, and that person would not be in the room. So what they were doing is they were doing their own thing on another channel and waiting to hear if they won and then jumping in the room to claim the prize. I don't think that's fair. These were very generous prizes that were donated by Mr. Darren, who I think a lot of, have a lot of respect for. I'm always teasing him whenever I tell him, you don't love me, Darren. It's an inside joke. I've been backstage 5 times to sing on his channel and never he's let me sit back there for over an hour and never put me up to sing, while all of these people who, I'll put it to you this way, don't have as much professional training as I do as a singer would go on instead. It's all about the love. I love the atmosphere. I love the people. But I hope that they will at least make a statement. You know, we're going to the trouble of making these valuable and important prizes that are going to promote you a great deal. Is it too much to ask you to actually stay in the chat? and maybe, just cheer on the winners along with everyone else and hope that your name comes up and be there instead of multitasking on your phone and your tablet and your computer, whatever you're doing, but you're not in the room when you win. And I kept watching it happening over and over and over again, and I was like, this just does not feel right. Really hang out with the people, get into the mega love shout outs. I'm all about it. One love, I think it's great. It beats the heck out of some poor man that probably suffers from some narcissistic condition who has spent over 3 months making up lies and insults about me just to say that I'm unkind and I'm inventing my entire history in the music business. Well, that's odd, because if I'm doing that, number one, all I have to do is let one of you have access to my Facebook, and
Hey, Mike G. Good to see you again.
I keep that number ruthlessly low for a reason, because there are very important people connected to my Facebook, and all you got to do is look at their pictures. I got a friend that's holding a statue, and the person holding the other side of it is Margaret Thatcher. And I've got another buddy that's in the Oval Office shaking hands with the president. And these are just people I grew up with. They're not even the most important people I know in the industry. But to answer the question we were talking about earlier, Shadow, that's probably who's going to purchase all of my equipment. So I'd rather be able to tell him everything I need at once.
Yeah.
Now he's a good enough friend that if he knows I'm going to make use of us, and by the way, he's a fellow cancer fighter as well. He has active brain cancer, and he's still the big guy, the CEO running his company, rich as can be. He does videos on the inside of his house and has these huge oil paintings. One is just tremendously big of him, and on either side is both of his 2 daughters that he raised, and I think it's beautiful. He's the kind of person that's beautiful inside and out. So it was not hard to support him when he was just that intern at a really small label, and he had 2 records to push. And I was like, dude, I will promote you any day. He was in New York City too, so that's a good place to begin. But he wound up eventually being, I forget if he was the president of Def Jam or he was the vice president of Def Jam. But I'm not sure that he would want me to give out his full name, but in the business, he's known as Sincere. Great guy. And he used to give me the funniest phone calls at like 4 and 5 a.m. in the morning, because the West Coast, when you're waiting to do all your business, you have to do it after the mix show. Mix show ends at midnight. I get in, I start doing my industry calls, and sure enough, the West Coast calls are not going to finish until like between 4 and 5 a.m. in the morning. And that was when I was paying my own telephone bill too. Yeah, I was regularly around $400 before smartphones.
Yeah.
Yeah, he called me once and he was so sleepy. And he said, I just wanted to let you know that I'm with this group and this group and this group. And I'm in Phoenix, Arizona if you need me. And I said, thanks, man. I appreciate you letting me know. Are you doing all right? Yeah, just really tired. And I said, okay, well, you know what, babe? You need to get you some sleep, because it's going to kick off early in the morning, probably earlier than you think, because you're on the road. When they're in the office, they don't have to report in until 11 o'clock. I thought it would be a nice job to have until I found out what they really have to do. I was like, no, that sounds way too much like work. And what I do is way more like getting paid to have fun and make people happy. So you keep that job, and I'll just, keep waking up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and going in at 5. do 2 hours of show prep, cut some commercials, and then I never once planned a mix show. I carried in 300 pounds of records. I might have a certain record that I wanted to begin the show with, but other than that, never planned a single show, never recorded a single show except the ones that I recorded for the Armed Forces Network. And that's how I became an honorary 101st Airborne. I used to shout out to the 101st all the time.
Yeah.
There was a listener who came to me. She was worried about her brother. I can't say where he got stationed. Let's just say Middle East.
Yeah.
And he was dropping weight so quickly, even though they were force hydrating and things like that. And his name just stuck in my mind, so I started using it a lot. And he was a third, so and so the third. So I'd also make fun of him, and he was a mechanic on Apache helicopters. I think that is I think I called that right. He snuck out one of the actual control that you hold in your hand when you're flying the helicopter. He got that part and snuck it off the base and gave it to his brother. His brother put it on the stick shift of his car. And we'd be in traffic and he'd get behind somebody, acting wrong in traffic. And I'd just see that button go to the fire, flip off the safety, bam, 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 bam. I'm like, dude, what's going to happen if somebody with military experience pulls you over and knows you're not supposed to have that sitting on your stick shift? Come on. He never got caught. But in making fun of the guy, we started calling him Porter B. Angel the Turd. That made him even more popular. And I started learning some of the other people that were working around him and expanding the names and everything. And I did my best to try to cover, of course, all of the branches, especially when I'm, next door to infantry and whatnot. But the 101st picked up on that. And the night that they sent me the gentleman who presented me my coin, he told me, he said, we want you to come up. Want you to come up to the fort. We want to throw you a big party and all of this. And right then, literally the next day, my boss asked me to fill in for him. So I was doing the afternoon drive. I see these two guys from the government coming down the hall with an index card in their hand. They handed it to me and they said, we want you to read this line for line, word for word. Do not deviate from a word on this page. And I just kind of cocked my head to the side and I said, sir, my father is also an announcer. And he's been voicing your, shall we say, non-public military films for quite some time. So you could say this is not my first trip to the rodeo. Now, if you don't mind, step back a couple of feet. And they did. I read the announcement, and I was kind of pissed that they came in on my airtime, that they were not polite to me, that they did not show me the proper respect. So I found an interesting way to pay them back. At the end of that comment, which was I was making the announcement that troops were literally rolling out while I was speaking, and that Desert Shield had now become Desert Storm.
Yeah.
End of statement. I finished the statement. I'm standing up in this particular instance because these buttholes are just feet away from me, like an arm's length. But I knew they couldn't reach out and grab me over the turntable in time. And I turned my head to look directly at him while the mic was still on, and I said, and by the way, guys, God bless America. I did add words, and I was like, what you gonna do now? Take me to jail? Because I said, God bless our troops, God bless America? Yeah, good luck with that. They were so mad. The owner of the station wasn't happy either, but I think they knew at that point. I was like, do not send people into the air room while I'm on the air to mess with me out of the blue. There were a couple of situations where that was done, and it was real rude. Had a female I met once in my life that walked into the air room, shut the door behind her so nobody could hear her, and she said, I'm going to really enjoy sitting in your chair. I said, I hate this chair. You can take it right now. I'm joking around, and she said, no, you don't understand what I mean. I'm taking your job. And I bust out laughing so hard, I thought I put a stitch in my gut. I said, let me get this straight. You have no radio experience whatsoever. I have the highest rating in the history of the city and have already done it 9 years in a row. And every year it's a higher rating. But you're going to talk the owners into letting me go to hire you with no experience. And by the way, I happen to also know what you did to a friend of mine who happens to be in the military, where you pretended you were in love with him up until the point you had built all of his savings out of him, and then suddenly you found a dislike for him. So what I suggest you do is grow a brain on your way out the door, close it very quietly, and if you walk at a normal pace, you might make it to your car before the police arrive on the lot. And I showed her my panic button, like, run, bitch. But she was being really nasty, and I still have no idea where this came from. There was another radio station, another announcer that got real mad at me about it, and I was like, really? Well, I know that guy. And he studies with the same billiards instructor that I do. Nicest guy you could hope to meet, very honest person. And she literally, what's the only way I can put it and not say the word hoe? Well, too late, I said the word hoe, sorry. She just used him for money. And in the millisecond she got that, done with it, and broke the guy's heart. I mean, crushed the guy. I mean, we were holding him for 2 weeks while he was crying in his beer. Bless his heart. And he's just such a sweetheart. So yeah, even if she hadn't come in and done such a stupidity thing, I was going to make sure I took a little bit of an extra chunk out of her ass. An ample amount of ass, thank you.
Yeah. And she didn't succeed, I guess.
She never even got a job in Columbus.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. She had no training. She had no talent. She had no desire in taking care of people. She just wanted to take things away from people. What does that get you? Nothing. If you can't network and create your support team, and my support team reaches from coast to coast, goes outside America, goes into the military, which is all over the planet, and I am so blessed because I never asked to be a DJ, and they made me be a DJ at the skating rink, and I never thought I would go into radio. The 3 gentlemen that I gave a ride this morning, the 3 gentlemen in boot camp that haven't quite graduated yet, but they were celebrating, and very nice young men. I have their names written down because they are also on my prayer lists. We talked for a good hour and a half in the car, and just lovely young men, and really lifted my spirits so high, because the last thing I needed in the middle of my 3rd cancer battle is, number 1, a butt munch that's following me all over Discord and YouTube just so he can make ridiculous accusations about me that have no basis in truth whatsoever. If anyone thinks that Anything has the ring of falseness about everything that I've claimed about what I do in the business. There's only one thing. I made it a point to not be famous. I value my hide because people coming after you trying to kidnap you, and once they were successful, one attempt was successful. I was successfully drugged and transported 109 miles. It just so happened the person doing it wasn't very smart, because they did so in Atlanta and had no idea when they were driving to this city that it was a city that I had grown a great amount of my life up in, knew backwards and forwards, knew his friends better than he did, and he had plans to harm me. But I saw that he had no weapon. And then I saw he was roughly the same height as me and in the same weight category. And when he announced what he wanted to do to me, my first thought was, buddy, you're not getting a piece of clothing off of me. And if I have to die making that happen, I'm okay with it. Keep in mind, by now, several people have grabbed me. They just haven't successfully gotten away with me. And in many times, my fellow male DJs would literally see the problem before I did and block the guys. But as I said, two of them were from criminal mental institutions. One wrote me a letter that was just straight up, you'd hear it on a horror story, that God told him that we would be married. I don't know how many children we're going to have yet, but we'll discuss that because they're giving me my first weekend off and I'm coming to see you. My mother and I called the hospital right away to explain, number one, I'm engaged. How dangerous is this person? Well, he has rights. He has rights, so we're not going to tell you about his history. The only thing that we can tell you is he's male, he's 37 years old, and the offense that put him in the criminal mental institution is he harmed women. So back to the gentleman that successfully drugged me and transported me. What he didn't know is when I was 8 years old, my friends that were about my brother's age, quite a few years older than me, started taking Taekwondo. Every time they would have a lesson, they would come back to the apartments that our families both lived in and teach me everything that their sensei had taught them about balance, the kicks, the moves, the blocks, everything. And raised with all brothers, believe it or not, I was used to having to learn how to defend myself just when we were kidding around, what we would call wrestling. I mean, my brothers would never hurt me, but they would do that thing where they grab your hand and, kind of hit you in the face. And, I'm not hitting you, you're hitting you. See, I'm not hitting you, you're hitting you. Well, they'd never hit me hard.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
I know.
Never brought that in.
Oh man, my eldest brother, he could have so easily have been a comedian. He was awesome. And both of my parents worked when I was growing up, so he was really more or less the ad hoc parent to me. He's 12 years older. And my parents talked him into volunteering during Vietnam. I knew what that meant even as a 3-year-old, because every night I had to watch the news with David Brinkley and Chet Huntley. My dad was studying. He was already a radio announcer and knew someday he was going into television news, which he did. He became an NBC anchor. That's actually the reason that we moved to this city originally. There was no NBC station here. My dad was the first announcer there. The point. Arrive at the point, boo. Number one, I did get badly beaten, but the rape attempt was not successful. There were 2 men in the room, and to this day, what really pisses me off is the second guy pretended to be passed out in a chair, and I kept thinking, excuse me, that if I can just, I was on the floor at that point, which is a dangerous position to have me in, because I can kick you a hell of a lot better from that position and put all of my leg power in it. Remember, I grew up in a rink, so all my body strength is in my legs. I'm a speed racer. And
Yeah.
I do not apologize for getting him bloody too, but he did beat me up. But not one article of clothing came off of me. My friends from Atlanta freaked out, came down and collected me. I was still in my teens at the time. I thought that if I went to the emergency room and they found something in my system that I didn't put there, I thought that they would seriously think, yeah, sure, you didn't take that, you know, and you probably caused this to happen to yourself. You may think that's over dramatizing how the police might look at it, but you might learn a few things about, yeah, good cops, bad cops in Georgia, and all the wonderful things that go along with that. Racism and reverse racism, I'll leave it at that. But haven't had the greatest amount of luck. The ones that protected our radio stations, they would make it a point to follow me until like 2 blocks before my place, and then they would peel off. They were just making sure I made it home safe. So they never made me nervous. And I always managed to find a pair of concert tickets for them. But seriously, they are, to this day, all good guys. Just a lot of them have retired because I've stayed in the business for so long.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Creative?
I have no idea what's he doing. I have no idea what's he are doing.
Okay, I've been at something in there I did not finish. My brother, my parents deciding that he needed discipline in his life because when he turned 17 years old, he hitchhiked from southern Mississippi to Woodstock. I don't know either. I have got to see more of his videos. The couple that I got a chance to see were wonderful. He's got a great on-camera presence. He has a wonderful speaking voice. I think he does a great job.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, if I can get over my fear and actually do this live stream
She's
tonight.
exaggerating. I'm just going to state that she's exaggerating.
Well, Creative, I was just getting ready to invite you to my very first video, my very first panel, my very first live stream, but if you don't want to come, okay. I don't want to push you or anything. Wah, wah. The reason I bring this up is because every night that I closed my radio show, I always said the same thing. Number one, please wear your seatbelts. And if it sounds like a corny thing to hold on to, I was terrified for over 3 years that my brother would get sent to Nam, and it wound up not happening. Now, I don't know the exact details of what happened. I do know that he went AWOL twice, but because he told them he was doing it, it did not affect his record. He got an honorable discharge. And like my dad, who was Army Air Corps, I strongly suspect they both had ties to areas of intelligence, so there was a lot of stuff I did not get told. But he made it home safely just in time for my birthday, gave me the best birthday I ever had turned his life around, and 5 months later he was killed by a drunk driver at 22.
That is
Mary
really
Hannah,
sad.
thank you. Guys, I wish I could tell you how much this means to me after sitting silently while this person has been attacking me with video after video about what a horrible, just a truly horrible person I am. And that you're all going to see it any day now. You're going to see she's really a bad person. This is all an act. She's not a good person. And every time he does the video, he insists, I had to take a week off because I'm just so sick of the drama. And then the very thing that he does is he stirs all the drama. He creates it. So a gentleman that had to be 75, 80 years old, I don't know. He may be lurking in the audience right now just to hear what the hell's going on. I have nothing to hide, sir. But when I've been kind to you for 3 months and you pull that business where I say hello and I greet you warmly and I ask how you're doing because I know that you have had health problems in recent weeks, and you reply to me rudely or decide not to speak to me because of this person's lies. Yes, I brought up the Hitler reference. Hitler had to dehumanize the Jews before he could bring about killing them. But telling a lie for however many months this guy wants to do it does not make it the truth. And it never will. And my actions will speak for themselves. Someday, some of those same people that support him are going to have to admit, do you know that she reached out to me and tried to help me behind the scenes? So one day or another, it's going to have to happen. I got patience.
Yeah.
For days.
But I agree with Shariana, actually.
The
You are very
BOYT.
well spoken, and
I don't know what the
you have great
BOYT
stories.
is, but this person started out on a Discord called Urbexation Nation, and when he quit, he invited me onto his panel. We had a great few hours. His guests loved me. They couldn't ask me enough questions. Big laughs, great night. And I think that that's the thorn that stuck in his side. He thinks he's a very good entertainer. I didn't know the guy at the time, so I didn't realize that it was turning into a really big and hot show. And apparently, oh boy, did he mind that. The next day, he went to the mods of the Urbexation Nation and he said, I want you to ban Miss Boo and Sunshine Dragon, a very, very nice young lady from Germany. She and I were modding together on a NASA channel, and she just happened to. It's not her fault that she introduced me to Urbix. And within 30 hours, he makes this horrible video about me, and he's also tearing apart two other people, someone named Paul and someone named Suzanne. I've seen them a few times. I've never seen them act up in any chat so far. So I'm going to call it like I see it. I see no proof that these people are misbehaving or doing anything wrong. I went through 2 years of professional moderation training by the AOL staff. I was recruited into the job. It's not one that you can apply for, or it wasn't in the early days of AOL, 1999, 2001. In those, they saw that I could speak Arabic and found that very unusual. And it just so happened the one person they had that was an Arabic speaker, he was asking to spend less time because he was his job was creating safety computer programs to protect banks, and he wanted to get married. So he knew his jobs with AOL would change. He probably went very high up the chain because he became something called a ranger, and I never heard of that classification ever again. But he chose me as a replacement. But I told them, I said, I bought my first computer 2 weeks ago. When your instant message appeared, I thought I was in trouble and thought you were telling me, I've just been kicked off AOL forever. And they said, no, we saw what you wrote in the essay that you wrote in the Middle Eastern area, and we just wanted to talk to you about a few things. And basically what it was is they wanted to recruit me to overlook the chat and the message boards. My favorite part is I wound up being the mediator between Palestine and Israel, and learned how to speak Hebrew. Not a lot, but the other moderator from the other side of the fence was a rabbi or a rebbe, if you use that accent. Very nice guy. He was retired Air Force, which meant he could catch a flight on any plane that would happen to have an open seat, the jump seat, whatever they call it. And just for the heck of it, he flew down here to meet me, and we went out, had dinner, whatnot. He asked me to marry him. I said, I think that's a little bit rash.
Just a tad,
Kinda
right?
just met you, dude. You're really nice. But like a lot of people thought that I was Muslim because I had a lot of knowledge of the Quran and everything. I would tell them no, but thank you for the compliment. And they started doing the same thing, and I'm like, this person was actually what they call Jews for Jesus. They do believe that Jesus is the Savior. They have their own college in the Northeast. And on the same night that this guy proposed to me, he also told me, I've made up my mind that I'm changing political ideologies. I'm going to become a Zionist. And I said, dude, I asked you to read my essays before we even became friends. I'm vehemently anti-Zionist. I think it's a great deal of what's wrong in this country, meaning America, because they have and have consistently had the strongest and most well-funded political lobby that there is in Washington, D.C. Don't believe it? Feel free to look it up. But yeah, whenever I would sign off my show, I would tell people to wear your seatbelt and always look out for number one, because number one is you. I believe it with all my heart, and all I ask is that you believe the same thing. Do that, and you can accomplish anything.
I agree.
Oh, Sherry Ann, I love it. When I mentioned that my dad was in the Army Air Corps, did you know that that was the predecessor to the Air Force? That was what actually wound up becoming the Air Force? And I never really found out what Dad did. He would tell me the same anecdotes that like had almost nothing to do with work. He took it to the grave, but he was a great guy. Oh, Sherry Ann, you're gonna make me cry. That is so sweet. If you knew how much hate I've had to be swimming through, but keep my smile on my face and try to keep my chin up, and Shadow knows. He knows about the pain that I've been going through, and that's what kind of great friend he is. I bet you he never told a one of you.
Nope.
But he's seen me hurt. He knows that I can be hurt. I'd rather be the kind of person that can feel hurt and be able to love strongly than the kind of person that doesn't have those feelings. Miss Sherry Anna, when I'm not struggling as bad as I currently am, this is my third battle with cancer. This one's working out a little bit tougher. We don't know if it's the cancer or because the COVID situation has really messed up all of the support system having to do with the hospitals, the clinics, and everything. And I really feel like I don't look well at all. And that's the real reason. I look so much different than I did in radio. I'm not so worried about the creeps coming after me, and we'll worry about devising the however we're going to handle security whenever I've finished designing the show that the record labels now want me to do. That's wild. I've always, worked for a station owner and whatnot, and they're all wonderful and unique experiences. Oh, bless your heart. I'm sorry to hear that. I called a hobby place. I have a side charity that's going on, but I'm taking too much time, and I regret that. But at the same time, I thank you, Shadow, for letting me get a lot off my chest today. It has been helpful and it has been healing, and I appreciate it greatly, because sometimes you need to be reminded that real friends exist and you do have them. And I came here specifically to talk to you today. It's been my plan for, 72 hours, 4 days. It was the day after I injured my back. Hello, CR. Nice to see you.
Oh, did you guys miss me?
Sherry Anna, I'll tell you what my secret is. I stay upbeat. I laugh every chance I get. I think I truly believe that staying in the peace of mind, and one of the best things you can do to boost this is do something for a perfect stranger. Many times, and you're seeing people like this more often because of the state of the economy. You can't pull up to a stoplight without someone who is holding up a sign. And there was even a gentleman that was so weak he couldn't even get up. And I held up traffic. I didn't care. I jumped out of my car. I had $3 on me, his last $3 to my name, and would be for, I think, 10 more days before my payment came in. Didn't care. I ran over, and he started struggling to try to scoot up the pole to stand up. And I said, "No, sir, don't sit down. Just, you go ahead and just, whatever this will help you with, I'm sorry it's so small, but it's everything I have, and I hope that it can bring you any kind of comfort. But most of all, I want you to know I'm praying for you, and I'm praying that things improve very soon. So please do me one favor. Watch for the miracle coming. Sometimes you can't expect to find it if you're not looking for its arrival, right?" Sherry Anna, I am too. I had great fun last night. We didn't get much of a chance to talk with all that chat flying by so fast and everything, but I was like, it feels like Sherry Anna and I are kind of having the same kind of fun. one minute we're dealing with this, and we're trying to keep pace with everything, and you were doing a great job moderating, not just participating. You were doing a great job of moderating, and I noted that, so that was great work. when you were announcing the prizes and reminding people what they were, half the people that were, not staying in the room, they weren't even keeping up with what the prizes were. And they would be 50 bananas, 100 bananas, 300 watch hours, 500 watch hours was the award that was given away just before me. Oh, look at the look that got from Shadow Scout. Wow.
500 watch hours.
I know. And they were talking about, when they
Oh,
explained it to me, they were like, do you realize what 300 watch hours is? No. They were like, that's over a week. I said, okay, but
yeah.
I'm still not quite understanding what you're telling me. And they're saying you might get monetized. And I'm like, no way. Come on. Now you're pulling my leg. And they weren't. I'm not ready for prime time, y'all. I might be in the hospital Monday. We're just kind of waiting to see which way this is gonna go. I'm just fighting through the pain a lot better today than yesterday. By the time I made it to my first stop, which was the bank, I was literally in tears. I thought I'd torn a muscle in my back, but apparently that's not the case. So can't get a hold of the doctors yet till the weekend's over. Even when we do, that's going to turn into a waiting game. It's either that or throw the dice and go to the ER. I've had to do that many times, have had many surgeries over my life, and that little problem with them not being able to treat me with painkillers. Trust me, there's one time that will worry or scare the living behoobies out of you. It's around surgery time, because they've heard me scream before. I had one of the best malpractice suits. The lawyer I discussed it with, I could tell he was dying to take it to court. And the reason I didn't was because the lupus doctor was wrong. And he told me, he said, you'll be dead by 2006. You got it wrong, buddy. Apparently you studied medicine, but you didn't study maths.
No. He learned the math from the cereal package.
God knows what he's doing. He'll take me out the right time. And if he wants me to do other things, then I'll be right here. I love to tell people he's given me every job I've ever had because I never planned any of them. Interesting life.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to check now. I'm pretty sure that somebody who has not been kind to me when he started his new channel, and by the way, the very first video he started with was all of 45 seconds before he said the words Miss Boo, and went on his little planned lies about, she lies about everything. She's not telling the truth. It's not, oh, it can't all be the truth because of this, and this. And one of his best friends literally had access to a great amount of material that was already proving everything that I was saying is the truth. And this guy is staying real quiet for right now, but I'm just kind of waiting to see where the dominoes are going to fall. Because if these people don't figure out pretty soon what kind of guy this is and how he's manipulating all of them to an unkind degree and enjoys making enemies become enemies out of friends and everything. Again, this is not about me. This is about the poisonous atmosphere that he's actually creating for everyone. Every time he claims that he doesn't like the drama, another member and I pegged it on the same night. He's creating the drama, and he's making sure that no less than 1 or 2 videos a week is all about how I'm creating drama when I'm not going on panels, and not once have I spoken to any member about the guy. All I did was report him to the mod staff, and the mod staff at Urbexation said, this guy came up to us less than 24 hours after meeting you and demanded that you get banned. We said, no, look at everything she's posted. There's nothing to ban her for. Well, if you don't ban her, then I'm leaving. And they were like, well, dude, we can't stop you. So he did. So now I'm kind of hanging around, and I'm staying on the site, and I'm staying on one of the mods has given me up. That's just a guess. I don't have proof. But somebody claims that they saw me talk about this person, and the only time I mentioned that person was in describing the problem accurately to the two moderators and saying, look, at some point, I'm going to want to make a written statement that I need to call out a cease and desist on this guy. And if he doesn't cease and desist, then I'm going to have to take it a step further, because if he thinks my record labels can't reach out to UK record labels, he will need to think again. He's already told us what his job is. He's shown us enough footage to know where his job is. Very simple. Have him served while he is on the job. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go through all that. And I certainly don't want to give him, this is kind of perverse thinking. He'll take it as glorification. Why throw gas on a fire? He needs to take my advice and just ignore trolls. But how he keeps people going, I don't know. Your first grandson! Congratulations! Oh,
Congrats, Shariana.
What a treasure.
Hey, Huga Homestead, good to see you.
Shariana, you're having an incredible
Hi, Huga.
hours. That's amazing. Oh, God bless you. And God bless the mother, too. I hope she's doing well. And hello, Billy Gaspar. And hello, HYGGE. Homestead.
Huga Homestead.
Huga.
CB.
Yeah, I had the problem with the pronunciation of Huga before, until I got it right.
Well, as Data once said on Star Trek The Next Generation, excuse me, would you please tell me the etymology of that idiom? I had to go look all those words up. Hey, I admitted it. Throwing them big words at me. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Woo! You're all impressed, I can tell.
You're very welcome.
Oh, that's
Shariana.
great. Great news.
Yeah, it is. Well, great news is needed these days, especially the positive ones.
There is great and positive news in all sorts of places. When we began this, when I came on the live stream, I think you were a little bit worried that we were going to stay in a morbid vein. But now think about it. Shadow, Victoria now has a way that she can contact a different branch of the people that are supposed to be helping her, and she can petition to get what she needs. And that's all because we spoke openly about our medical situations. And sorry if it made people uncomfortable for a few minutes or so, but I really think we're better off if we share information, use our strengths shared amongst each other, teach each other how to use these strengths. Like Shadow is doing such a wonderful job in the way that he's going about the space that he has created for what he is storing away, how he is storing it. And this is just my personal belief. There are people who go out, they see a large lot is now available of something that hasn't been available at the store, and they want to go get every bit of it. I have
That's what
much
we
more
call panic
respect
buying.
for the people. Yeah, exactly. The last thing we need is any more panic anywhere on the planet. I'm a global girl. My interests stretch onto every continent where there are populations of people. Period. That's the one love that we were talking about last night. We're planetary. I'm proud to be an American, yes, but there also happen to be over 100 other countries that can also claim to be free. Many of them outdo us in several categories, in particular under the current leadership. Oh, let's go, Brandon. We're not doing so well. We thought the last guy was bad. People wanted radical change. They got that radical change. Now we have chaos. I have faith. 4 years is a good amount of time for people to get really damn tired of being treated bad. But I also think about a Mr. Trudeau. Don't care for what he's
Okay, don't
doing.
even get me started. Don't even get me started.
My point is, I'm with my Canadian brothers and sisters on this one. You do
Oh, like
not
me, right?
take away a person's right of legal defense. I'm with my Australian brothers and sisters. Absolutely. What's being done to them is also criminal. But I don't say that to bring everybody down. I say it to let you know you have your compatriots everywhere. We are pulling for each other. We are beating some of these things that are trying to be mandated against us, that we must do this or that. I have not been jabbed. And I've got 2 doctors that are willing to stand up and say, well, we could do that and take a chance on her having a reaction that could kill her. Piece of paper is not going to keep me in this country if I can get a passport.
No, you would be on a plane.
So much chaos all around. I mean, where can you go to get away from it? In your heart. Sherry-Anna, I barely know you, and I can tell you're a good person. The goodness is in your heart. It's right there with you. Now, the great thing, all you got to do is bump into someone that's somewhat like you, like me, that reminds you of that. You've just got a lot on your plate right now, babe. A brand new grandson by your daughter. There's so much precious value in all of that. And lifetime investment and love. I'm sure worry comes with it too. But having been in a position and dealt with lupus and having lost my own children, I struggle with Mother's Day, and I so wanted that. That's literally the only thing I've actually ever asked God for, was to be a mother. And the way it worked out with my age, I had finally decided that I would adopt a little girl from China. And the same week that I made that decision was the week they had that terrible earthquake that occurred during school hours. The schools collapsed on the children, and the parents rushed out to the orphanages and adopted up all the babies. And I was like, okay, Lord, maybe you're just telling me there's no way I could do it. I would be my mother was adopted, I would be just as happy to raise someone else's child, a child with special needs. I would figure out a way, but I had just always felt like I would be good at it. If you think about the way that I took care of just the people who I call, excuse me, my listeners, I mean, there were times where even my medical driver, when I found out that she needed medical care, I found a way to get a couple of $100 to her, because by the second time she drove me to a medical appointment, she still had not sought medical care. And here's what I do. I take money I cannot afford to spend. I kiss it to God. I say a quick prayer and I say, Heavenly Father, I know you're going to put this back in my hands. And you know exactly why I need to do this for this person. And I thank you for giving me the strength and the faith to be able to do it. And I give it to them. Do it all the time. And here's the part that kind of freaks people out. But my pastor, who's known me since age 7, will tell you this. He's witnessed it, and he's witnessed it having happened to my mother, who's now passed. I know I don't have any money on me, and I will open my pocketbook, and there will be a $20 bill in there. That has happened so many times, I couldn't possibly count it. I couldn't even possibly take a guess at it, and it's almost always a $20 bill or something that is either on the money or close to the bill that I have to pay. And I assure you it was not there before. You know when you don't have anything but, change that might be between your seats or stuck in your couch.
J. Mike.
What's up, Jay?
Hi, J. Mike. Thank you so much for the fun last night. We are planning right now how to do my video.
And that's why I'm letting you guys do all the talking this stream. See, I'm not even doing a lot of the talking. I'll just put on the camera every so often.
ShadowScoutSwede, did I or did I not try to invite this gentleman less than an hour ago to be a part of my very first video, live stream, and panel?
Yes.
Thank you. Ding, 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 ding. Of course, that's no surprise. I told you a long time ago, I think you're a great co-host. I think you're a great host.
Thank you. I've done live streams since 2019.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. You know what that makes me think of? How
What?
much fun we had celebrating you getting monetized. That was a fun day. You stayed up
just
so
wait till 2
late.
weeks from
Bless
now,
your
right?
heart.
2 weeks
Bless
from
your
now, we'll have
heart. He
one.
stayed up so late.
12 hours later.
Oh, I felt bad when
I came back like the 4th time.
Thank you, J. Mike, for the super sticker. I appreciate that.
Awesome.
That's double thumbs up for you, Jay.
Aw, J. Mike, that's so nice.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And I had the joy of meeting a new friend last night. Sherry Anna and I have just been having a blast.
Yeah, Shariana is awesome. She's a good person. She's a nice woman.
Yeah, I can't wait to see her channel. Just some of the topics, the titles that I saw are things that I'm really interested in. So we have some things to talk about. I have that to look forward to. I understand she's got her hands full right now, so I'm a patient person. I can wait whenever you've got time for it, hon. But I look forward to it very much. So who's going to tell the next bad joke?
I want you guys do the talking. I always do the talking. So I want you guys do all the talking. This is why I'm saying, I'm trying to show everyone that
That's true,
I
Jay.
don't make the show. You guys make the show.
I'm
I don't want to
almost
hog the
forced
spotlight.
from talking. I don't know if I've ever talked this much on a panel. Or been allowed to, I guess.
See, this is why I'm letting you do all the talking.
I'm not a YouTuber. I just put some videos up so people would stop asking what I looked like.
Oh boy.
Sharianne, I understand that. That's kind of what I would like to do too.
J. Mike says I have a lot of bad jokes.
You missed two really great bad jokes. Shadow Scout had to take a break, and I was like, okay, I will take over, and I know just what I'm going to do, because this is what I was going to make my video of. I'm going to tell the worst jokes I know. Don't worry, you're not going to laugh. And I think one person did. But they're old jokes. I mean, cobwebs, they're really old. And silly.
Shariana is great when she comes on
Shariana
panel.
did a great job of moderating during all of that madness going on during the wheel turning and everything. She was keeping everything on point, announcing every prize correctly. I was watching this. This is the kind of thing a trained moderator notices when somebody else is doing that job very well. She did a great job. I wish I could have kept up with her. I was like, what am I doing wrong that I'm not entering? And I think y'all entered me I did go to the website. I did join. I thought y'all were saying that I had to enter 1 ruby at the website, and I still have never gotten an answer. Is the correct website I was supposed to join titled Darren Dobson Drives? But the chat was flying by so fast, I never saw an answer to it, and I never heard an answer to it. It was crazy. But that was a great night. That was my first wheel spin night.
Okay, Jay. Darren told me it would be a 3-4 hour stream last night. It went 7 hours. Yeah. That happens to
everybody
me
had
as
half
well.
as much fun as I did, because that was a really big thrill to win. And it still is. I've been enjoying it all day.
Yeah. Well, it's when you win
it
something
seems
like
pretty
that.
fast too.
When you win something like that, well,
But
that is a
she's
shock,
got the luck in spades,
especially if
man.
it's the first time.
She landed on the wheel 3 times, man. Do you remember
3
everything
times.
that you won, Sharianna? I don't. Could you tell us? Or do you mind?
Yeah, you need your coffee, Jay.
J. Mike, what's the weather like over there today or this evening?
Jay, ask you, my friend.
I won 300-hour watch hours. That's why I have to make a video before the end of tonight.
That is a lot of pressure.
Sharianna. Maybe she was so busy keeping up with the announcing of what everybody else's awards would be.
No, I want to make a video.
Sometime when we get a chance to chat, J. Mike, Darren, I would love to have a powwow with you two about the prize night. One thing I've already mentioned tonight, but it's just a couple of ideas, and it's just basic mod stuff.
I think 50 bananas, maybe 200 watch hours, and then some more watch hours I don't even know.
Oh, Jay's going to join us.
Yeah, J. Mike will join us.
All right.
Well, J. Mike is so tough, you can drop him on the North Pole in his underwear with his guitar and a toothbrush, and the very next day he will stand next to your campfire with $1 million smile, eating mangoes and playing jambalaya.
Well, at least he can play it. I can't play it.
Well, that's how tough Jay is.
I told people I was going to start studying guitar. I was hoping to start by my birthday, which is late June.
Hey, Jay.
That's too funny, Shadow. Can you?
Hey,
what up, Jay?
That's too funny. Say that again.
Which part?
Which part?
I'm sorry.
All of it.
Probably.
Okay, everybody.
Jay, we could.
Everybody,
Jay, you're so tough, so
roll
we
back
could
the
drop
tape.
you
Let's
on North
repeat everything
Pole
for him.
with a toothbrush and your guitar. And the very next day, you will stand next to your campfire with $1 million smile and eating mangoes and singing jambalaya.
But can I use that guitar like a witch uses her broom and fly? I used to play the air guitar with the broom when I was a kid. I can play guitar.
I think everybody has done
that. I think everybody did. I know I did.
I used to use my hockey stick. Playing guitar on the ice.
That's Canadian.
Yeah. When I skate, I was rink guard in Neshoba Valley in New England. And I used to skate and juggle.
Oh man, I grew up in rinks. It's gonna be a part of my heart forever.
That was probably the highlight of my skating. Other than when my girls were little, they used to do backflips on the ice, but I would have to hold their hands and then they would do a backflip.
Ice skating.
Yeah, that is not easy.
No.
Because you can't. They have to be small because when they get tall, their head touches, they slow down. You got to go quick to make it through the circle.
Yeah.
And when they get taller, they go slower and they don't get all the way up. And then what happens is they make me lean forward and then their head touches the ice. And it hurts.
So you spot them, you help them.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It still looks great. Most kids won't even try that. Don't try that at home, folks.
My original thing was I wanted to do figure skating, but I was this was a roller rink, and it was regulation size. It was the largest sunken regulation rink in the entire Southeast. So we even beat out Atlanta. So there are people that would come from states away to do their. And 3 weeks after I started with the figure skating guy, and I'd already learned how to do the figures, and I was just moving into doing like double toe loops, double sow cows, things like that. Yeah. People ask me, how did you learn that? And I'm not kidding. It started out with a demonstration a woman did on the Mickey Mouse Club.
Really?
She was the adult on the Mickey Mouse Club, and she was on ice, and she showed how you could stick your arms out, and when you pull them in, that increases the velocity. So by the time I had been a roller skater from age 9 to the first time I touched ice, which was like 16, I started figure skating, and people were like, wait a minute, when you first put on your boots, you couldn't even grab the side of the rink now you're doing these moves. What the? You're pulling our leg somewhere. I said, no, there's mechanics involved that are very similar. It's just about
The
the
secret.
balance and
You gotta
knowing what to do.
tell them what the secret is.
Oh, I love sharing the Mickey Mouse trick because you show it to a kid and they just light up like a tree when they see they can do it easily.
Yeah, but it's not a trick. The secret is that
Physics.
you have to skate 5 days a week. That's the secret. Or every week. You got to skate all the time.
We
That's really
we
what
were
makes
talking
you-
earlier about my trying to break the world record.
Yeah, the
So-
world record.
Yep.
So did you practice on the carpet?
I practiced everywhere there was. As a matter of fact, there was 2 staircases to the DJ booth. I would put on a record, get on my toe stops, had my skates on, go down the 2 flights of stairs, skate to the song with everybody, know exactly how much time was left on the record, go back up 2 flights of stairs on my toe stops, change it, mix it very adeptly into the next record, because that's where I learned how to mix records.
You're a DJ.
Yeah.
Me too.
And I loved it. One day the owner caught me, and I thought, I was done for sure, because he was retired military, as were most of the upper management there.
And he told you it was awesome, right?
Yeah, he just gave me a look like, okay, I'll tolerate it once.
Tolerate what?
No, what happened was, while I was on the rink having a great deal of fun, this little dust ball, we didn't have any glass that covered the DJ booth, nor plexiglass. And it was a story up off of the floor.
Right.
One dust bunny got up under my needle and pulled it all the way across the record. Rip! And I was like looking at the owner, and I'm like, oh shit.
Did you know in the 90s I had a record? It was cool too. It was a great skating song, and club too. It was a classic club song. I forget the name of it. It was vinyl, and they had that sound of the record scratching across the needle, scratching across the record and stopping, like right in with it was mixed in with the music, so that it was like dun, 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 and then and it would stop, but while the record's playing, and then it would kick back in. I forget the name of the record, but I had it in my box, in my play box.
I'll see if I can use trivia to square it down.
It had a pisser beat to it. Being from New England, we would say that that means great.
Great beat, yeah.
Pisser and wicked means great in Boston and New England. So it was so cool. It's like so loud, everyone's dancing, and then all of a sudden, and then there was a pause. There was a pause, and everyone was like, "What the hell happened?" And they would start playing again, and that was part of the song.
Man, that's ringing a bell.
Yeah, it was classic club music. I left all that back in New England. I gave it to my brother Ted, all of it, because he has a studio. He bought the double house that they used to. Part of the house was a sound studio and control room, and one of their clients was Aerosmith, and another one was Jay Giles. Because it was right there.
Angel lives centerfold.
Yeah, they lived there. So now they weren't exclusively there, but they were clients. So
cool.
Sometimes, yeah. So all that old analog stuff is still there, except for the mixers and amps and stuff aren't there. Those are gone. But all the wiring and the control panels where you attach everything to it, that's all still. The speakers they had rock walls, like actually boulders with cement, and they built speakers right into the walls. They were slanted so they would sort of face the center of the room, and they had the big glass like the starship, the viewer on Star Trek, the big glass to look out into the studio, and it's all still there. The styrofoam padding to muffle the sound.
Cool.
It's all crumbling because it's a plastic base and oil base
Yeah.
in it. It's all petrified and crumbling. It's even the woofers. The edges of the woofers are all like starting to crumble.
Oh man.
But it's there. It's there. It's cool. I did a short video playing one of those 90s. It was DJ Maiko doing the Four Non-Blondes remix, and I did a short. It's on my channel. You can see the sound room. It's amazing.
I'll look that one up. I so enjoyed the videos I was watching. You put tears in my eyes about your marriage was so sweet. The ceremony was so sweet. Your wife was so beautiful. You were just beaming. The follow-up was just awesome. The food was gorgeous. I mean...
It was bittersweet, though. The Filipinos always... There's a... you know how in America Thanksgiving is beautiful, and Christmas dinner, and Easter dinner or brunch, whatever, Easter brunch or whatever it is. Every once in a while,
people go the extra mile.
Right. In the Philippines, breakfast, lunch, and dinner is like that.
I wondered about that.
Every meal is on china, with the stem glass, like a big wine glass. Even for water. Your water is in a wine glass, and she's got the gold flatware. It's everything. It's always
I remember seeing the video that included the comment about the gold flatware, and I'm
really?
sitting up here
Thank you.
looking at how beautiful the dish looks, like a work of art.
That was an outdoor lunch in the veranda. That was just lunch.
Man, it was gorgeous.
We don't eat off of chinette or paper plates. We don't do it. Everything is you gotta wash the dishes.
Jay Mike living the life, man. I'd be happy to. I wash the dishes. I do not use a dishwasher. I got a Parasite or.
Yep. There's no dishwasher here. Everything's hand
and
washed.
the doctor said either it's a Parasite or your dishwasher failed to reach the proper temperature. And now when people see how hot the water is that I will use my bare hands to do dishes with, to make absolutely sure that not only are they clean, but they've reached a heat that's going to kill everything.
Yeah. We don't use boiling water here. There's no hot water faucet. It's just one water faucet. It's not cold. It's because the groundwater isn't cold.
Yeah, the groundwater.
It's above 70. It's like 78 degrees or more. Sometimes it's like 80. But it's not. But it's not scalding water. There's no heat. There's no water heating system. In our showers, because of that, we have a fixture in the shower. We have someone install it. It's electric. It heats up the water very easily too, because.
I love it. I can't get it up. Time to stop the stupid. No, it's not. It'll never stop.
Sorry, my roommate just got in. I'm getting a catch up of the day. Yeah.
Norma was on the phone the other day, and she was as far away from me as possible in the house, but she forgot to close the door upstairs, and we can hear her on the show. And I thought, well, hold on, guys. And I told her, I said, "You're in the show." She goes, "Oh, I didn't know."
Oh man.
She got some bad news, and she was speaking in Cebuano, and I could tell it didn't sound angry, but I could tell that it wasn't going to stop. So I went up, I said, "Hold on, guys," and I went upstairs. I said, "You're in the show, you know." And she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I didn't realize that you could hear me." This microphone right here, this picks up every sound.
Norma had a visitor, a relative come over, another female. She had a knockout voice too. They were both sitting that day.
Jacqueline, she's my manicurist.
But they are related, correct?
There's 2 videos with her. Oh, and plus a live stream.
I saw the live stream.
Yeah, I took one of the videos, 3 of the videos out of that live stream, and 2 of them are not posted yet. But one of them, and then we did another one at their place in Tayuman, Binangonan, right next city over, and we had fun over there. It's very low income over there, and I had no problem going over there. They're nice people. There's no trouble. If you go to the ghetto in like Charlotte, you got to be careful.
Of
But
course.
here we don't. I don't think twice about it. We feel welcome there. It's amazing. They give
Sorry,
us
guys.
food. They give us food. So Shadow, I told Darren I can't make on Sundays. This is Sunday morning. I can't make it right at the start because we have church. But usually I get there before it's over. Saturday night in North America, that's no problem for him. He'll get a good audience. It's not an issue. And then when I show up, we keep going. I keep it going a little bit. So that's what we committed. We committed to the church here. Sometimes we miss it, but we can't keep missing it. We gotta go. It means a lot. There is something to. I hear a lot of people will come right out. They have no problem telling you that they hate the church, but Jesus said that too. He when he was alive, when he was resurrected, he said he visited the seven churches of Asia Minor, and he told them, "You're doing ungodly things. That needs to stop, or you will be cursed by the devil." He goes, "There are some. You're following some of the things. A lot of people like. If you ask everyone on earth, are you a good person? They'll all say, yeah, I'm a good person. But they're all doing something ungodly. And they're proud of it. God hates pride. God hates pride because of that. Pride comes from the devil. When I see this LGBT pride, some of them are my friends, but I pray for them because not everything they do is right. I don't understand why everybody thinks, oh, everything I do is right. It's not. No, J. Mike is also. I've sinned, so I'm not telling you that I'm perfect. I'm sinned. I need forgiveness for my sins. That's for sure. We all need to realize what those sins are, guys. If you don't, your life is doomed. That's the reason you have bad luck. People think, oh, it's just luck, or it's not, right? Where do you think luck comes from? You're gonna make your luck. Luck comes from doing the right things. We all wish this and that, right? You gotta be careful what you wish for. That's where that comes from too. Be careful what you wish for, guys.
You might get it.
Right, and it will doom you. It's a curse. Temptation turns into a curse. You ever like? There's so many things that we're over 50, so when you're younger, it's like, that seems like it's going to be awesome. But if it's temptation, it won't be enough. It's never enough. When you fall for temptation, it's never enough. And then, like one time I made a big purchase of something I didn't really need. And I thought, I always wanted that, and now I can get it. And I got it, and I spent a ton of money, and I thought, and I had that feeling of being let down, like I shouldn't have done that because it's not all that I thought it was going to be. That's what temptation does. You think it's going to like fix your life, and then it doesn't, and then you have that feeling, what did I do? Or you think, well, I want more because it wasn't enough. It's never enough. If you smoke weed, like I gotta have more. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't give you the power of concentration or thought. Oh no, J. Mike, it makes me think and makes me happy. Well, how come it's never enough? It doesn't work that way. It's never enough.
I agree.
It doesn't. That's part of the problem in society. People that don't think my way, because they're not finished experimenting, and they think that I'm not right, and then they'll hate me. They'll slander me. Oh, you're just a stupid a-hole. Been there, done that. There are lessons to be learned about temptation and falling for things that aren't right. It's called sin, and it always ends up bad. People think, oh, there's nothing wrong with marijuana. You want to bet? They stopped doing this because the left now controls the media, the progressive liberals. See, progress is a good word, so they think, oh, we'll just be progressive liberals. Everyone, that will be self-explanatory. Well, guess again. Nothing good comes out of make-believe. I'm starting to ramble now, but
well, that's okay.
I'm not looking at notes. This is just coming out. I'm just waking up. This is just coming out of me. This isn't written. This isn't scripted. Temptation never brings a permanent fix. You always want more, or you feel let down, or the trouble comes with it. You know. I had a party once, and there were 200 people in my little apartment on the first floor, ground floor, and there were people waiting in line. I didn't even know someone was selling tickets to get in. I didn't even know, because I had 2 roommates, 3 of us, and the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing, or the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing, and someone came to me. Now, we had 2 living rooms, one in the front, near the front door, and one all the way in the back of the house. And I was DJ in the back of the house, and somebody else was DJ playing a different kind of R&B in the front of the house. So someone comes back to me, and they said, Jay, it took me 20 minutes just to get to the back of this house, and it's only a 6-room apartment, right? And he said, there's a limousine out front with hookers. Do you want a freebie? And I said, tell them to leave. I don't want them here. We don't need that. That's the last I saw or heard of that. Someone else said, gee, Billy Costa from Kiss 108's here. Kiss 108, biggest radio station in New England. That was 40 years ago, right? He's still on Kiss 108. He's like a year older than me. He's their jingle ball guy. He did a food show on cable TV. He does the New Year's Eve party for Kiss and all that stuff. He's the weatherman. He did a show called Diner in Boston on Saturdays, or I think it was on the weekend. I forget the exact name of the show, but something Diner was in the show. It was about checking out little eateries, like burgers, fries, wet pizza, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just, he would tell the, Bostonians, check out this cool place in Everett, not far from Boston. It's, go over there and have their pastrami sandwich or whatever it was. He did that for years and years and decades. So he's well known in Boston, Billy Costa. My other friend Billy and I Billy Pelosi got me a couple of nightclub jobs. Good jobs that I still think lovely, highly. Like, I have nothing but good memories of those 2 DJ jobs. And we saw Billy Pelosi from Kiss. He was doing a wedding show on a Saturday afternoon. And he's got his portable tables, and he's got, back in the early 90s, he had stacks of CDs. They were still using CDs back then. He had stacks of CDs, and he was just doing a wedding promotion. And he goes, hey, Billy. One Billy to the other Billy. He goes, do you want these? He goes, you got a shopping bag? Put it in there. Get them out of here. I have no use for them. The show's just about over. So my other friend Billy is like, he's going like this. He's just sweeping it off the table, sticking it, because he had a shopping bag but nothing was in it. He had one little thing in there. He goes, Jay, hold that. Get the CDs in there. That's so funny. If you're in the right place at the right time, funny things happen. But you got to be careful what you wish for, guys. I have more stories. I have more stories about blessings, but I don't want to get, that's a long story. So, yeah,
that's for another day.
Now, Sheriana, I didn't talk this much when I was a DJ because I wasn't doing the radio gig. Neither was Billy Pelosi. He was actually on the radio, but he had the night slot where there wasn't much to say. Like I always did an intro. Hey guys, it's it's DJ Jason. Back then I wasn't J Mike. I was DJ Jason. That J comes from Jason. But it was too long. It didn't roll off my tongue. That's why I shortened my name. J Mike is a lot easier to say because my last name had a bunch of syllables, and it was like they forgot. It's like it's hard to hear it all. It's and then if you slow down, it sounds weird. It sounds like you're patronizing everybody. So it didn't work. So I just shortened it to J Mike, and then it's easier to say and remember. I only need to tell you once, and then you hear it. So I thought that was a good idea. Pastrami, yeah, and great delis. Yeah, that's true. It's the Italians and the Portuguese. I think that have the great delis. I know the Italians do, and to some extent the Greeks too. I love a Greek salad. The feta cheese and the without the lettuce. The feta cheese and the olives, the black and the green olives, and the herbs and the olive oil. The Mediterranean salad. Those are awesome. I just bought one 2 days ago. I haven't finished it. It's in a jar. Comes in a jar. Yeah, pastrami's great. Yeah, I think pastrami's Italian.
Yeah, pastrami is Italian.
Yeah, it's great. I love it too with mustard on bread. Yeah, it's awesome. And heated. You gotta heat it. It's no good cold. You gotta get it nice and hot. What you do is you drop it in a bowl, a small bowl of boiling water, and for like a few seconds, and you pull it out. Mix it with provolone cheese. It's the best thing. I love myself some sharp cheddar or Gouda, but provolone is great with pastrami, guys. I don't know why, but it is. Right? Be savage, is that right? You like the provolone and the mustard with your pastrami, right? You gotta do that. I remember like people would say, "Why do you hate Barack Obama?" And I said, "Well, I never said that. I hate policies that don't work, or that are built to trick you." But there is something good he said. They were talking about how everyone loves ketchup on their hot dog. He goes, "Ketchup? No, you got to put mustard on a hot dog." And I agree with that. You got to put mustard on a hot dog. So that's the way I look at things, guys. The executive orders have to be legal. They have to be constitutional. They have to agree with the Constitution. If the Supreme Court's, if you bring a case to the Supreme Court and they say, "Yeah, we agree," that's not constitutional. They're interpreting the Constitution as they see it. So you want to make sure that your Supreme Court judge understands what a woman is. Shadow, that was a big issue in the United States. That's the reason I left the United States. They're arguing about what a woman is. They're arguing.
Yeah.
It's absurd. It's
Yeah,
they're
it
playing
is.
games. They're playing games is what they're doing. She's a liar. That makes her a liar. The Supreme Court Justice, the new one, I absolutely do not remember her name. And I don't care to. She's a liar because that's the most ridiculous question on the planet. What is a woman? Little underdeveloped men are not women. They're just not. And I'm sorry to say that. It doesn't mean I hate you. It just means I don't like to play those games. One of my good friends on YouTube, not my best friend, but a good friend is Sammy Chavez in Super RP. They're good friends of mine. I don't wish them any harm. I pray that they have good health and happiness, but we need to know what a woman is. I don't care if a guy grows his hair long and wears cute clothes. That's none of my business. But I draw the line when you tell me when you argue about the definition of a woman. Okay, I married a real woman.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say. What was his name? He was on the Kardashians. His former name was Bruce Jenner. He was the decathlon champion in the Olympics. And he turned himself into a woman. He's older. He's like in his 60s now. He's in his late 60s. But he was an Olympic athlete as a man. He won the decathlon. That's the toughest competition. That's probably the best gold medal in the Olympics. And I had an argument with somebody. It was a short argument. Someone said, "Yeah, she is this or that," and I went, oh, "He's not a woman." Even if you know, I read that a very small percentage of men are actually
going to sell 3 cars.
Are actually removing their apparatus,
The last sale was
their genitals. A very small percentage of transgendered people are removing their genitals, and that still doesn't exactly make them a woman, even though they do that. You know, all the best to them, but you can't start off with unhappiness and then have a doctor make you happy, unless you're sick. Now, I have read that, well, some people say that you are sick in a mental way, but I don't say that. I have heard that, but I can't buy in. I can't go along with the nonsense that a Supreme Court justice of the United States said, "I'm not qualified to tell you what a woman is." Then why are you qualified to be on the Supreme Court? Someone should have just pushed her out of the room at that moment. Well, that's a lack of respect. Well, this whole idea is disrespectful to me. The whole idea of it, that we're not allowed to define a woman. Really? Since when? Since the 60s? That would be over 50 years ago, guys. That would be like 60 years ago.
Yeah.
Are we kidding ourselves? So I don't like kidding. I don't like that. You know, sometimes I kid myself, like, I can achieve this goal. I might be kidding myself. But I'm not forcing you to go along with it. You don't have, like, there's a lot of successful people that didn't force anyone to believe that they were going to be successful. Right?
Right.
So, and I don't see anyone arguing with me. Remember that guy Jimmy that came up and I wasn't taught making these statements on the show. We were just having fun, joking around, playing the wheel, and then he came up and said, "Oh, you think you're smart, huh, Jimmy?" Remember that guy? He was drunk. Cher Pencil asked him if he was drunk. And I said, "Yeah, why don't you make a point and ask me a question, and then I will respond." He couldn't do it. And he told me I didn't understand the UK English, the real English. And I went, "No, you're not speaking good English." I was an English major. My professor in English had an accent like, he didn't have the Scottish accent, he had the proper accent.
Yeah.
London is a tale of two cities. You know, some people speak a poor English and other people speak the proper English. I understand real English. I have no problem with that, but he was doing badly. I couldn't even understand what his English, what he was trying to say to me. He was beating around the bush. "I think you're clever, hey, J. Mike?" But he wasn't really saying anything. He was trying to disrespect me without being clear about it. And
I remember that.
and Out Until Further Notice sent me a message and said, "Cut this guy out of there. He does this to everybody." So he just disappeared, and that was because I hit the red button. Kick guest from studio. So, yeah, I couldn't hear him clearly. He wasn't being clear, and he wasn't close. He was like this. He was like this. "Sorry, you think you're smart, AJ Mike?" That's what he was doing. No light, no bright light in front. Just, he was in the shadows. He wasn't like facing the camera. He didn't want anybody to recognize him. So
because that is easy to recognize a lie or things like that.
Yeah, and he was muffling his speech. He wasn't really being.
Yeah.
I don't think he was close to the mic, and he wasn't really saying anything. When I said, "You're not making sense to me," he said, "Well, that's because you don't understand many things." And look, wait a minute, I can't even hear what you're saying. I can't hear you. I can hear sounds, but you're not being clear. You're being unclear. You're being disingenuous. I hate that. Now, a person who's being disingenuous they're not always disingenuous. You know, their friends won't say that. But when you do that, I hate that. It doesn't work for me. Sherry Anna says, Jay, I was there when that guy bombed your stream. He was an idiot. Could barely understand a word he said. Yeah. Sean Trucking said, I think he's that Greek professor, the jerk, or something like that. I don't want to put words in Sean's mouth, but it wasn't good.
I couldn't even understand him either.
He wasn't endearing to anybody in the panel. We had a big panel. We had like 7 people on the panel, right?
Yeah, I believe it was 7 or 8.
Yeah. And everyone thought he was drunk. And I thought he was... When you mix weed or some kind of drug with alcohol, that is a high bomb. It's like a drunk bomb. It multiplies your being stoned like crazy.
Yeah.
You don't make sense. I have family members that do that. They don't make sense. And then they tell me that I'm stupid. They're telling me like point blank, you're stupid.
You're one of the most brightest men I know.
Sherry Anna said she wanted to strangle him. Yeah, I was giving him his 15 minutes, and you know what? I checked the tape. He was there for over about 15 or 16 minutes.
Yeah, it was around that time span.
So yeah. I gave him 16 minutes to make a fool of himself. He didn't make any sense. And when I said that, he said, well, it's because you don't understand much. And I'm like, okay, you got to go. I don't understand much, but I do have one claim to fame, guys. It doesn't mean I know everything. Nobody knows everything, not even close. Einstein said it's not good enough to know facts. People, in these last 2 years with COVID, everyone says, look at the facts, Jay, look at the facts. Well, it's not good enough to understand. It's not good enough to know that the fact is there, right? I see the facts, but we're having a different kind of discussion. We're trying to understand the facts. Einstein said you need to understand facts and statistics. There's the thing called analysis and prognosis. What are we going to do? We have to plan. We have to take action here. So what action are we going to take? We're just going to wear masks forever and force everyone to get vaccines, or you don't get to go in the supermarket and shop for your food. That's what they're doing here. The ice skating rinks are open, and there's a mask mandate. And I said, well, I can't skate with a mask on. Oh, yes, you can. It's healthy. No, it's not. Masks are not saving lives. Now, the algorithms record everything that we say and everything that's in. The algorithms know I have a clock on the wall behind me. See that little black circle dot with a silver surround? That's a clock. The algorithm already knows that. The algorithm knows I have something shaped like a microphone. They know I'm wearing a bluish shirt with white in between the lines. The algorithms see everything. They see the mirror behind me. They see my soundboard. They see that. No, they don't. Now, what I should do is I should put the word Vox in the picture so they can see that I have a Vox, and what that will do is it'll tell the algorithms, anybody that has Vox equipment or Vox channel in their description on their videos, they will get a suggestion to watch this live stream. Did you know that? That's why I used to put my guitars behind me. I had a Fender and a Leo James imitation Gibson behind me, and I had the Vox in one of my videos, and it got a lot of views. It doesn't hurt to put your equipment in view so that the algorithm knows what that is, and then it'll suggest it to people that use those things or have those things in their videos. It's all about understanding. I'm not slandering. When the debate is lost, slander becomes the tool of the loser, guys. I think I said that to Jimmy or something like that, and then I cut him out. Slander is the tool of the loser in a debate. So if they start off slandering you when you start discussing a debate, or you're not even really into the debate, and they start slandering you, there's no point in talking to them. You need to cut them. Because you can't fix them. You can only pray that they understand. You can't fix them. We know the same facts, right? And the fact is, masks aren't needed. Masks were never needed They're not needed on airlines because airplanes have the best air filtration system of all places to be.
Yeah, they have.
Or we wouldn't survive in the air, right? And then everyone thinks, oh, I'm on a plane. I'll agree to wear my mask to get on this plane. The reason for that is who's in charge. That's the reason. It's politics. It is politics. And in the beginning, YouTube didn't understand it, but now they're listening. They shut down real emergency room doctors from Los Angeles Medical. I don't remember the name of the hospital. I think it was Los Angeles Medical Center. They said today alone, we treated 200 emergency cases with COVID. COVID only. Nobody else, everyone else was told, don't come. Don't come to the hospital. You'll get COVID. And YouTube shut them down. I saw the video, but it was 2 years ago. I'm vague on what the video said, so I won't want to talk about that, other than the fact that it was there. So could have been an impersonator. Yeah, that's hard to do that. You got to work on it. Anything you do well, you're working on it all day long. That's true with voices. It's true with the guitar. It's true with language. It's hard to learn language if you're skipping lessons 6 days a week. You can't just listen to a language for 30 minutes once a week. It doesn't work. I do hear Norma talking all the time. They're speaking Tagalog and Cebuano around here.
You can learn a lot from that.
There's a lot of Filipino. No, the Filipino words are all in there, but to know how the Cebuanos use them and how the Tagalog uses them and all the dialects, that's the hard part. You don't really know. When you learn a new language, you don't know. And there's also old ways of saying things, and then there's new ways of saying things. They have a lot of short speak here now. And they will admit that they don't speak proper Tagalog or proper Filipino here, unless you're watching the news. And even they break into English every once in a while. So, like there's an English phrase here, and then there's 5 or 6 Tagalog phrases, and then there's another English phrase. It's strange. Even when the president's talking, he's speaking Tagalog, and he speaks like a Mindanao, Davao type of language, but he says he's speaking Filipino, but then every once in a while there's an English phrase in there, and everybody knows what he's saying. It's hard to understand that. I think I know what they're saying, but I don't know exactly what they're saying, especially when it comes to policy and politics. I'm not exactly sure what they're saying, but I know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
See, so they're being careful. It's legal speak a little bit, and so I do have to get ready for church in a bit, but we're still here, guys. I try to talk about things I know. If I don't know, I'm going to say I'm not sure. I think I did just say I'm not sure. So I will say I'm not sure. If I'm not sure, I will say I'm not sure, and then I'll be careful what I say about that. But when I am sure, I'll tell you that I'm not going to back down. I say that to Darren a lot. Darren, I'm not going to back down on that because I wasn't born yesterday. A lot of people, my mother was born before me, but I say, Ma, you're not the intellectual that you think you are. So she'll change the subject, like, boom, Ma, you just changed the subject. What are you talking about? So her mind wanders a little bit.
Yeah.
She's a loving person. She doesn't. She's not too harsh on people, but sometimes I like to have a good intellectual conversation. But some people don't want to do that, even though they know stuff. Everybody knows stuff, guys. But to understand more is different. It's a lot different, guys. Like Dakota.
Hello.
She went. Oh, you're still there?
No, I just got back. I'm sorry. I meant to tell y'all early on that I was expecting someone to drop by, and at the same time, roommate got home. Just quickly exchanging information. I told him about the situation here, and oh, God bless him. Half of it is great you go ahead and participate, and half of it is, oh, great, what a day I had. I'm probably looking forward to early bedtime anyway.
Yeah, I had some long days at work before I quit. I quit to have less money. Can you imagine that? And I sold my cars at a loss, a bit of a loss. And now I can't afford it to go. I can't afford to buy a car on credit here. It's different here. They don't. I'm too old. This age discrimination is the law here. They by law they discriminate against your age. They won't let me finance a car because I'm over 60. So I need to just go buy a car with cash. Norma says, I don't want to buy a used car because I can't trust it. So that's different here. Yeah, there's age discrimination. You have to retire when you're 60 here.
They allow you to have a car shipped from a nearby country to you?
I looked in. Yeah, that's possible. I looked into it when I had my Lexus, and I thought, I'm going to buy the car all over again. The tariffs plus the shipping. The shipping is enormous, and then the tariff is like it's like buying a small used car again. So I thought, and then when I'm here, I'm going to have to get licensed. I don't know how fast that's going to work, and it's a big car. The Lexus 350 was it wasn't the biggest car, but it was kind of big. It wasn't really a one of those little tiny cars. You know what I'm talking about, the little economy box cars. There's a lot of those here, the little Toyotas. They're everywhere.
I saw a Mini Cooper today, and I couldn't believe how small it looked compared to my Kia.
I drove one. I finally got to drive one. I thought I was never going to drive one, but my son-in-law did a car detailing business in the good weather in New Hampshire, and he said, Jay, can you come with me to pick up that car because it's a 4-speed, right? He goes, I can't drive a manual. I said, okay, this is great. It was a beautiful sunny day. It was a Saturday.
Man, I love that stuff.
And I got to drive it, and I drove it for like 25 miles, and I thought, this car is awesome. I loved it. I didn't know they were that nice. I thought they were just like crappy cars. And when I drove it, I went, this is a cool sports car. This is awesome. I felt like $1 million driving that car. And it wasn't as good as the Lexus, but I liked it. I enjoyed it.
I would have liked to have seen my mom get a crack at that, because bless her heart, she was, claimed 5'1" and 1/4. She was all of 5 feet, and her lifelong dream was to get a little MG.
Yeah, I heard those are good cars too. I don't know for sure.
It's kind of sad that when she gets in a car, she looks like the quintessent little old lady that can barely see over the steering wheel. It's not her fault she's that short. And she gave birth. We all got dad's gene for height, so we're all taller than her. But once when the car was getting repaired, we got a different kind of Kia 2-door.
You want to hear something funny?
And it was weird. We both fell in love with that car, and she loved it because she could finally sit up and see over that steering wheel and dashboard. Oh, she liked that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Want to hear something funny? My mother's only like 5'5", and she's taller than my sister, my older sister. But my mother never had a driver license, and she never had a credit card.
Wow.
But she has a computer. She has a computer on Facebook and Messenger, and a cell phone. And she knows how to use it a little bit.
That is wild. We had those generations in my family too. They would never avail themselves of credit. Nope.
Yep. No credit card, no car. She never had a driver license. She said she drove a car once. Maybe for a couple of blocks. I'm not sure how far she went, but probably not a long drive. But she never had a car. 4'8". My sister's like 4'11", 5 feet, but 4'8" is kind of small. There's a lot of small people here. There's a few men that are my height and very few taller than me. Some of them are right about my height.
What's your height?
I'm 5'9", but not very many Filipinos are taller. They do have a pro basketball league here, so and some of those guys are foreigners, but most of them are like 6'2", 6'3", 6'5". There are some tall people, and like I saw two guys last month. They were in Makati City. One was 6'5", one was 6'3", and they were Australian.
Wow.
One, I think one might have been German. I didn't talk to them. They just walked by. But I thought, tall dudes. Oh, they're not Filipino. But there are some taller Filipinos, but not very many. So I feel tall, and, or at least taller than average here. Some women, they're like 4'7", 4'8", 4'9". I think Norma's 5'4". She's tall.
Yes,
She's
but
actually,
their shape fits their height.
she's taller than average
I
for
will
a girl.
tell you in a moment, I'm a very hetero person, and I'll tell you in a heartbeat, you have some beautiful women who have been on that show. I've literally asked two of them if they are models.
The Asians have those eyes. It's beauty in the eyes. It's just almost all of the Asians have that.
I think they got all kinds of beauty going, Jay.
Yeah, the Asian eyes.
Just giving credit where I think it's due, man.
Yeah, I've noticed. I didn't marry for the looks though. I've learned that lesson. No, there are beautiful women, and I'm sure that they're beautiful in what they're all about too. But you gotta be careful. You gotta know the girl, her soul, what she really is about, her character and her convictions, what she believes in.
Sure.
That has to be a match, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
That's what you wind up living with.
See, the problem that men have, the average man has, it's more than average. It's like the predominance of men, they see beauty and they want it. So, and they don't get evenly yoked with the girl. They don't match what she believes in and what she knows. They don't match it, and they chase. If you have to chase a woman, she's not yours. And there's a couple of songs that sing about I loved her too much. If you're adoring the physical looks of a woman, that's not good. That's actually temptation, and that's
good
not
point.
That's not going to come out right in the end. That's not the right path to be on. You can't worship your woman's looks. You can't do that. Now you can think my wife's attractive and I like it, but you got to be careful with that. If you love your girl too much, that's what. When men do that, they're thinking, about sex. You can't do that, guys. Sex is a real thing for husbands and wives, but
my first thought is intelligence and.
Men they worship the woman's genitals. Oh, let me say that. I'll just throw that out there. That's not going to be good in the long run, guys. That won't work. That you're going to lose that. So I don't know how to say that well. It's hard to say.
Some men think that they look so good that they're perpetually sizing up the next step.
You can't
so you
worship
really,
that, guys.
Yeah. Very narcissistic, work. My first relationship in life, but young and dumb. But my first clue should have been that he spent more time in the bathroom mirror, easily twice or more than I did, putting on my makeup. That should have been the first really big clue, but he also turned out to be abusive, and it asked me to marry him 2 or 3 different times.
They have a word for that.
Yeah.
The word is vain, guys. V-A-I-N.
Vanglorious.
There's a song.
Vanity.
You're so vain. Probably think this song is about you. Shadow, I should sing that, or you can sing it. Verna, there's a woman that men
like. How you doing, Verna? It's good to see you.
Hello, Miss Boo. I miss you.
I miss you too.
Verna, she knows all the guys that are going after her because of her.
She's the first one I asked her, "Are you a model?" Do you remember that?
Yes, Miss Boo. The first time I saw you.
Yep, and you had your hair straight that day.
All right, it's Give me a second, guys. It might be time for me.
CR, hello. CR.
Good to see you, Verna.
Good to see you as well, Kuya. Good morning, everyone. Just woke up. Sis Jamel, Sis Michiko, come up. Are you still
That's
there?
exactly why I'm looking for, a brain and what sort of value system someone has. I did get married. I don't know how to describe it as briefly or shotgun wedding. It was kind of a combo of both. Yeah, I'll leave that long exposition for another day. But the point I was trying to make, let's see, how shall I put? Well, this guy was actually a burn victim when he was 3 years old, and he was burned over 70-something% of his body.
Ouch.
But because I was so attracted to his intelligence, this cat would come over with 2 other people after I would take billiards lessons, and then we would play card games, play spades when the place closed. And everybody would still want to be up for an hour or so, or maybe have a beer or something like that. Guys, I am punching this thing trying to cut it off. Okay, now I'll cut the sound off. My apologies.
No
I'm so glad this is
problem.
happening now. But anyway, my point was, I thought I was dealing with a very intelligent person because of his use of vocabulary. Seemed like the strong silent type, but the biggest reason my mom pushed it on me, she was like, he found out that you had cancer, and he didn't just haul ass and run, and all y'all were doing was dating at the time. So he must be a really solid person. I'm like, oh, dear God. She's decided that I'm gonna marry this dude. And I'm gonna kill this phone in a minute if I have to cut it off. Finally, I hit the right buttons. My apologies yet again. Ah.
No problem.
As
Don't worry
far
about it.
as his burns, the side of his face that was scarred was actually the side that faced me during the card games. How do I remember this, J. Mike? Because he always cut my trick right before I'm getting ready to play something. I was like, damn it, he can play spades too. Ah! But seemed at least a cool enough person. Found out later, very quickly, a thief. And that is my alarm going off, something I couldn't cut the value off. Can I get a break, please? Ah. Anyway,
Just turn it off.
point was, the burns never bothered me. When I thought this person had values, it's all about the brain, baby. And I don't want this to sound rude, but another comment, if you think about it, truly the most powerful sex organ on the body is the brain. Think about it. I'm waiting for Jay to have an expression, and I just realized it's a still picture. Okay, now I'm really sleep deprived. Shadow, I'm worried.
Okay.
Cough, cough, what? Just okay?
Why
I
are you
have to do
worried?
my first video.
Yeah.
What in God's name did I choose a live stream? After having no sleep. This might be a disaster, guys.
We need to.
Well, okay. Which one of you wonderful people is going to teach me how to start a live stream? I don't know how.
Well, StreamYard is a good start because it takes 5 minutes to set up the stream.
It says it takes what?
5 minutes to set up the stream.
Oh.
It's easy. And then you choose day, time.
Oh, okay. I
It
will try.
doesn't.
If you're suggesting that I just go ahead and join and follow the directions that they tell me, is this what I'm hearing? Did you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. Loud and clear.
So that was my question. Do you think I should just join SteamYard and look at whatever they say? Here, dummy, here's the process to get started. And when you say it takes 5 minutes to set up the screen, I don't know what you mean. I'm not very computer savvy, dear. Sorry. You can laugh. You will not hurt my feelings if you laugh. You'll only make me feel good.
None of us are very computer savvy. They keep changing. They keep coming out with new operating systems and new types of computers. Everybody has to stop and figure that out. So much technology and hardware.
But I gotta figure it out like within 2 hours and pull off a miracle. I don't want to lose that prize.
Yeah.
It's my first prize, guys. I'm happy.
You won immediately. As soon as we put your name on that wheel, you won.
Sherry Ann said that, but I was so shocked from the whole thing. I don't recall that. I just remember trying over and over to do it right, even though y'all put my name in. I wanted to make sure I joined the right place, did the right actions, and I just kept typing one ruby because I said, okay, or now they're saying we should type it after every spin to be included. So there was all kinds of confusion.
No, there was a different video. Bless was playing a different wheel, and
Bless was on fire last night.
For that wheel, you had to go to Darren's Premiere and type in Bless Life, or one ruby, whatever it was. But it was a different video. So that was the challenge, was to go to the Darren's Premiere and then not in the chat but in the comments type one love or one ruby or something like that.
Okay, I finally did that, but at that point I think y'all had already put my name in.
It's too late. No, we put your name on my wheel because my wheel was everybody in the chat for the live stream. So that's what we did, and then you won.
Wow. I still can't get over it. I've had so much fun being a guest on other panels.
500 watch hours. That is like unheard of.
I thought they said 3. I did hear 5, but I thought it was 3.
300 watch hours. That's a lot of watch hours. If you average 335 watch hours per month, you'll have 4,000 in a year.
Huh. Did not know that.
4,000 divided by 12 is like 334, I think. 333, right around there. Hold on. Let's check it out. Do the math right now. So, 4,000 divided by 12. 333.3333. So you're going to have 334 hours per month average in order to keep 4,000 per year, because your 333 will drop off on the 13th month. The oldest month will drop off every month, because you're only looking at 365 days rolling forward. Each month you roll another month forward. So you got to be consistent. You got to keep putting up viewable content.
Okay, how do you go about getting this feedback and information about demographics? I've had a peek at what they look like from one of the folks I tried to help. Good layout, and thank God I have some history with that, with my connections in radio and everything in the rating system. But how do you start accumulating it? Do you have to achieve a certain number of members, or do you request it?
There's a minimum requirement of 1,000 subscribers before you can be monetized with 4,000 hours. Now, most people get the subscribers first, and then they work for their hours, and they're trying to win hours. But at some point, you need generic viewers to go to your channel and watch your videos without help, without friends watching. Your friends aren't going to keep you making money. It's not, that won't work. You need content of videos that people, that the, strangers are going to want to watch on their own without being asked. If you're asking for people to watch your videos, you're doing something wrong. But we do it in order to get started. But we're skipping steps. Yeah, CR says 500 is 1/8. Yeah, 500 times 8 is 4,000. But by the month, with this 12 months, so it's 333.3 average. It's hard to get an exact average. It fluctuates. So I'm just saying, one of the largest YouTubers is PewDiePie.
Okay, I've heard that. He's in the top 10.
In his channel on the About page, a lot of us say, yeah, I'm J Mike, I moved to the Philippines, I married Norma online, and now we're showing our adventures and other stuff like that, what we're doing. On his description, it just says, I make videos. And I've told people recently.
Yeah, he forgot the word bad.
How to make, well, see, what's your definition of bad might be YouTube's definition of you might like this video.
Yeah, good point.
So now the secret, if you don't know what you're doing and you're just saying, I'm going to make a channel, I'm going to make a video, and then it's going to get 1 million subscribers or viewers or whatever, you got to watch videos to learn what's going on and how that works, and how you got to learn from videos.
Oh, I've been watching things. Have you been watching how quickly Mr. Ballin went from nobody on YouTube, but because he started a fan base with TikTok and whatnot, his rise is the fastest I have ever seen.
That is true.
It's incredible what he's done.
There you go, CR. I had that up there when I started talking about that. So we think alike in that regard. Yeah, there's something to be learned about videos. What are they about? What are these guys doing? We're not watching videos to copy them. We're watching videos to try to figure out what they're doing. Now, Mr. B says the same thing. I got together with a bunch of good YouTubers, a bunch of us, and we started putting our minds together and what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What's this? What's that? And then they made... Now, a lot of them will say, my first 100 videos sucked. They were terrible. I don't even want to look at them anymore. It's awful. So, and it's true for me too. Now they say, get a video up there, it's gonna stink, it's gonna be terrible, no one's gonna want to watch it. And then we're out there like, please watch my video, please, and tell your friends to watch it too. Hey, watch the whole video. You can't do that. You gotta make a good video. And then you're gonna make more. But you gotta watch videos to see how that works. And you gotta figure that out yourself. What are they doing here? What is this? I don't like it, but they're doing something right. They're doing what they're doing right is they're doing what a lot of people in the algorithms think that everybody wants to watch. Like all those shorts, they're so ridiculous. The good ones are rehearsed and it's scripted. And like there's a blind man with a card and it says, "I'm blind, please help." And he's got a box and a dog. And the box is for money. And he's got like a nickel and 2 pennies in the box. And a woman walks by, she puts a $5 bill in the box. Now he's blind, he doesn't know what she gave him, right? And she picks up the sign, gets a Sharpie, or maybe the Sharpie's there, I don't know, and she turns the sign over, a piece of cardboard, and she writes, "It's a beautiful day, but I can't see it." She puts the sign back in place, and then like 100 people are putting money in the box.
Oh,
right?
man.
And I'm looking, there's 54,000 comments, and all the comments are like, this is so wonderful. And I'm thinking, well, this is
Jay,
so
rehearsed. I love that.
It's rehearsed to the T, and it's almost, I think it's the same handwriting on both sides of the sign. And I said that. I said, this is, it's a nice idea, but this is perfectly rehearsed. It looks like the same handwriting is what I wrote. Yeah, I mean, it was a nice idea. It's a good idea, but it was rehearsed.
Yeah, but it's nice of you to give them the information to let them know.
My whole point of this is like all the good shorts are rehearsed. They're all people that are in media, or they have something to do with media. Maybe they worked for a news network or something, or part of a video team, and they do it on their own. and they're getting hundreds of thousands of thumbs up and millions of views. And the algorithms know this, and the algorithms are looking for videos like that. It's well done.
I do think that sometimes the people who post can actually give you great ideas about what they're interested in, what areas interest them, what they would like to have covered.
We got to realize that most people that are watching videos on YouTube are not over 50. We're over 50. I don't know how old you are, but me and Shadow are. Werner's not. Werner's about 38, I think. I'm not sure.
I usually answer ageless, but for you, I'll admit, I am over 50.
So you have also asked yourself the question that Shadow and I have asked in our lives when we turned 50, where did the time go?
Shadow's not 50.
Yeah, he's 51. 52.
No,
right?
no,
he's 51.
No, I've decided this is a big joke. He set this joke up 4 years ago, and he's going to spring it on us any day now that he's really, truly only 34 years old.
No, he doesn't look a day under 39. Now, King David looks older than Shadow, and he's 38.
Wait, who?
King David's Vlogs. He's 38 years old.
I haven't visited yet. Has he been on the show to sing?
No, he doesn't sing, but he does shorts and funny ones. He's done a bunch of shorts starring me and Darren. He puts our faces to women's bodies, and he makes a joke out of it.
Oh, gosh.
He makes a joke out of it, and we told him it's hilarious.
Is it on his channel or yours?
His, but I have flexed him. I flexed a couple of them on my live stream. And so he comes in the chat a lot. He seems like a good guy. He's a working man, so he doesn't have a lot of time for this.
I should be subbed to him already, but I want to go ahead and see if I can catch that video. I got to see that, man.
King David Vlogs, all one word. There's another well-known King David. I think he's from India. He gets ahead of, but King David. Hi, Miss Shaco Marco. Our King David, he's balding on the top and he's got a gray beard. He's gray, and he's a pudgy guy a little bit. Not the biggest guy in the world, but he's got a little bit of a pudgy.
Yeah. I'm also watching King David.
Redundancy. We got Miss Shaco and Verna, our lovely friends right there, guys, hanging out. Always good to see you too.
Oh, Shadow, could you please check if my video is too loud? Please feel free to lower it.
Hey, Shadow,
I'm getting a feedback.
Our friend Darren is live right now,
and the voices are differing to me because of the extra feedback I'm getting. So I can't hear Jay as well, and well, actually everybody.
My mic's turned down.
But to me, it sounds like it's too loud.
How's that now? Oh, you know what? I have a buzz here. Let me shut that off. I forgot that was on. Is that better?
Oh dear, I wasn't talking about the hum, but yes, that did help. I was explaining to Shadow that I've noticed this ongoing problem I have with my mic picking up pretty much everything. It's condensing in a way that I'm not familiar with.
Oh, it might be the sounds around you in your house.
Or you have an application that is open, maybe your YouTube or in StreamYard is open.
In StreamYard, right? Go click settings down below the live stream. There's a settings tool button. Click that, right? Click audio.
Wait a minute, where am I?
And then click echo cancellation, and that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, I'm trying to find help.
Settings. It's in settings. Right in StreamYard. It's right below the live window, the stage, and there's a settings. It's like a gear.
I am already 34.
Thank you.
There's a settings gear. Click audio, and then click echo cancellation, and click automatically adjust mic volume.
Okay, gentlemen, how's that?
Yep, excellent.
Much better.
That's excellent.
Okay, but now the value of what it sounds like sounds very flat.
It's good. We can hear you well. You sound just right. You sound the way you should. You're 34. I thought you were like 37. Fair enough.
He's 34.
She said 37. I swear to God, she said 30. So I
No,
thought,
you know I did not. You know he did.
not you. I heard her say it. She said, I'm 30. She said once, I'm 37. That's what I thought. Maybe I'm just mistaken.
Well, the
I could be
second I
wrong.
see the settings page and it has something to do with mics, I'm like, yeah, I'm listening, but man, am I looking at this page,
Anything that
trying to
says
figure out
mic,
what we can do with it, how can I play with it?
any button that says mic, I'm reading it because I'm J Mike.
I am not 29. I am not 29 CR.
You're pretty awesome at quite a few things, J Mike. You know your way around a guitar. I especially like it when you get out the electric. Oh my gosh.
I'm still learning. I'm very new at it, and
You seem to have a natural feel for how to express it, though, and that's just as important.
I was a DJ, but I wasn't playing rock music. I was playing top 40 and dance. So.
Yeah, but you were a real DJ. You touched records. Did you mix records?
I mixed live on the dance floor in dance clubs.
So you did mix the beats.
Yeah, that was fun. That's actually the most fun part of it, but it is work.
I love teaching it to kids.
Yeah, mixing records. Someone said it can't be taught. It's hard to teach that unless they have a knack for it.
My dad said that they were doing that decades before he came into the game, and that it was something called slip disking. What they would do is their turntables were so dependable, you only had to cue them less than a quarter of an inch, my right hand to God. Eighth of an inch, and you hit that button, there's no over jump, no. Straight at the speed you need to go.
I had the Technics SL5200s Mark II.
Oh.
So I had 3 of them.
That's in the family that I need because I tend to mix with a heavy hand, and I tend to use more than one turntable.
The secret is to have a felt mat on top of the table.
Of course.
In the spindle with the little hole in it. And, so I always had that. That was cool. And then you go, wiki, and do stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the best thing is the best thing is when you have a cool dance beat going on, like Billie Jean by Michael Jackson, and then before it's over, right near the end, it's like, it's like everyone's like, what's gonna happen here? And then you mix in, it's electric. And then everyone freaks out. They start to scream. If you do it right, they scream. It's electric. The super version, not the radio edit. You got to have the super club version.
What's the second one?
Electric Slide. The name of that electric slide is the Electric Boogie. Is the name of it. It's the super club mix, and inside the Electric Boogie, she sings, "I'll teach you the electric slide." That's why they call it the Electric Slide. It's actually Electric Boogie. Boogie, 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 boogie. That's how, when it starts, that's what they're doing.
Now, there was either 4 or 5 electric slides, quote unquote, that came out while I was on the air at one particular station.
There was a few,
Yeah, and so I'm really not sure which version you're talking about, but there's a couple of them that rock so well on the floor. I'm just feeling like we're going in the same direction.
I'm talking about Marcia Griffiths. She's the best. Now there were some good ones. The new electric slide, I forget who did that. That was pretty good too.
The electric slide.
But you can't beat Marcia Griffith's super electric club mix version.
I'll have to pull it back up to refresh my memory tonight.
I wish I put that on YouTube before I gave my collection away to my brother in the States.
What?
I did a few needle record videos. Yeah, my beloved brother Ted. Now he's coming to the Philippines. He's married to a Filipino also.
Cool.
I was his best man in Baguio. We had an Igadot wedding. It was awesome.
He got married over there?
in Baguio City, Igadot celebration.
I need to visit some of these sites.
Yeah, Baguio is a pretty cool place. Cool temperatures and not so hot there. It does get into the 90s in the daytime. My wife's on the phone. She doesn't realize that we can pick her up. I don't want to make her feel bad. She's sick. She doesn't feel good today.
I've had a bit of a rough one myself, but Shadow Scout has raised my spirits considerably. I had an accident this week and I messed up my back. I made the mistake of thinking that keeping it still for 3 days and not dealing with it.
It'll get
every
stiff.
Time, yeah.
It'll get stiff.
So when I went to
was
the
it a
bank
car accident or did you fall?
No, we don't know what I did. I was just making a side movement and crouching at the same time. I did a lot. For several recent weeks, I have been pretty much bedridden because of the cancer situation. Okay, and thought this comes and goes, and till they decide what the hell the final treatment's going to be. Anyway, sorry, there's movement on this end too. Maybe they should meet. Good Lord, I lost my place. I'm telling you, Swede, I'm scared. I maybe should not have gone with the live stream selection.
Guys, I gotta turn this fan on. It's too hot here right now. I'm getting wet.
I mean, go for it. My biggest concern was that my voice was being heard loud compared to everybody, and I want to get as close to everybody's volume as I can.
Yeah, you don't sound too loud. My elbows are sweating. I got a wet spot.
Fan.
I got my elbow here, and I got a wet spot. Right. I get a wet spot right under my elbow. It's so crazy.
Hit that fan, man.
I gotta put that on. It's a floor unit, floor aircon. It just makes a little sound.
When I started studying billiards, we had this really new place that has 3 levels, and it's got a double shimmed table, so it's, in the inside it has all of these separate rooms that have one glass wall, so all you gotta do is look at it to see that this is a pinball room, and right next to it is a foosball room, and it used to be an exercise place, if that helps you understand the 3-story floor plan.
Foosball, like the warehouse setting, yeah. There's a lot of clubs in Boston that use the old warehouses for nightclubs. Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, but I always felt like the real pool hall was the one where when you go to the rough side of town, where this is where my pro taught, and he was pretty hot shit. He won a Cadillac off of not Willie Moscone. He was the quiet one. Fats? No, Minnesota Fats, the talkative one. If you ever saw a match between those two greats right there, you'll notice Willie Moscone is just quiet as can be, but Minnesota Fats is just talking a whole line of crap the whole time they're playing, man. He's going at it and coming up with some pretty funny shit, too.
Throwing you off your game.
Yeah.
like the gambler.
And Willie's just like, I don't know if he's got his ears plugged up. He's like, he doesn't even hear people. He knows when it's time to shoot, though.
There was a funny ad with Minnesota Fats, and I can't remember who the actor was. It might have been Don Adams or somebody like that. And he said, "So you're Minnesota Fats. I'm Wisconsin Skinny." I think it was Don Adams. I can't remember exactly who that was. That was just a funny ad. I can't remember what the ad was for either, but Minnesota Fats was in the ad. This was years ago.
My apologies. You said Don Adams, and I'm picturing Don Knotts.
Maxwell Smart. The guy who played Maxwell Smart, Get Smart, it was the show.
But I loved Don Knotts, Barney, in the movies that he did. I thought that the The astronaut movie was hilarious as a kid.
The reluctant astronaut. Yeah.
His military record is amazing. I was so surprised to know how many honors he won, why he won them. If you haven't looked into that sometime and you like history, that's worth a look up.
He was the bumbling deputy sheriff on Andy Griffith's show, the Mayberry RFD. He couldn't be trusted with a bullet.
I know
he shot himself in the foot.
Oh yeah. There were so many great actors on that show. Some of the performances that Ron Howard did as a child just literally brought a tear to my eye. That's just silly.
Yeah, if you see somebody on a long-running TV show or a lot of movie credits, they're doing something right.
And I had no idea I was actually watching his brother when I watched Flipper.
That was his brother?
Yeah, Clint Howard.
I did not.
You know the brother he sticks in all of his movies as he's gotten older and older and older. He always seems to find a little bit part somewhere in.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember that. He's been in a lot though. He was on the Carol Burnett show a lot too.
Another show, great, fantastic, wonderful show.
Yeah,
I'll see that woman coming down a staircase with that curtain rod.
Yeah.
For the rest of my life.
Yeah, my parents watched that when I was growing up. It was like they religiously watched it every week.
Mine did too.
Tim Conway.
Well, one of
was
them
there.
did. One of them read the paper.
Tim Conway was one of the regulars, and Harvey Korman. Those people.
Oh man, what a mix! Yeah. What a great mix too.
Yeah, they were like my aunts and uncles and cousins. Yeah, that's how many times my mother watched that over the years when I was growing up. The Carol Burnett Show. And then all that big band music with the theme song. We should put that up there for like 10 seconds. Just to listen to the theme song. The Carol Burnett Show. Tim Conway was he was hilarious.
If you feel like it, let's hear it.
Why not? Why don't we do that, guys? All right, so where are we? We're on YouTube, right?
Yeah, we are.
There we are. Here we are. Let's look at season 1, episode 1. We're just going to play the opening music if they have it.
I used to love it when she talked to the audience.
Yeah.
She was both funny and...
Oh, right near the end. Right before the end, she would do that. Yeah, let's see if it's here. Here we go, guys.
First show that we're doing, I'm real excited and very, very happy that you're all with us tonight. Looks like we've got a nice full roof. Could you bump up the lights so I could see? Oh!
This is the first show.
Gorgeous. If you have any questions at all you'd like to ask, don't hesitate to...
Let's see what the ending is like. You can't show it.
Dang.
I think they cut it out. Wait, hold on.
I'm going to go find them.
That sounds like a real live audience.
There's nothing to worry about.
Like one you have to add to.
What happened? I don't want to talk
about it. If the laughter is different, it's probably...
I told you. All right, take it easy. You see, darling, we're your family. You can tell us anything. Sweetheart, don't be afraid.
What is it?
Sit down. Tell us, sweetheart. Did he get dressed?
Here you are, darling.
At the end, hold on.
That poor baby.
We're going to get near the end here. Okay, here we go. Let's hear what she says right before the end. There it is. That's Jim Neighbors.
What a voice. You just do not picture his singing voice coming out of the same mouth that his Gomer Pyle persona came from.
So anyway, Jim Neighbors is there. I don't think we're going to get copyright on that because there's nothing really to hear. But
my dad had his own dance band at Mississippi State University.
Yep.
I can't tell you because I'd be telling my last name, but they buddied around with the Stan Kenton Orchestra.
I thought it was Lacticotabo. I thought that was your name. We lost. Fair enough. I thought it was Lacticotabo. Miss Boo.
The first name is Arabic, and on Discord, I'm Miss Boo, so just as a general, there are so many people that I know from the panels and live streams that are connected to the Urbex community, whether for better or worse. Probably worse.
I knew a guy from Iran. He said, Jay, if I go back to Iran, I have $2 million, but I'm never going back. It's not safe.
It's not.
It's not worth it. He says loaf of bread is $200. This was like 30 years ago.
Oh my God! And they were saying, I read an article that said that it cost a man his month's wages to fill up his gas tank in Lebanon.
When was that?
6 weeks to 2 months ago.
And they're the ones that have all the oil.
The Lebanese?
I don't know about them. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I guess not. Yeah. So they're not exempt from this nonsense either.
No.
It's politics. Politics is driving up prices, guys. The economy is caused by politics.
I think they're putting out a hit on all of us.
They're not in the back room going, let's raise everyone's prices. That's not what's doing it. Bad policies are doing it.
Thank you.
They think they're creating a better world, and that's make-believe. That's debatable. It doesn't work the way they like it to work, and that's bad. That's bad policy. Just because
I think they were disappointed with the numbers, the way they've worked out so far as loss of life from this supposed spamdemic. I'm gonna create that word, Shadow. Watch me. I'm still working on it, but I'm gonna create that word, the spamdemic.
I'm gonna say something.
We get spammed with it all the damn time, and then get told, "Oh, it's weaker than a cold." Well, then why are you, the CDC, alerting me? Why are we being kept in a constant state of fear?
That's politics. The people in charge are being political.
That's the heavy agenda right now. Keep everybody in fear. It's going to go down any minute. The shit's going to hit the fan. It's 24 hours a day, and that's why I tell my roommate, just don't even look at the news. Don't do it.
The mask is not an air filter, and it's not a breathing apparatus. So why are we wearing it? There are a lot of doctors that say it's not.
Yes, sir.
They were never needed, and they never will be needed. They're not needed. They're not saving lives. It's an illusion.
Yep.
You wear 2 layers of pants, and it doesn't stop the smell from hitting everybody immediately when you pass gas.
When they had the presidential address, my roommate made an interesting comment. He said the second that he saw that people were pulling down their masks in unison and it was everybody in the room, he felt like they were making a statement. Was that accurate?
Nobody speaks out here in the Philippines. Everyone's quiet.
I bumped over some history in the area, basically covering the past 25 years, and was really surprised because I kind of fell out of the loop after they got the dictator and the wife that was so crazy about collecting all the shoes. Imelda Marcos.
Right. Yep. Everyone's name is Imelda around here. We call them
Yep,
Melda.
there are.
We have a helper. Her name's Melda. Melda and Melba.
Some names are so new to me, along with the language, that I'm having trouble remembering them. But after last night, I'm never forgetting Blessed Life again. Wow.
Her name is.
Man, she sounded great.
Her name is Melanie. I think it's Melanie. We call her Mel.
But I just got to hear her sing, I think, basically 2 or 3 times, and I was like,
We didn't sing much. Yeah, 7 hours.
She's
7
ready
hours
to go.
We only
She
sing
is
like.
hitting all those high notes. She's in tune. Impressive.
Yeah, she likes to sing. She's a church singer, actually.
Cool.
Norma can sing too. She has several beautiful songs that she likes to sing. But I'm working with her to do some American pop hits, like the duets. They're harder. It's harder to do a duet because there's 2 people going. So I don't want my cadence to be different than hers, so it's a little bit harder. So we're struggling with cadences and stuff like that. But she
sang a song in her language, and do you remember me asking you the title?
Well, there's one called
killed
Ecow.
that notebook. I spilled Coke on it, so now I have to start all over again. I don't know the title. I still want to find it.
There's one called Ecow.
How's it spelled?
Oops, wrong button. One of her songs is called Ecow, and the other one is called, it's a long title.
How do you spell Ecow?
Ikaw. Hold on. A lot of the songs she sings are American songs. Ecow is one of them. And another one is...
This was a awesome low-tempo ballad.
Kahit maputi na ang buhok ko. We do that as a duet. It is a duet. You can sing it by yourself.
This was a solo.
Most of these are American. And there's another one,
lovely and complex, and I'm a big fan of like Brazilian jazz, and that had lovely chord progressions in it. I'd really like to have another few listens to that one. That was nice.
Yeah.
I just hope it's not the 25 syllable one that you just said, because I did not get a chance to write all that down. I've got Ecow.
That might be the one. Ecow.
I thought it was. I thought when you gave me the title, it was 3 to 5 syllables. Man, I don't know why I'm struggling so much with this language when so many others have been so easy to work with. Granted, I don't speak them, but in my voice training for opera, we always had to, sing with the proper accent. So we had diction classes, and you go to these classes and they teach you how to pronounce it.
Every
all of the
word.
main foreign languages. But I'm attracted to difficult ones like Arabic.
The simple breakdown of Tagalog, the Filipino language, is everything starts with a, ba, ka, da, ma, pa, sa. So if you see a consonant followed by an A, in any word, it's automatically one syllable. And it starts with a, ba, ka, da, pa, sa, ma. So whenever you see a consonant with the letter A, that's one syllable, and it's always pronounced that way. There's no long vowels. If you see o together, it's not oo, it's o. And it's not o, it's o. It's always short. So that's the hardest part, is breaking down. There's a lot of long words, but they're all broken down into a consonant and a vowel. That's almost every syllable is like that. And then the accent's almost never on the first syllable. It's always the second or third, usually the second. Abracadabra, yeah. Abracadabra, that's a song.
We didn't forget your hearing.
They call it, now the language learning for children is called abacada, and it's for that reason. Everything is abacada, na, pa, sa. And ka is spelled, there's no C, it's K. Ka is K-A. So every word has, those are all separate syllables. The vowel ends the syllable. So if there's two vowels together, one ends the first syllable, and then the next vowel starts the next syllable. That's how the language works, and it's always abacada. All the vowels are short. Y is pronounced E. E is pronounced I.
That's what you're describing is pretty much the process we did with everything. When we started to get towards the German, we got into the umlauts, and it's not going to be the O family that you think. Actually, you have to have your mouth set for an E and try to produce the O sound, but your mouth is still held in an E position. It's weird. But we see those rules that come along
So
with it.
guys, Darren and I have an agreement. He's live. I told him I was going to church this morning and I would be there later. But Norma's not feeling well, so we didn't go to church. And so I gotta hit Darren's. I gotta get over to Darren Dobbs and Shadow.
Yeah, no problem.
Because it is an agreement.
Did he just start?
Yeah, he started at 1:30. He's been, but I told him I was on the way over there. I sent him a message right as he started. I said I'll be there shortly. So I got to get over there. It would only be right, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I'll tell him I was here earlier and then I couldn't stop.
Well, please wish me luck because according to my clock, it is
10 p.m.
She said.
Are you in the States?
9:58. So
you're in America.
Yeah,
You're in the
it's
US,
10
right?
p.m.
Yep.
If Darren is holding me to Eastern Standard Time,
yep.
I have less than 2 hours to produce any sort of live stream, and you're all going to other live streams.
Why? What do you need to produce live for? Watch hours?
It's my prize.
It's your what?
Y'all gonna make fun of me because
So
I'm.
You need 300
proud
watch
I won
hours.
The prize.
You need 300. Give it away. You can do that too.
Now that's an interesting thought.
It's up to you. Shadow, I'm glad I came up here, Shadow.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
See you soon. I won't be able to make it for the grand live stream. It's not the right time, unless you're still live when I get up. That's the only way.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Ladies.
Yes, Ms. Bull, thank you.
I know we kind of crowded you out there, but thank you so much for being on the panel with us earlier. Sherry Ann, you have been awesome. Wonderful people that have passed through the chat tonight.
Yeah, her and Linda Lou sing together. They're like a singing team. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they sing. They do a lot of duos or duets. Not the duets, but they just like Hotel California. They'll sing it together, stuff like that. They do like Fleetwood Mac and things like that.
That's awesome, Sherry.
Classic rock. They
if
do
you ever want to
classic
try
rock.
that with me, I've got my hand up.
Tell her now.
I have a terrible mic.
But I am committed. I'm committed to the Darren Dobson guys.
I'm real used to being in chorals, so I'm real used to harmonizing with people.
Cool. Get started. Just get started. See you guys.
You have a good one.
Thank you.
I'll be seeing y'all.
Yeah, that's J Mike.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I give my 300 watch hours to you as a birthday present. An early birthday present. He said I could give them away.
Yeah, you can donate it. Yeah.
Come on, I can't make a video in under 2 hours with just us. I'm afraid it'll take me so long to set up that you'll just the day will just keep catching up to you and
yeah.
But if I give them to you, we can go over right now.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Stunned, but
No, I mean, are you feeling tired?
well, just a little. What time is it? 4.
Holy
4 o'clock
Toledo, have you
a.m.
been on 8 hours?
Yeah, 8 hours, 1 minute, 5 seconds.
Woo!
But my friend, I'm honored that you want to give me 300 watch hours as an early birthday present. I'm honored, truly, and a little bit. That is
I feel great
nothing,
doing it.
and that is nothing I didn't expect. I didn't see that coming, actually.
But you're my
But
friend.
yeah, and actually, I'm very happy to have you as a friend.
I'm so happy you're mine. I know my friendship is not a walk in the park. I don't like to worry people. I don't like to give bad medical news and things like that. And other times I think I will explode if I can't talk to somebody about it. So, good Lord, how many people are in the chat and could have possibly heard that? I can't see the chat number. I don't understand why.
Number 3, we have 3 in the chat.
Well, we know Sherry Ann's one.
Yeah, Shariana says Shadow is such a good man, very interesting content, and when he speaks, the charm just oozes out. Oh, Lord in heaven. Yeah, I obviously have some charm.
But, I mean, won't it help your channel?
And now she says, I'm still here. I will always be here for a Shadow. Thank you, Shariana.
So sweet.
Yeah. And she also says, such a beautiful gesture from a new friend.
Well, we've been friends a few months now. It's not a whole lot of months, but it's been great.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's going to expire if I don't use it by midnight. And honey, when I start a channel, I really want to do the one that the record labels want.
Yeah.
I sure as hell don't want to have to depend on getting monetary help from YouTube. As far as the numbers, I am not worried about that. I think the concept of the show will work real well. I'm just trying to get up to speed on the equipment.
Yeah.
And can we have a certain setup where I can use more than one pair of turntables?
Yeah. Because I have a strange feeling that that birthday stream will go probably viral. It's a feeling I have.
Well, we haven't been there yet, and we sure did enjoy having that party when you got monetized. I just love that. I didn't realize you could get monetized. I thought you had to like pass the 100,000 mark, and then I read this article about how much the top 10 were getting paid, and I was like, what the beep? Are you kidding me? not a multimillionaire, a multimillionaire from making dumbass videos. That's what I
Well,
think
if
of
I
PewDiePie. I cannot
well,
handle that guy. He creeps me big time. And they
let's
had
say,
someone on, I think she was once in the top 10, named Jenna Marbles. And they would tape nothing. The two of them farting around their house. That was basically it.
yeah,
And she occasionally made comments, and they were occasionally pretty funny, and the pets were okay. And I'm like, but this is basically just a couple of a certain age, kind of, maybe a little bit house proud. Um, Either this was produced by a company that did things like provide temporary cars and things like that, or they are people of means and don't mind showing it. But
PewDiePie Shariana is a famous Swedish YouTuber.
Sherry Hannah, Google the top 10 YouTubers of all time. This dude got PewDiePie. He was going fairly early in the game. I think he originally started with his brother or something. Watch
I'm
every
not
bit of
sure.
that be so wrong. I really don't like the guy. he
Actually,
brings up this word schmaltz. I can't define the word. It's just schmaltz. It's not good acting. It's not good pratfalls. It's not good humor. How much of his paycheck goes into hair gel? Ugh.
yeah,
I can forgive a lot if somebody's funny, even accidentally funny.
yeah.
I don't find him funny or entertaining.
I think I have seen some small clips of him, but
The ones that I saw involved what I thought was his brother, and I could be wrong. And supposedly they had a blow up at each other. So basically, I think they were doing like Instagram at the same time, and they staged being mad at each other, and the numbers went through the roof.
yeah,
That happens all the time. Ratings are a funny thing, but I've seen announcers and other people in my business get negative ratings, and it wind up in the boss's eyes. I can make a paycheck out of that. What was the name of the gross out dude from WCGQ that got kicked off the air live? Filthy mouth, brunette, wavy hair. He was like the animal or the beast or the something. He started at an AM station called WCLS.
Smoker?
The Smoker. So that was a big deal because it was like the 70s, and the smoker back then, you didn't flaunt your marijuana use, not in the state of Georgia. So the whole thing about his getting fired while he was on the air, and his boss's voice is very well known too, not only as program director, but he himself being a DJ. And it was so staged, the firing. But the smoker would say really crap that could have easily gotten them a fee from the FCC, stuff like that, and just really dumb stuff like girl, go do a somersault so I can watch your crotch. I mean, just out of the blue stuff like that. When I visited the station, I went to go visit the AM DJ. I think I was signing him up to be one of my sponsors when I did one of those Jerry Lewis telethons.
Yeah.
And it was like the DJs were trying to create a situation where this smoker guy never once walked in the room that we were in. They were juggling like fire extinguishers and stuff like that, and I saw him go down back, up and down the hall. I had seen him at WCLS. Dude seemed to keep to himself, but
Yeah.
he, kind of walked around sulky. I think he enjoyed being a shock jock, but that's the only one and only thing I can think of that fits the category. I can't really offhand think of us ever having another shock jock. But here's what happened. Within 24 hours of the dude getting fired, high school students start showing up on the lawn of the radio station. The newspaper picks it up that they're doing that. Eventually, one of the TV stations does a pan by. It just so happens to be in a nest egg where it's right between two major stations. When I say between, I mean within a 3-block radius. They were close. All that negative publicity put that station through the roof, that I think they may have taken #1 that year. If not, they took no less than #2 easily. I wonder, let's just say it wasn't a happy accident that this guy getting fired and people getting so upset about his being fired. No, he did not get rehired, by the way. The station stuck to what they were doing. Basically top 40, and they did a live mix up against me. They competed with me. A real nice guy. His name was Mark in the Dark, and he mixed top 40 dance hits while I was I was mixing Miami bass, house, soul, rap, real rap, old school rap. None of this new crap. This new crap is junk. The past 20 years, they could chunk all of it and I wouldn't care. Those first OGs like Rakim and even Eazy-E has his tie to the oldest names in the business. By the time LL Cool J was doing his audition, Kool Moe Dee had already established himself with like 2 different groups and as a soloist. And here's the kind of thing that would happen to me. I'm not making this up. This happened. We had a big concert, and it was Kool Moe Dee, Dougie Fresh, this wild female MC named MC Light. Well, they call her Light because she's like all of 4'9", maybe. Really short. So proportioned that when you see her in her pictures, she doesn't even look like a short woman. And a fierce rapper. She comes on stage with 2 DJs that take opposite sides. The sound man made one mistake and she started cursing the sound man from the stage. Everybody, hold it, stop. I am not going to do this damn concert until you give me sound on KG's side. And they did it immediately. I was like, yeah. So I'm backstage with all of these people, and Kool Moe Dee is just leaning up against a pillar. And did I tell you everybody? Ice-T was there. And I had to mention, of course, Eric B. and Rakim. They were the headliners. I may have just said Rakim because he's a solo artist now. They had a falling out. All of these guys go back to like the first people who even wrote the rhymes that got said in the first battles. And even then, the battles that they did were about accomplishments and bragging. They had nothing to do with like, let's go kill someone or start a riot or let's misbehave. No, it was about having cleverness in the rhyme.
Very interesting.
So, yeah, it was. Thing was, you got a picture. There's this room of these guys who have been in the business forever, and one Caucasian girl.
Yeah.
When MC Light was backstage, her dressing room was full. I knew all the businessmen that were in that room. All great, very wonderful people. And I was standing like right behind two fairly large guys. And MC Light said, "So somebody does a real mix show in this city. Who is it?" And these guys parted and turned around and pushed me in front of her. And she looked me up, looked me down at my feet, looked back up, and she said, "Oh, I know they give you hell." She was a hoot, man. She still is. Yeah, it really did happen. But the thing with Kool Moe Dee, I had never asked any artist for an autograph. But Kool Moe Dee was so old school, I considered that cool. So I asked him for an autograph, and here's exactly what happened. He pulls down his glasses and he says, "I can't do it for you right now. I'm waiting for Dougie Fresh to go on stage." Well, Dougie Fresh is like three acts away from who's on right now. And I was like, are you shitting me? He's talking to the only person in town who gets to play his music. Not a smart move. But I didn't say anything to him. I'm not going to be disrespectful. And I was like, understood, appreciate it, walked away. Sat down on the stairs and just sat there and talked to Eric B. At some point, Kool Moe Dee figures this out, realizes Kool Moe Dee, Eric B. is not hitting on me. We're talking shop. We're talking about vinyl and stores and stuff like that, because Rakim just paces up and down a corridor before he performs. He is fierce.
Yeah.
Like I say, the OGs, man, intense. That's why so many of them are still employed today. There's a real good documentary about it that Ice-T did. If I sound iffy, it's because there is a better one, but I can't think of it at the moment. But if you have like Amazon Prime, I think you can get it for free. You might be able to get it for free through imdb.com has been showing free movies and free television series and rotating them for over. I got into it about a year before COVID, so it's been about 3 years now.
Yeah.
They say, there's going to be commercial breaks in this. That's the difference. That's why you get to watch it for free. And I've got one of those apps that takes out the commercials, so.
Yeah. And I don't have Amazon Prime, so.
It's been so long since I've seen an ad in a YouTube video, and I've had people that had channels tell me, please don't. That has something to do with our support and whatnot. And I'm like, okay, can you understand why a person puts a blocker on? It's not about blocking you. It's about some of those videos on YouTube they will literally only let you watch a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and bam, another commercial break. Of course, 2 of those 3 ads are going to be something you just watched 5 minutes ago. That's real easy math. Watching the
Yeah.
people get frustrated over it, you can tell from the comments, man, we got showered with ads. Other than that, I would have liked the show.
Yeah, I agree. It
I
can
saw one
be
guy that,
frustrating.
yeah, there was one guy who had an interesting idea. He said, like, if you want to watch a movie and it's got a lot of ads on it on YouTube,
Yeah.
go to the end of the movie and then let it play the last of the credits and finish all the way and show you your next choices. So it's 100% over. You know it's over. And then hit replay, and supposedly it will play by itself without the commercials, whether you have an ad blocker or not. But I do, so I haven't tried the technique. There was a lot of people that supported it and thanked the guy and all sorts of stuff. What are you looking at, dear?
It is Shariana. She says she steps down now, so she are going to visit Darren's stream.
Well, shall we all go over? Because, I mean, I need to go too. I need to tell him to give you those watch hours.
Yeah. I believe he started at 3:30, so he been rolling for almost 1 hour.
Sounds good to me.
So you should, if you're gonna do the donation, donate your watch hours to me. You need to talk to him now before it's too late.
Yeah, I was saying, do you want to all go together? Or are you turning in?
Well, I have to turn in soon. Soon. But not yet.
Is it 3 where you are or 4?
4:23 a.m.
Well, that is very sweet of you. And finally, now that we're 8 hours and 23 minutes into this, finally, I find my glasses and I can read Sherry Anna's comments. Thank you, everyone that you've put up on the, you know what I'm talking about, when you enlarge it like that. I can read that, thank goodness. But I've missed a lot of her comments, and I hope not too many other people have popped through and I've missed saying hello.
Yeah, I can do that because I'm the host. I can enlarge the chat like this because when you put your mouse over a comment in the chat, you have a plus. You click and it says show, and you just click that and you highlight it like
I
this.
figured it was something along those lines. Very glad to know that, though. Some people just put it up there for a flash and don't give you a chance to read it. That's a little frustrating. If it's a
Yeah,
recording, though, I know how to break it down frame by frame, so I can slow it down enough to read it. Or freeze it if it's just a go.
good night, Shariana.
Had a great time, Sherry Anna. We must do this again.
Yeah, I really enjoy to have you on panel. It's yeah, so many stories and interesting things to tell. So
I've met some very cool people on your channel too, but each time I meet them, my timing is wrong, and we wind up, not really getting to share any time on the panel for very long. There's a gentleman in Canada.
Yeah, that
You're
was
giggling
your.
because, like, you know exactly which show I'm referring to. But they seem like pretty nice people to me. I would have liked to have talked to them a while.
Yeah, it's nice people I have on my channel. So it's really
It's a
good people.
it's a breath of fresh air.
Because I want to people, well, be in a place where they can feel safe and family friendly, and well,
You bring up a good point, my friend.
and I want that everyone is welcome as long as they behave and respect the people who are here and those in the panel and me.
That
But
was the point.
if one is disrespectful with my subscribers or those who are in the panel, they will be kicked out because I wouldn't allow it.
Oh, I was going to bring up the situation with that person who has the problem with me. He has two friends helping him out too. And I've noticed him just decide to start following the few places that I can find safety at. And not sure, but I think I lost a friend last night, but tried to do my best.
Yeah, that is what we can. That's all we can do. Do our best.
Yeah. Well, babe, let me go ahead and scoot over and make sure that I get to do this. And
Yeah.
thank you for a lovely evening and morning. I had fun. Thank you for inviting me.
You're very welcome. And that's the point. We should have fun.
I thought we did.
And it should be refreshing. A nice, fresh.
What else would you like to do?
At the moment.
No, earlier tonight, looking back over the show, what would you have liked to have added to it? More people on the panel, or some sort of game that interacts with the panel in the chat, or
I like to have people on panel, especially a lot of people. It makes everything more interesting. Because when you see it all just alone up here and the rest in the chat, well, it feels pretty alone. You're alone, lonely, and so it feels better when you have a co-host or people who come up on the panel.
Yeah, CR was here, but he could have easily participated more. It's good when he does. I'm wondering why he hesitates.
Uh,
Has he been doing this very long, or do you know?
yeah, I have been doing live streams since 2019. So I believe it was in August or September 2019 I began to do live streams. Yeah. So
Well, I had a look at a couple of his videos, and I was like, okay, he's a good co-host. He came up with real good stuff. The first day that I met him, the second time that I saw him, he had a dash through. He had to be somewhere or something like that.
yeah.
But he was on that day too. I remember telling him at some point, either the first day I saw him or the second time, dude, you can be my co-host any day.
Yes, simply Nanette. I'm almost have 2K. Yeah.
What's the number? Can you see the exact number?
Yeah, I can.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I can. That's the. If my computer wants, wants to cooperate with me, it's a little bit slow. I have 1,908.
Yep. Hmm. Well, worry about that another time. I still need to get over there and make sure this gets done.
Yeah.
So let me go ahead and do that, sweetie. Thank you so much for everything. I had a wonderful time.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I'm gonna wrap things up here. And I probably drop over to Darren's as well. For not for long, but I just
Say
want to make sure.
hello.
Yeah, just say hello and.
Originally, that's what I was going to do last night, but I've never seen them play the wheel, so I figured I'd watch that. And then I immediately tried to start doing the directions to get my name in, or just for the heck of it, especially when he said, "Well, there's over 50 names on here." Well, there's only 28 people in the chat.
Yeah.
So I don't know really how to have that conversation with them, but I think they need to close those loopholes and say, we love doing this for charity. If it's not asking too much, please attend the live stream. That's all we ask,
Exactly.
They really do help a lot of people over. I mean, it's a smart thing that they've come up with, how they've gone about it. And all of this just because I was looking at my recommendations and I said, what the heck is this guy talking about wind bananas? And I was like, okay, he's a comedian or something. I got to go see this, see what's
Yeah.
going on and whatnot. Had no idea that bananas stood for one thing and had no idea what WH meant.
Watch hours.
Yep. It must be something because as soon as they had awarded to me, J. Mike had made some comment about, do you understand how many watch hours that means? Wow, that many?
That is a lot of watch hours.
Yeah, but it also doesn't make sense. It's calling attention to me at the wrong time. I am particularly at a time when I am ill, and the thought of being able to give it as a gift, I just love that.
Yeah. And I
I
appreciate
do
it.
love that. Oh, hon. It's my pleasure. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and scoot on out of here then. You come on in at your own speed. Sound good?
Yep. Sounds good.
Well, sometimes they quit a little bit before I'm expecting it to, and I want to make sure it gets done. So I'm going to go ahead and scoot on over.
Yeah. I just want to say hey to Darren, and I think it's the right thing to do. And I will not stay for not that long, but long enough.
I understand completely. Like I said,
I need some.
all I was going to do last night, I just wanted to say hey to everyone real quick. Make a little shout out, leave the room. At least remind people that I'm still coming to the channel, for heaven's sake, you know. I hadn't been there in like a week and a half, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know,
All right,
Internet.
babe. Well, I will see you there if you decide to pop in. If I miss you for some reason, because I don't think I'm going to stay on long tonight either. As far as the live stream, I think I'm a little live streamed out for the day. It was a great one, but I don't feel like doing it like the whole rest of the night. I don't know. Watch me catch a second win. Might get even more dumb than this. Oh, sleep deprivation. Still don't feel remotely sleepy. So, I'm gonna go take care of this. Like I say, I will either see you over there or I will catch you soon. And feel free to hit me up anytime, hon.
I'll see you over there. I will end this, and then I drop in on Darren's. And
Okay. Well, I can't see if there's anyone else left in the chat, but if there's anybody there, y'all have a wonderful and blessed weekend. I hope it's a great one. And I will see you guys later. Thank you again, ShadowScoutSwede, my friend.
you are always welcome on my panel. You know that.
You're a dear. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to scoot. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, time to wrap things up. Thanks for coming, and you are awesome. And I feel honored to have you on here on my stream today. And guys, I will see you later. See you later, and until then, take care, stay safe, and God bless.